Beautiful. Beautiful.
That is art. That is art. Ladies and gentlemen. I need to turn up my mic a little bit. Hello. Hello. Let's get some lo-fi on.
1 in 365 chance of this working.
Happy birthday, 1 in 365 chance of this working. You were nearly right. You were nearly right. Hang on, let me move this camera down. Oh. Oh, hello. Yeah, so I'm gonna make sure my mic's a good level. Testing. Testing. Yeah, no, it was my birthday. On Friday. It was. Where's my I need to get the thing open. That's the one. That's the one. Woo! And yes, of course, I watched the Severance finale on my birthday. I did. Let's get some. I haven't got Epidemic Sound open yet. Oh, what am I like? What am I like? I can't even get myself organised. What was I listening to last time? Lo-fi. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, it was my birthday on Friday. This stuff always works quite well. Oh, so yeah, the plan was to hang out with my roasty girls, but Naomi got poorly, unfortunately. She's coming. Well, she said she got flu symptoms, but you know, it's she's probably being melodramatic. She's probably just got a cold. But so we had to postpone the roasty get together, but we will do it in probably in about a month or so. So I didn't see my girls in the end, but we will. So, but yeah, so I didn't think I was going to be able to watch the Severance finale on my birthday. But turned out I could. So I watched it on my birthday. I need a tissue. My nose is so runny at the minute. So I watched the Severance finale on my birthday. Best birthday present ever, to be honest. I also got that Lego tuxedo cat, which I've started building. I'm very excited. I always get other people Lego as gifts, and I'm always like secretly wanting Lego myself. So finally I have a Lego set to build, so I'm very excited about that. I did the first bit, and it's like, there's so much cat hair on this mic. I did the first bit, and it's like, it's so relaxing. It's so relaxing to build. Congrats, Mark S. So yeah, I've started building my Lego cat. I was expecting Brooklyn to come and sit on my lap immediately. He's on the hammock thing on the radiator, but because the radiator is on, I think the warmth from the radiator has beat me. I'm not as warm as a radiator right now, so is that the stolen glass? Yes, it is. I was saying on the Discord, I liked these Virtuous glasses that you get in the pub when you buy a pint of Virtuous, but I hadn't found one in a good enough condition to steal yet. And I was at a pub last night, and I thought, yeah, that was in good enough condition. It's still a little bit scuffed up, to be honest, but I guess you would expect it when you've got this much going on a glass. But these are really pretty, these ones. So I've had one last night. I was like, this one is in good enough condition. I'm just going to take this one. It is a little bit scuffed, but I guess that's what you're going to get when like the glasses are stacked on top of each other and you've got like a design kind of stuck to the outside of it. I guess that's going to happen, isn't it? So it's good enough. I really like these glasses. They're cool. I really like that beer as well. Don't put it in the dishwater. Yeah. I'll try not to like scrub the outside of it with anything. Nothing like a pub pinch glass. Am I right? Am I right? But apart from that, I got this t-shirt. My mum and dad came to visit me in Leeds. Bless them. They took me out for a meal for my birthday, and they were like, "We'll go to this shop." It's become a bit of a tradition now. We go to this shop called Giant Kitten, which is in the Corner Exchange, which is like, they have like loads of random stuff in there, including loads of clothes. So I got this. I found a t-shirt with me and Brooklyn on it in there. It says Body Swap. It's like a fake film about a girl and her cat who I guess it's a bit like Freaky Friday, but it's a girl and her cat, and I thought it looked a bit like me and Brooklyn, so I was like, yeah, I'll have that one. So yeah. The Corn Exchange is cool, yeah. What else have I got to update you about? I've been watching Adolescence. Maybe I could talk about that a little bit. I've got a video that I could watch about it, actually. It's very good. What have I been doing other than that? Just working, man. Just working. I'm getting close to the end of the like research phase now, and I've got a structure laid out for the whole thing, and I'm like really close to like the stage where I'm just writing, and I'm so excited for that. It just like feels like things are like really starting to move now. So I'm very happy about that. But yeah, other than that, yeah. Brooklyn would slay as a human. I think your input gain is too loud. Alright, okay. Maybe I need to plug this thing back. Maybe I need to plug this thing back into the signal chain. But it stopped working last time. What if I turn this up a bit? I can hear background noise when I turn that up loads though. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong? When do we get into the diarrhea? Later. Yeah, there's too much background noise when I turn that all the way up. Something's limiting it. Because it won't. Because in my software it won't go over like a certain yellow. Like it gets into the yellow, but it won't go into the red. Ah! Something's limiting it. Why would it do it? It doesn't normally do that actually. Testing. 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 What if I turn it? Alright, if I turn that down, I turn that up, and then I turn that up a bit more. Maybe that'll work a bit more. Does that work better? It's still limiting a little bit. I don't know, man. There's too many knobs. There's too many knobs. Yeah, the camera, like, if I move around a lot... No, it's not doing it anymore. There's too many things going on in this setup. There's too many things. You only hear the limiter in your left channel. What? What is going on? That makes no sense. No, I'm using Streamlabs. Anyway. Too many things in this setup. Please eliminate 3. Yeah, I need Elon Musk to come in with a chainsaw, and just eliminate all of the bureaucracy in my setup. So much waste. It's too complex. Come on, Elon Musk, sort me out. Is he gonna fire Brooklyn? Right. Stop distracting me. What was I talking about? I don't know. I've been watching... yeah, I'm gonna talk about the things I've been watching on TV, really. That's the only other interesting thing I've been doing, is watching TV. I'm 3 episodes into adolescence. Just now I watched the one about with the therapist. Really good. It's like, it's crazy how they've shot every episode in one take. Well, it's one shot, but I think they did multiple takes to get it right for each episode. But I believe the first episode took 2 takes. They got it on the second take. But the second episode is so complex. Apparently it took them 13 takes to get the second episode. But it's like it's a school, like full of school children, and the camera's following them around into all these like different rooms, and everybody has to like do everything at exactly the right time, and everybody has to remember their lines, and there's like a chasing scene, and yeah, it's wild. I have no idea how they made that show. It's crazy. And I just watched the third one, which is the boy talking to his therapist. And that one's more about like the acting. The acting in that one is really good. The general story behind it is a 13-year-old boy has stabbed a 13-year-old girl to death. And he initially like denies it to the police, but then like while the boy is like in the police station with his dad, like the police show him like an actual CCTV video of him doing it. But like the whole thing happens in like real time, obviously, because there's no cuts. And I guess 24 does that as well, right? But I've never watched 24. But like the way that this show is shot is like it makes you feel like you're actually living it and you're actually there. It's like really intense but done really well. The second episode is insane. Like the amount of planning that must have gone into the second episode, and at the end somehow, I have no idea how they did this, but at the end of the second episode, obviously the camera's like on a gimbal the entire time and they're following actors around. It must be rigged onto some crazy thing. At one point, a boy like just jumps out of a classroom window and seamlessly the camera just like seamlessly doesn't even shake. It just seamlessly goes through the window after him. I was like, I didn't even know that like stabilizing camera stuff could do that like so smoothly. Netflix Twitter account has an FAQ about the shows. No, I'm talking about adolescence. I'm not gonna like do any spoilers for that, but either. I'm just talking about how it's shot. But yeah, at the end of the second episode as well, at the end of the really complex one, somehow, like, however the camera's rigged, it like moves onto a drone, and then the drone just goes up, and then the camera flies over to the next scene at the end. And then it gets back to the ground, and it's like not a drone anymore. Like, what? What? So anyway, I think I have a video actually, which does some explaining. Where is it? Hang on. This sounds like one of the, this sounds like a song in a mix that I've been listening to recently. This sounds like Rally House. I'm into this. What is this? Seaside Route 765 by Runin.
Go ahead, Joe.
Alright. I have a video that explains you're in the sea today. Under the sea, under the sea, where it is wetter.
Confirming 1051, ready to go over.
Bravo Delta 50 to Bravo Delta 60. You ready to roll up?
Yeah, ready.
Received.
And it took him two
Let's go,
takes to do this whole first episode.
Joe. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
You see a swan glide gracefully across the water, but its legs are flapping like mad. And that is basically what each one of these episodes are.
Yeah, let's make the call.
Look at that rig! So it would have they had to like take it off the rig, and some guy had to like take it and then run after the actors.
Police! Get down on the floor! What's going on? With Adolescence being a single shot format, it all runs very differently to normal. It took a few weeks to really understand that it was only one camera moving through space, that there was no cuts, and that whatever was shot is the episode.
I have a warrant to search your premises, sir. Where's your son? Where's your son?
He's in his bedroom! She needs me 44!
Where is he?
You kind of feel like you're in a theatre space more than a TV space. Once the train starts moving, no one can stop it. Do you know what I mean?
Mr. Miller, I will arrest you for obstruction. Please stop. Please. I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder. Do you understand?
Dad, I haven't done anything!
Adolescence is not a whodunit.
Also, apparently this kid has like never acted in anything before as well. They just found him, and he was just like that good. He's just like no acting experience.
Episode 2 should be something that makes people think, sparks debate, and opens the door for other directors, writers to feel that they can show the harsher sides of reality beautifully.
It is like watching it makes me think though, like I am so glad we didn't have social media when I was at school. I do not think I could have dealt with it at all. Being a very socially awkward child, I do not think having social media would have been beneficial to me at all. I think I would have grown up an entirely different person than the one that I've turned out as if I had social media in school. Honestly, I think what we did have later on was like MySpace. I'm really showing my age now, but we had MySpace later on, which wasn't as predatory or awful as everything that you have now. All of the algorithm-driven shit that you have now. MySpace was just a very sort of primitive thing. It wasn't algorithm-driven. You just like everybody just had their own profile, and it was just like you didn't have like a feed or anything. You didn't really have algorithms driving anything. It was still toxic in some ways though, like because you could still friend people and unfriend them, and that would get toxic sometimes. And on MySpace, you also had like your top 8 friends. So like obviously, if you put someone in your top 8 friends, but they don't put you in their top 8 friends, then it's all like awkward. And it's like, why didn't you put me in your, like, and also, why is this person, I thought I was your BFF, but you've put them as your number one. And it would just be like, but nowhere near as bad as Instagram. Nowhere near as bad. And part of this story is like, they sort of like gradually show the story behind why he ended up stabbing this girl. And it's to do with the manosphere, and it's to do with like this relationship that he had with this girl, and how he'd get teased about being, one of the bottom 20% boys, and 80% of girls will only ever sleep with the top 20% of boys in terms of looks, and he thinks he's like one of the ugly boys, and yeah, it's about all of that.
Hi! Ryan! What have you done?
I'm drinking this through a straw. I really shouldn't. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I won't do that to you. Oh, this beer is nice though.
This show is about windows, right? You get 4 different windows into Jamie's world. But it was working out where the windows were best placed so that we could understand him.
Episode 2 was kind of...
I was going to say, did I say, like, Australia, they banned social media, I believe, didn't they, for under 16s? Like, we really need to do that. That should be done everywhere.
like piecing it together.
Need to sign up. But that is actually, I believe that's what you need to do on Facebook to make a new profile now, isn't it? Don't you need to, like, actually show photo ID to make a profile on Facebook these days, because they had such a problem with so many bots on the site? So I imagine it's like a similar thing, but I don't know the ins and outs of how they police that. It is, yeah, probably is very difficult, and there's probably kids who manage to get on social media in Australia probably quite easily, because that would be really, really hard to police, I imagine.
Shall we pop inside?
We're going to be going through it a lot, over and over again. Then it becomes muscle memory, you know? Then we do the tech rehearsal with all the crew.
That week, we put a lens on it, we start moving through the space, we start realising what doesn't work, kind of 2 steps.
Oh, so in Australia the implementation is going to be in about a year, the ban. It's not in place yet.
Forward 1 step back a little bit.
It's good that they happen now. It's just rehearsals. And look, we're all doing it without our scripts already anyway.
And then the last week, we get 10 chances, 2 a day at shooting 1 take.
Jane, this is a huge loss, love. We'll arrange for somebody for you to have a chat.
Not another shrink.
No, it's not a shrink. It's just
No, fuck
to
that.
Please, Jane.
What are you doing?
No, you can't go back to class. You know you can't.
When I first read the script, it blew my mind. Like, it felt like I just knew all these characters and I could visualise the whole thing.
Let's have a word with Ryan.
This is the shot.
The collaboration on this show.
Where they just
a lot
like,
of it was
he just goes through the fucking window after him.
technical, but the surprising thing was using technical to free us.
Action.
I'd written in this chase sequence, and this chase sequence took Bascom and this boy beside the murder site, and then the camera was going to travel back on its own back to the school.
That moment would have felt almost like a video game walking down the street. I think it would just take the audience away from what the piece is.
And then Phil called me up and he said, Matt and I think we found a way to make the camera fly.
If the camera could float away by itself, then it couldn't possibly be attached to a person. It kind of feels more ethereal.
So you've got Bascom finding his own sort of resolution.
So they
And
they
with
just
this-
like hook it up. But obviously they would have had to like not use real sound on that section. So they would have edited out the fucking sorry, Brooklyn.
Character Jade, whose heart is pulled out, and you're with all these kids as they pull out their phones.
Like, you'd never be able to do an actual shot on a drone with dialogue at the same time. That would be impossible.
And then the camera takes off, and the camera comes to rest at the murder site. It was an example of the technical meeting the story and finding a fusion which is actually better than anything that the story had come up with on its own.
What Jack Thorne is so brilliant at is being so brutal and so human. That's the crux of this episode, and probably the whole series, is how interesting
She plays the therapist. She was really good.
it is what people present versus what's within.
I always wanted episode 3 to be a wonderful 2-hander. It's a Jack Thorne beautiful masterpiece.
Hi, Jamie.
Go, go, go.
It was nerve-wracking reading episode 3 and then realising, oh, we need to cast a 13-year-old lad who can really, like, go on a journey emotionally.
Who looks extremely innocent and looks like a vulnerable, afraid young boy.
We haven't finished.
Because of schedule needs, we had to start with episode 3, which I was very nervous about, because that's an hour-long script for a young actor to learn, acting opposite Erin Doherty.
Do it quick, more was I?
That rehearsal week, you're constantly asking yourself, can he get there?
As soon as you lose that eye contact, all the power's gone. You'll be giving him notes and he's just looking at you like that look. He's giving you that look and I'm like, is he listening to me?
Look up! Fucking what does he do? You do not tell me when to sit down! Get that in that fucking little head of yours!
And then he'll go and do a take. Every single note will be nailed.
It was a combination of two voices in the room for him. It was Phil, who's so gentle, and it was Erin.
I need you to sit down.
Just so well written that it kind of requires you to just be there. We're just surrendering to the script and each other.
Yeah, there was the police guy in the surveillance room for this episode. He was talking about body language.
Something happened between the two of them, and it just took Owen into another place and took Jamie into another place. And actually, it was the best start we could have made for him.
That night, I didn't touch her. I could have touched her, but I didn't. I had a knife. She was scared, but I didn't do that. I could have touched any part of her body I wanted to. I really wanted to, but I didn't. Most boys would have touched her.
What's so heartbreaking for Bryony at the end, you witness her have to let go of everything she's wanted this boy to be.
What did you think about me then?
Okay.
And all these thoughts kind of come into her mind, and it's kind of symbolised through this sandwich. The person that she was when she entered the room, who was making the offer, to then the person who won't even touch it. It's just such a great thing to play.
We always see the perspective of the victim's family, which is rightly so. Do you know what I mean? Of course we should. And with episode 4, I wanted to have a look at the impact it has upon the family of the boy who has committed the act.
All right, nons. Hey! 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 All right, nons. Did you see that to my fun? Did you?
Well, how many takes? What? Don't just say last take. I want to know how many fucking takes this took.
It was really important to Stephen that this wasn't a show that made easy answers. The one thing he said to me right at the beginning was, we can't blame the parents.
2. The last one was 2 takes.
I didn't want Jamie to come from a background where...
Like, why would you chuck paint? Okay, I'm not. I guess I'm not in the mindset of.
His mum was a drinker.
Bit of white spirit, mate.
Or his dad was violent and aggressive. I wanted to eliminate all.
I love the smell of white spirit. Do you?
All of those things. To try and get the audience to ask the question, why?
No, I haven't watched the last episode yet. No.
But also,
I'm ruining it for myself now.
in the same respect, think that could be me. That could be my child.
I wish he'd have pricked you. You'd have done better.
No.
Yeah, you would. You'd have done better.
Stephen's performances are real. He opens up his heart for people to see. He knows exactly what he wants.
That was fantastic.
That's good. I love working with him. He's just incredible. He's passionate.
Stephen is an instinctive leader. He's someone that just you kind of flock to. There was a feeling of a gang on this show. Everyone was excited about what we were doing.
Ready? Ready. Gonna do a take. Let's go.
Before each take, my heart is pounding and absolutely everyone feels it because everyone knows how important their job is.
Action.
It takes a real army of people to pull it together, you know, because there's not one person on that set who's not important. Because without every single person...
That little guy on top of the thing.
There's not one person on that set who's not important.
Is he the one really driving it?
Real army of people to pull it together, you know, because there's not one...
I don't know why that looks so funny to me.
One person on that set who's not important. Because without every single person, it could all collapse.
Watching it come to life, watching the decisions that Matt and Phil made as they were telling the story through the camera, it was really thrilling.
I think if anything can force us to look at a subject that we don't want to look at, it's a one shot because you really are forced to watch it. There's no break from it.
The fact is we are dealing with the harsh reality of what is going on, and I hope it does make people stand up and think about what they're doing or what they're not doing.
Do you like me?
Where do I know him from? He was in Black... Was he in one of the Black Mirror episodes?
stand up and think about what they're doing or what they're not doing.
Do you like me?
You don't know what's
I've not watched Top Boy.
going on behind closed doors with anyone, ever. No one is just evil. No one is...
What? He was in So Solid Crew. Are you kidding me? He was in So Solid Crew. Was he actually?
It's just all bad. It's just so much more complex.
What's a good mom?
We're not trying to give answers. We're not trying to lay blame particularly. It's a really complicated time, but we need to be talking about these things.
I'm sorry.
And he stabbed Dizzy in Ibiza. Is that, like, what? You just... What the hell? Why is there so much lore behind this guy? Who is he?
I just hope it creates debate, and I hope it creates conversation between parent and child.
No way, he wasn't so Solid Crew. What? What? I got 21 seconds to go. I got 21 seconds to go. And what? There was beef between him and Dizzy Rascal and he stabbed him? What? 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 Oh man. Okay. Well, that's a rabbit hole to go down on another day. I thought he was in a Black Mirror episode. I thought that's what I knew him from. What's he called? Ashley Walters. Have I made that up? What else do I know him from? What do I know that guy from? I have to find out. Oh, I think it was Missing You. That's what I know him from. Missing You? Netflix? That's what I know him from. Yes. That's what I know him from. Anyway. Okay. Alright, that's enough about adolescence. It's good, go watch it. He was in Doctor Who as well. Oh, he's in everything. He's one of those actors who's in everything. Alright, what's been sent to me this week?
Turning 35 soon, gonna quit comedy. Finally become the man that I'm supposed to be. Get a job in finance, become a total loser. After work drinks at my tragic new boozer. It's Brewdog. Mass produced but with a punky ethos. Henry Rollins would love this. Let's hear it for Brewdog. If you're boring and working recruitment, you'll probably chong this. Let's hear it for Brewdog.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Looking for a spenny drink, goes down really badly. Now the chase is over, rest in peace, Walsh Bradley. Punk IPA boy, or I'm on that Elvis juice. Showing off my brand new Peaky Blinders tattoos. King of the banter, sure to be the alpha. Chatting with my Wolfpack about hangover nostalgia. Get 3 pints in, cost me 48 quid. Have I touched a woman? Doesn't feel like I ever did. Now I'm talking crypto, chewing people's ears off. Telling this chick about my plans to convert the loft. It's a lengthy process, but I got the blueprints. Can't do it in one go, so I'll probably have to do stints. Then there's the asbestos, poor insulation. Don't get me started on planning legislation. Council's been a nightmare, but I'm sure we'll get there. Anyway, have a nice drink. Is that your boyfriend? Never mind, it's Brewdog. Natural habitat
For the incel and fans of the Dark Knight,
Let's
hear it for Brewdog.
Can't stress
Enough
this
that
ain't
an advert.
You're thick
if you think that I'm probably love Brewdog, Brewdog, Brewdog. Very good. I love that. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we have something else. Oh, no, that's the same thing. This. What the hell? What the hell is this? That's the vodka. Is that parody though? No. 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 Is this one parody? This one will be parody.
Awesome, and would you like to purchase my course as well for $19.99 a month?
Why are you not all Batman? All right, it's because you don't get up at 5 a.m. That's why you're not Batman. It's The Rock.
I just let you know.
Forever brasileiro.
Look, man, do you want to make 10K a month or not?
I do.
Okay, then I highly recommend that you purchase my course as it will levitate your knowledge to 100%.
Okay.
Very, very good. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell. All right. All right. I need to have a quick piss. And then there's a few more like random. This is the random shit era of the stream. Era sounds like it's gonna go on for a very long time. This is the random shit era. No. I'm in my random shit era? No, I mean, this is the random shit segment of the stream. We're gonna get onto the Diary of the CEO right after I've been through all of my random shit, okay? I've just got a few more things to do. A few more things to get through, and then we'll watch it. It won't take long, I promise. Right. Piss. Time to piss. I really need to piss. I'm going to piss myself if I don't actually go. Right now. Oh. Right. BRB, my friends. Hey.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't right now. I'm making hits. I can't talk 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 right now.
All right.
I like to move it, move it. You like to move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it.
I need to check my blood sugar if I need to go this often all the time. You do realize that I drink beer while I'm doing this. But no, honestly, even if I'm not drinking beer while I'm streaming, even if I'm just drinking like water or lemonade while I'm streaming, I've found that I just tend to just drink. Like I just keep drinking. There's something wrong with me. While I'm streaming, I just tend to, like, whatever liquid is in front of me, it will be consumed. It will be consumed. Right. Oh yeah. So if you remember, I reacted to these two evolutionary psychologists on a stream a few weeks ago now, and they have seen my reaction to it, and they've one of them, William Costello, has said this: looking forward to watching Mooncat Music's reply to Date Psych and I debunking of evolutionary psychology. Her video led me to write a paper in which I cite her popular video that is now in press at American Psychologist. So thanks. so apparently he's cited me in an academic paper now. So I didn't even know that you could cite YouTube videos in academic papers, but apparently you can. So like I'm officially an academic now. If someone's citing me, I've officially got one citation. I'm officially an academic. I've had a citation. But yeah, I'll be interested to see this paper when it comes out. Really quite enjoyed both her video and yours, albeit for different reasons. Would love to read that paper. Thanks, Dean. Me too. My girlfriend and I are having a great laugh watching it, ATM. If you message me, I can arrange to email you an advanced draft. Ooh, maybe I'll ask for one. It will be published as a topic in focus with commentaries from other authors. Hopefully ones who are less confused than her. Because I'm so confused. I'm so confused about evolutionary psychology. I'm just so confused. I'm just really confused. That's why I made a whole fucking video, a 3-hour video about it. Because I'm just really confused. I love this person. Gibberish equals feminism says. I feel like you should do another video response. Not gonna lie, she's extremely dishonest. It's quite interesting to like see the sort of perspectives of people who are in that world and how they respond to my video. Like, if you feel like I'm being what reason have I got? What reason have I got to be dishonest? Really? Like, what? If you think that I'm being dishonest, like, I don't know. It's interesting that you think that I'm being dishonest, but I guess that makes sense when if you've spent your entire career sort of in this world of believing a certain thing, if you've spent your entire career believing a certain narrative, then I guess like it would be really, really, really difficult to see things in a different way all of a sudden. So I guess like what you might sort of assume, your first reaction to that might be to assume that I'm just lying. I guess like if you were that sort of immersed into one mindset and all of a sudden you're kind of presented with a completely different perspective on things, I guess that can be kind of hard to fathom. But to like assume that I'm just like being dishonest or just lying, I mean, like, I don't know, I guess that's a response some people have to it. I'm just like, yeah, let's just fucking lie. Let's just fucking lie about everything. Yeah. A typical woe man, deceiving hard-working men. Yeah, that's what I am. That's what I am. I'm just too involved in my emotions to understand what science is, guys. I'm just too emotional to understand data. That's what it is. Because I'm a woman. I'm a woman and I act based on my emotions and I don't know how to act in any other way. I'm just all emotional all the time and I don't even know what science is. So anyway, I'll be interested to see that paper that I'm cited in when it comes out. So yeah, thanks for that, William Costello. I don't really want to get into like a slagging match with anyone on the internet though, to be fair. Like I don't really think that like sort of like, I don't know, throwing, you know, insults at other people on the internet is ever really a good way to like actually work towards finding a truth on things. It like dunking on other people on the internet is never really a good way of like actually getting towards some kind of truth. It's sort like it kind of becomes a sort of an arms race for whoever can like, you know, whoever has the best like rhetoric and whoever has the best lines. And I'm not really interested in getting into like, you know, internet beefs with anyone. You know, I respect academics. Obviously, I completely disagree with this guy, but I would actually be interested to see his paper and read it. And, you know, maybe I'd even, like, respond to it on stream once it comes out. I find it interesting, but I'm not interested in, like, getting into beefs with people. I just think it's, like, you know, drama farming. It's, like, it doesn't really benefit anyone at the end of the day. But, yeah. Call him a soy boy, you coward. If you message him on Twitter, maybe he'll message you in advance copy. Maybe he will. Maybe. Oh yes, if someone blue skied me, whatever that's called, zeeted me. The other guy in that video that I reacted to, somebody zeeted me saying Alexander, the guy that tried to debunk your video on Evo site, constantly interacts with race differences scientists that promote anti-vax propaganda and other things. So like on Twitter, basically, he retweets race science people apparently. And people who are anti-vaxxers. Yeah. I mean, it's not too surprising, is it? Like if you like, to be honest, like if you believe that women are like wired a certain way to like behave in certain ways, obviously you're then like logically gonna move on to, well, certain races are wired to think different ways as well, aren't they? If you're already of that mindset of, oh, like physical features affect like how genetically how brains work as well. Anyway, I got sent a meme about Severance. This scene was so okay. It's not really a spoiler, is it? It's not a spoiler. Also, I probably shouldn't play too much of this anyway because it looks like it has espresso in it. I'm assuming that's yeah. It's got freaking copyrighted music in it. I can't play too much of it, but there is an amazing scene in the finale of Severance where there's like an entire marching band. Oh, and Milchick's moves are incredible. I can't play too much of this. I'll have to watch it properly later. The part when he ran out of the room, yeah, it's so funny. He's like, I am absolutely swamped, but here's the letter from your Audi. Oh man, if you haven't watched Severance yet, you have to watch it. You are ordered to watch it by the Moon Cult. Yeah, I mean, I've been going on about this show for fucking years, man. It's only now that it's took off properly. I've been going on about it since season 1 about how good this show is, and now everybody's jumped on the bandwagon now, haven't they? Everybody has. What have we got? Signature brew. Travis. Is that the band Travis? Hang on. Is that the band Travis? That's their logo, right? Raise the bar. What song did they do? Why does it always rain on me? Raise the bar. Lager. Travis Band. Is this their logo? Hang on. Logo. Yeah, it is them. It's them. It's that fucking band that did One Is It Always Rain on Me? Is it because I love you never said to? Alright then. It's a bit random. It's a lager. It might be alright. Let's have a go. Woo! For some reason you thought that song was Coldplay. Oh god. Get your Brit pop trivia in line, okay? I might move on to the thing soon. Diarrhea of a CEO, but I don't really have any UK news to talk about, to be honest. I do want to move on to it as quickly as possible because I know people want to see that. Just a couple of other things before we get into it. I'm not going to watch all of this, but I watched this earlier. Oh. Great video, this. I feel like this video is made for me. It's about Philomena Kunk and the rise of anti-intellectualism, as it says in the title. Basically, it's about like our sort of like vilification of experts in recent days and about how Philomena Kunk is sort of like parodying the sort of like how we basically hate experts these days because they're not giving us something like instant and entertaining for us to watch. And like that's basically Philomena Kunk's sort of like attitude when she's like interviewing them and when she's like hosting these shows. She's like she's basically representing all of us in the way that we're sort of like treating experts in this day and age. It's a very good video.
Accent, and they agreed it was funnier. But it's
maybe we'll watch the whole thing later. But yeah, I really recommend this. Also, I really like this clip.
Telling how associating the common man with a lack of intellect is so prevalent. It reminds me of the first time I saw this guest. He has the most posh accent. At least I think that's what posh is. Either way, it's the kind of accent Americans might use as they pretend to sip a spot of tea and say pip pip cheerio. I won't lie, I just...
Is that your view of British people? We say pip pip cheerio. Jesus.
Judged a book by its cover. He was actually really kind and humble, doing his best to translate Kunk's ridiculous ramblings into something coherent. She actually seemed confused by his efforts to take her seriously.
You've raised a very significant question about the nature of providence.
Have I?
You have indeed. Your characterization is in fact a rather intriguing delineation.
Is that good?
Excellent.
Pretty much.
I don't know, do you consider my accent posh? I feel like my accent's such a weird, like, mix of so many different things. I don't know.
All of the guests were patient and gracious.
Yeah.
Clearly, being smart doesn't mean you're not down.
Anyway, it's a good video. It's a good video. I'm cool. No northern accent can be posh. That's the rules. Ah, shit.
Cheese and onion.
Also, I want to shout out this guy. I feel like this guy now Tom Scott has like gone on a break or whatever. I don't know what Tom Scott's doing, but I think Tom Scott is actually living a life now instead of making YouTube videos constantly. But I feel like this man has come in to fill the Tom Scott void in all of our hearts, and he just answers like in this great like British way, like all of these like little questions. He's like, it's yeah, enjoying this man. Also, like, he made a random video about why UK supermarkets have those clock towers on them. It got 2.2 million views. Like 2.2 million people were like, yes, I would like to know that, and I love that. And I watched that one recently as well. Shall we watch a short one? I actually haven't watched this one. Let's watch this one.
Stormzy, one of Britain's most famous rappers, was recently given a 9-month driving ban because he had multiple speeding offences and he was using his phone while driving. But also,
Stormzy. Isn't Stormzy Jeremy Corbyn's mate? Oh.
Because his front side windows were tinted to a 4% VLT. That means that only 4% of visible light was making it through these windows. Now, when I try and picture that...
4%?
The mental image I'm getting is pushing right at the limit of what could reasonably be described as a window. But I couldn't find anyone online showing what a 4% VLT would actually have looked like. So that's what we're going to do today.
Yeah, like 4% of natural light coming through your windows. How the fuck do you see anything apart from blackness?
There's a window tint meter, and you put it over the glass, and it's going to fire a beam of light through the glass and measure how much of that visible light comes out the other side. So right now it's saying 100%. Now I tried this on my front side windows, which as far as I'm aware are untinted, but apparently they do have...
You might as well just like not have windows at that point. You might as well just have a brick wall down the side of your car.
Tint built in of about 77%. Now the threshold in the UK is 70, so you can't go below 70. So this is fine. And it's the same in the United States. 70% front side windows for new cars. But in America, once you buy the car, the limit on how much tint you can apply aftermarket to the car windows varies state by state. So if I was in New Mexico right now, I could do this.
I literally don't know how Americans do laws sometimes when everything differs so much between every state. I mean, to be fair, we have like Scotland and Wales here, where things differ. But still, that's still only 3 different countries. That's still only 3 different legislations. You guys have 50 different legislations to deal with over there. How the fuck do you do that? Like when I was doing that driving course the other week, they had to include like bits about Wales because they changed some of the driving laws in Wales that were different to the rest of England and Scotland. In Wales, they've like lowered loads of their driving speed limits. So loads of their roads are now 20 instead of 30, but it's like how to tell whether it's 20 instead of 30? You got to look at the street lamps and stuff, and so like if you see a road with street lamps on it in England, the limit is 30. But if you're in Wales, then the limit is 20. I think, if I remembered correctly from that law, correct me if I'm wrong. "20 miles an hour, not kilometers an hour."
This is 20% VLT, and this is legal on front side windows in New Mexico, which has the lowest requirement in the USA. If I started driving with this in the UK right now, I could be pulled over, and not just because I've sort of haphazardly taped the gel to the outside of my car. I've looked up a few studies on this, and everything I've read seems to agree that people's ability to distinguish between low contrast objects is diminished significantly, and also stops you from making eye contact between drivers, which can be very important for safety. But there is one other US state.
I never really considered that. Eye contact between drivers is considered for safety reasons. Like when you're both sat next to each other in a traffic jam, that look to each other like, oh fucking hell, that's really relevant for safety. When you just look across from each other, oh fuck's sake. It boosts morale. Why is eye contact so important? I need a deep dive on that.
Which has a kind of unusual law about window tinting.
So you can see where they're looking. Or if you're both at the front of a queue, if you're on a dual carriageway and you're both at some traffic lights and you're waiting for them to go green, you need to be able to look over at the other driver to see if they want to do a drag race or not. That's why you need eye contact.
Oh my. Oh. In Michigan, you can apply any strength of tint to the top 4 inches of your front side windows. Now, they probably don't encourage the use of gaffer tape to do it, but I'm working with what I got. I guess this kind of makes sense. It seemed a little unusual when I first read about it, but it would block the sun, but still allow you to see hazards. So maybe this is a sensible solution. Now let's see what Stormzy's windows look like. This is 4% VLT.
Oh.
I couldn't find any studies measuring the effects of this level
Yeah,
of
that seems unsafe, doesn't it? It does. Like you can't see a lot at all through that.
tinting on your eyesight, because I don't think many countries have ever considered legalizing it for the front side window.
That seems like more than 4% light, though, doesn't it?
I think during the daytime, it would be really easy to miss a pedestrian or another hazard through this level of tint.
For sure.
But during the nighttime, it's difficult to see other cars through this window,
Yeah.
never mind pedestrians.
Like at night, you could not see anything through that. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell, that's so unsafe.
Stormzy's getting his license back later this year, so if you're out walking in central London, just make sure you check both ways before crossing the road for any blacked out luxury cars.
Stormzy's gonna run you over, guys. Anyway, shout out Chris Spargo. He recently did a video about crisps, leisure centres, UK leisure centres. All right, we'll move on. Just one more thing before we move on to Diarrhea of a CEO. Elon Musk's daughter has been in Teen Vogue. The estranged daughter of Elon Musk discusses her modelling and TV aspirations, her unusual extended family, and what she describes as the cartoonishly evil Trump admin. I'm not going to read the whole story, but this is great. I love this. This is what he says about it. My son Xavier died. He was killed by the woke mind virus. Now the woke mind virus will die. Because I didn't realize this until recently. But like when he's doing IVF with all of these women, he's like literally paying for the babies that these women have. He's paying for them to be male, which I didn't even realize. Like, that's how much he hates women. He's paying for male children. Like, yeah, he's doing eugenics basically. He is a white supremacist and he's doing eugenics. He's a misogynist as well. Everything. Anyway, so she's been in Teen Vogue. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I saw that. Hang on a minute. I believe there's some excerpts that I can find. If I could find them on Instagram. Yeah, here. So there's some excerpts on here. Do you ever feel scared? He's the richest man in the world. Vivian, he's a pathetic man-child. Why would I feel scared of him? Oh, he has so much power. No. I don't give a fuck. Why should I be scared of this man? Because he's rich? Oh no, I'm trembling. Ooh, shivering in my boots here. I don't give a fuck how much money anyone has. I really don't. He owns Twitter. Okay, congratulations. People thrive off of fear. I'm not giving anyone that space in my mind. The only thing that gets to live free in my mind are drag queens. Do you think we're moving in the right direction? In terms of politics? No, it's terrifying. Every time I open my phone to read the news, I kind of just stare at the wall for 10 minutes. It's horrifying what they're doing. Not only the trans community, but also to migrants, of communities of colour, and to so many marginalised communities that are being systematically targeted by the new administration and having protections revoked. It's cartoonishly evil. Do you think your parents influenced your politics? Seeing that kind of wealth, extravagant wealth, firsthand whilst living in Los Angeles and seeing the huge homelessness problem, the wealth gap, you start to wonder, how is this fair? You have to inevitably come to the conclusion it's not. There is no world in which people should be owning multiple private planes, private islands, private whatever, while other people are sleeping on the street.
There's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, Democrats were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships.
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for that bitch. I don't.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame.
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for that bitch. I don't.
Trying to keep it together, but I'm falling apart. I'm feeling all out of my element. Knowing things crying, trying to come back, baby.
I don't know. I don't know what else is going on in this carousel. I have no idea about anything else in this. I'm so confused at everything else in this. Gal Gadot, what's going on? I don't know. Anyway. Like, DoorDash and Klarna have signed a deal where customers can choose to pay for food deliveries in interest-free installments or deferred options aligned with payday schedules. What? What? This is the rent-based economy. This is the rent-based economy. Like, but it's not only rent-based, but also that's the service is being given to you by gig workers who have no rights. The gig workers who have no fucking rights. This is that grifter woman, isn't she? Who basically says that North Korea is socialism. This woman is fascinating in herself. She's insane. She just says crazy shit about North Korea and then goes, and so that's what socialism is. Socialism is you eating rats. That is what socialism is. You eating rats like North Korea. Anyway. What else have I got saved on here? Oh yeah, I can hear Brooklyn meowing. He wants to come in. Bear with me. So now that the Thirlwall inquiry is over about the Letby case, and the BBC have done this post about it, where they're talking about what the Thirlwall inquiry supposedly found about the case, and they're quoting these emails that were sent between the managers and the consultants at the NHS Trust where she worked at the time it was happening. And they're all talking about how they're sort of doubting that she's actually doing anything. The NHS managers are doubting that she's actually doing anything. But there was this group of consultants who thought that she was killing babies on that ward. Basically, the whole movement behind the people who think that she's innocent of doing anything, that movement is getting stronger and stronger. And the BBC posted this recently, and they took comments off. They just disabled comments on this. They don't normally disable comments on anything, but they disabled comments on this post. I'm assuming because of all of the people who would have commented saying that she's actually probably innocent. So that's a thing. That's interesting. Also, David Mitchell and Robert Webb, new sketch show. I've not watched this.
Hello. Hi. People have got their phones out. So, come on, just experience it. Yeah, absolutely.
Did anything funny happen to you on the way to the venue?
My journey to the venue was incident-free, which is good IRL, but not so good for anecdotes.
I came in a taxi, because I work in the media, and the driver thought there was a cut-through from that road coming south from Camden, but they've put some plant pots there and there isn't now, so he was pretty fucked off. Yeah, but anyway, that cost me 4 minutes I'll never see again.
Why did you want to return to sketch comedy now? Why do you think it's an important thing to be doing currently?
Well, I think it's slightly odd that it stopped.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think it's quite a major part of TV comedy. It certainly was for decades before, and when we were last doing a sketch show, there would seem to be quite a few others still happening. It's quite a major form of comedy, the short, amusing item that hopefully doesn't outstay its welcome.
Yeah.
And it's odd, really, that, I mean, it's continued on the internet in a sort of low budget way, but it's odd that television has abandoned that whole genre for so long. But maybe it's a scheme to sort of like leaving a field fallow. Maybe they're going to give cookery a rest for a decade.
We can afford 2 sketch shows.
Yeah.
It was it just always seemed like a very sort of natural unit of comedy to us. I mean, there were so many shows in the 80s when we were growing up. I just loved, Fire and Laurie and Victoria Wood, and then there was repeats of Python.
When are they talking about the new sketch show?
The Krypton Factor was a sketch show.
One very long quiz parody.
Yeah. So it just, as much as sitcom, it was the thing that we were watching, and we started writing sketches a long time ago. So yeah, it just always seemed very natural to have lots of. We're easily bored, so we like lots of different ideas.
Yeah, nice. Tell us about the other 4 members of the ensemble. If we could get that slide up, that'd be great. So it's an ensemble cast, and I'll go from left to right. So it's obviously David and Robert, and then Crystal Evans, Stevie Martin, Kyle Smith-Bino, and Lara Ricotte. How has it been working with this ensemble across different generations?
They're very good. They mash up our pills in our energy drinks without us noticing. They're very nice.
Are they actually starting a new sketch show then?
They're very brilliant people, and they're also lovely. And it's part of having Gareth Edwards as the producer. He has a bias towards the pleasant.
Is this the new sketch show they're talking about?
They're really nice people, and it's been great.
Yeah, and also they are younger than us.
Yeah.
But to varying extents. But I sort of think that's more comically potent now than it would have been most times. Because
I'm excited for a new sketch show by them. Their sketch show is probably the only sketch show I've ever really actually found quite funny. The Mitchell and Webb look is actually probably one of the only funny sketch shows out there. So I'd be very excited for a new one. And also, you guys saying that they're playing into their Peep Show characters, that is just them. That is just how they are. I don't know if you've ever seen David Mitchell on anything else that's not Peep Show, but like, David Mitchell is Mark. That is just him. He was basically playing an exaggerated version of himself. He's not playing into the character. He's like, that is just him. Not a fan of I Think You Should Leave. What's I Think You Should Leave? Mr. Bean is goated. I agree. Mr. Bean is goated. I've actually not seen I Think You Should Leave. Is it good? I know of PZ Myers, actually. I know of him. Oh, it's the one with the guy dressed as the hot dog. Oh, is that where the meme comes from?
Is everyone okay? What happened? Did anyone see? Someone drove a hot dog-shaped car through the window.
Driver's gone. Somebody call the cops. We need to find that driver.
They could have killed someone.
Whose car is this?
Yeah, come on. Whoever did this, just confess. We promise we won't be mad.
Okay.
What?
We'll close our eyes.
All right, I'll check out that one. I'll check out this sketch
Just
show.
take the car and get out of here.
Sir, that's clearly your car.
Wrong.
Someone call the police.
Yeah, that's one idea. Or we could work as a team, find out whoever did this and punish him ourselves. Maybe take his bare butt out of his costume and spank him. Maybe you could do it, sir.
Not gonna happen.
Okay, you.
No.
Well, one of us is gonna have to do it.
No.
All right, I'm scared I'll get nuked if I watch too much of that. Yeah, but I'll check that show out. I will, I promise. I'll check it out. All right, we'll move on to Diary of a CEO. We will.
Daniel, you've been on the show a few times before.
Maybe we should post on social media. Fun is over. It's down to work now. It's down to work. Okay. Let's post that we're live. If you want to be in the screenshot, chat now. Which one is... Oh, there we go. There we go. Right, taking the screenshot. All right, we've got it. All right. Right, let's find that screenshot. Watching. I'm changing the name of the show to Diarrhea of a CEO. Twitch.tv/mooncat music or youtube.com/at mooncat after dark. I do need to go for a wee. Maybe I'll go for a wee and then post this. Just so it's not false advertising and people click on the link and I'm gone pissing. You know? I'm going to have a quick wee. I'll finish off my Travis beer when I'm back. And then we'll watch it. Okay, let's go. I'm going to have to eject Brooklyn. He's going to be very mad.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
All right.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
All right. Let's go, bitches. But first. It would help if I loaded up the video, wouldn't it? God. Diary of a CEO. Diary of a CEO. I love how they called it emergency debate. It's an emergency, guys. We must debate. because debates have always been the first thing that we've needed when we've had an economic crisis. Leaders of states have been like, guys, we need a podcast debate stat immediately. Emergency debate. Right, maybe we should post on Instagram. Also, I need to pour the rest of this beer. The rest of my Travis beer. Why does it always rain on me? Is it because I watched a Diary of a CEO podcast? Yes. Yes, that's probably why. All right, we're watching the Diary of a CEO debate right now. Tune in. Or forever regret it. Cringe. Debate. Cringe time. All right, let me just put a link on this. Oh, let's put twitch.tv/Mooncat Music. Okay. We'll put that one on there. And then we'll put youtube.com /Mooncat @Mooncat after. All right, we posted. It's all done. It's all done now. All right, let's get on with it.
I'm sick of multimillionaires telling kids who can't afford.
I'm already pausing. I can't these little sections at the beginning of Diary of a CEO podcast are just like they just depict like the sort of like attention economy that we live in right now. It's guys, you only have to wait 90 seconds before the podcast starts, and before that it's gonna be a bang, bang, bang in your face.
Turn the heating on. You just need.
Guys, should we open a Subway Surfers vertical video and put it in the corner, or do you think we'll be able to survive without that? I'm not sure.
Need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick.
Well, your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. Well, to me, if I had have come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed.
My friends can't feed their kids, okay? If it was that easy, why is everybody not doing it?
I'll tell you why people aren't doing it. It's because...
Can I just say one thing back on that?
Ooh, a cliffhanger. Is that what Stephen Bartlett's going to look like the entire time? Is he just going to look like a deer in headlights for the entire episode? It's like, guys, what do I say?
It's because...
Can I just say one thing back on that?
Today's debate
Actually, like in that clip, he looks like a child,
is
like who's in trouble.
fiery to say the least, but important nonetheless. As I sat down with two leading experts in wealth and entrepreneurship and the economy to discuss the state of the US, the state of...
I'm sorry about my mic peaking. I honestly don't know. Right. What if I turn down my VT4 and then I turn this and then no, but then I get loads of Look, you're gonna make me self-conscious about my mic now. I can't turn up my AI that much, because then I get loads of background noise. So I gotta turn my VT4 up a little bit. But then you're like, no, it peaks. So like, look, you've got to choose between background white noise or peaking when I get a little bit excited. It's one or the other.
of of the UK and the Western world.
Do you think the reason the average Brit or American are getting poorer is because they don't know how to create wealth?
No, the reason people are getting poorer is because of big governments, record levels of taxes, an outdated schooling system, technology, and remote working.
You sure about that?
How do you disagree with those opinions?
Living standards are falling because of growing wealth.
Guys, don't worry. There's only 33 seconds until we get into it. I'm not sure I can cope any longer.
Quality. If you allow the rich to get richer, they squeeze the middle class and the poor class out of things like housing. Let's cut tax on people who are working hard, and let's raise tax on the richest and most powerful people in the world.
That's an overly simplified view of things. We now have 1,000 millionaires a month leaving, which means every ordinary person who pays 10 grand a year in tax will now have to pay 20 grand a year in tax. You end up cutting off your nose to spite your face.
If we are a country that don't try and do things which are necessary because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty.
What do you want people to do?
There's a lot of different ways.
Buckle up.
Ooh,
This has
I'm
always
going to
blown
put my
mind a little
seatbelt
bit.
on.
53%
Oh,
of you that listen to
shut up. Shut up. I'm not going to subscribe.
If you like the show and you
No.
my commitment to you is if you do that, then
No.
I'll do everything for feedback. We'll...
All right, let's go.
Gary, Daniel, you've been on the show a few times before, so I want to start with Gary and understand a little bit about your backstory and who you are. And having been through the trading game and read and watched many of your videos over time, I have a
Yeah, you should fucking subscribe to me instead. And you should become a member of this channel. That's what you should do, because then you get access to extra videos. I've put the extra videos. I'm starting uploading the extra videos to this channel now for members only, or you can get them on Patreon, as you always could. Also, you can use Jeffrey Bezos's money to subscribe on Twitch for free. If you have a Prime subscription, you can actually donate some of that to subscribe to me for free on Twitch, and then you can watch ad-free on Twitch. All right. Capitalism. Look, I was presented with a little bit of the Diarrhea of a CEO podcast, and I was like, I need to do some business. I was just like, man, I need to be an entrepreneur. I'm sorry, it just got into me. All right, let's go.
sort of deep understanding of that. But for anyone that doesn't know you, can you give me a picture of the context that has brought you to where you are today, writing about the things you're writing about today and running the YouTube channel and speaking to the subject matter that you're speaking about today? Take me right back and give me as much as you possibly can.
Okay, so my name's Gary Stevenson. I was born in a place called Ilford, which is in outer East London. Quite a poor family, little terrace house by the railway, you know, playing football in the streets kind of stuff. Always very good at maths since I was a kid, very talented maths student. Eventually able to get into the London School of Economics, which is an extremely elite university, economics university in the centre of London, which is basically a kind of investment banking boot camp. Got a job as a trader. Started working full-time as a short-term interest rates trader at Citibank in London in June 2008. When I was 21, obviously.
Just in
That's
time.
just before the big credit crash, the big Lehman crisis. And I watched
Lehman
the crisis
Brothers,
happen in front
yeah.
of my eyes. I was, short-term interest rate trading is basically like short-term loans. And during the credit crisis, what a credit crisis is nobody can borrow any money. So like short-term loans become really, really important. My desk, which was like historically an unfashionable area of trading, became like the center of the crisis, well, one of the centers of the crisis. People started making tons of money. I was working with all these crazy people. And you can imagine me, like I turn up 21 years old and then like within 3 months, like everyone around me is making a ton of money during the credit crisis. But what really interested me was what happened after the crisis itself, which was, so we're betting on interest rates. Long story short, interest rates come down when the economy is weak, and they go up when the economy is strong or when the economy is overheating from an inflation perspective. In 2008, all the interest rates go to zero. So suddenly, our job is basically predicting and betting on when will those interest rates go back up, which is when will the economy recover. And this is super interesting, right? In 2008, because all the interest rates went to zero so quickly, like before 2008, it's important to remember, rates would move from like 5.5 to 5.25. And then here in 2008, everywhere in the world slashing to zero.
Boom, 0.5%.
Exactly, and everybody, all the economists were like, wow, this is going to cause a massive recovery because they thought that interest rates were powerful. And everybody predicted that rates would come back up in 2009, which of course we now know they didn't. Then everybody predicted that rates would go up in 2010, which we now know they didn't. And then at the beginning of 2011, everybody was predicting rates would definitely go up this year. And this, to me, was so interesting because, you know, I studied maths and economics at one of the best economics universities in the world.
It was at that moment he realised he had a Michelin Web look moment, you know, the Nazi thing. Are we the baddies?
Oh, and now I'm working with these traders who are getting paid £1 million a year to predict the economy, to predict the interest rates, and everybody is wrong year after year after year. And this was so amazing to me for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's like, wow.
To be fair, like when he started working for Citibank, I think he was like 21, 22. Like he was very young. And you don't really realise stuff when you're that young. You're like, whoa, I'm in a big shot job. And I'm making loads of money. Like, to be fair, you probably wouldn't realise it when you were that young.
Like, this is a big thing that we as a society should understand, and like we're getting it wrong. But secondly, if all of the best guys in the world are getting this wrong, then if I can figure this out, I can make a ton of money here.
Gary, how much money did you make for Citibank at the age of 24 years old?
That year, 2011, I put this big bet on that it would get worse forever. And I was Citibank's most profitable trader in the world that year. And I made them just over $35 million.
That claim that he always says, like he was the most profitable trader for Citibank, that's been contested by some of his old colleagues, because apparently Citibank doesn't rank their traders. So basically their point is he would never know. And like Gary's response to that was basically, but I just was. So like I'm a little bit like, I'm a little bit skeptical maybe of some of the things he said, because I've read some of his Guardian articles as well, and some of them just sound like he's kind of like trying to tell a story in a very sort of like emotive way. And I do kind of like sit there questioning, like, real life doesn't work like that. You don't suddenly have an epiphany that you're the bad guy in real life. It's kind of like a slow burn kind of thing, whereas that's kind of how he puts it across. I know it kind of works like narratively, it makes it sound more dramatic, but yeah, anyway.
You made them $35 million. You eventually decide to leave Citibank.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question, right? You know, in the sense that...
Like, apparently about 8 of his ex-colleagues at Citibank came out and said, traders are not ranked in that way. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe his ex-colleagues have their own agendas to fill. Who knows?
I've just explained to you what happened, which is I made a ton of money by betting on the collapse of Western society. I did it in 2011. I did it again in 2012. I would prefer for it not to collapse, Stephen. And I'm trying to stop it from collapsing.
When you say it collapsed...
Either way, his message is good.
What exactly are you referring to that you don't want to collapse?
So you born in Botswana, right?
Yeah.
You still have family there?
I've got family in Nigeria, which is where my family are from. I was born in Botswana because we were visiting there, but got family in Africa.
Do you go to Nigeria much?
No. I've got a home in Cape Town in South Africa, so I see it's a great place if you want to see inequality.
I think there is a naivety in this country, in places like the US, that the kind of inequality, the kind of broad poverty that you see in places like South Africa, in places like Nigeria, in places like India, can't happen here. It will happen here. That is the future of this country. That is the future of the US. And I'm not just saying that, I'm betting on it. And I've been betting on it for 15 years, and I've been right for 15 years. That is what I'm trying to avoid.
Daniel, where do you come from?
Yeah, so I grew up in Australia.
Daniel!
I was born to low-income family. I grew up in a place that had 24% unemployment.
Oh, is this guy Kiwi? Is he Kiwi?
Pretty much the only jobs or opportunities around me were things like the trades, building, construction, pest control, hospitality and tourism. So
He's Australian. He sounds Kiwi.
at 14, I got a job at McDonald's, and then I got a job in a bar and Pizza Hut delivery driving. And I discover entrepreneurship. So I discover books about entrepreneurship, and I discover that some people make millions, similar to yourself. You saw Canary Wharf. I read a book about business ownership.
And as we sit here today, can you give me the overview of your business success since then?
Yeah, so I now have a group of companies that I've either started or bought. I've just sold a company, so there's 7 companies in the group. I've started a couple of software companies. One of our companies is now one of the fastest growing companies in the UK. We're a software business.
I'm frustratedly trying to Google where he's actually from. Nobody's saying where he's from. They'll only say where he's built businesses, guys, because obviously that's more important, where he built businesses up. And he's built businesses and sold them in Australia, Singapore, and the UK. But they won't tell me where he's from. Honestly, though, he sounds extremely Kiwi to me.
In the group, I've started a couple of software companies.
Group
One of
in
our
Australia.
companies is now one of the fastest growing companies in the UK. We're a software business. I've got a couple of agencies. I've got an education and training business.
And when you think about the UK and broadly the Western world today, what is your assessment of where we're at as a country and what's concerning you? Because Gary expressed quite articulately that his big concern is that because of wealth inequality, we're going to end up in a similar position to the likes of India. What are you concerned about?
I agree that it wasn't that long ago that we had real serious wealth inequality in this country. There are amazing photos from...
Oh, we've got some information. This episode has been independently researched. Additional context and studies mentioned throughout the episode can be found in the description below. Ooh, we've, for once we have actual sources on a Diary of a CEO episode. What do they mean by independently researched? As in researched by the 2 guests? Is that not always true? What does that even mean?
Real serious wealth inequality in this country. There are amazing photos from 100 years ago of kids working in mines and kids doing oyster shucking and all this horrible work. And, there's a book Charles Dickens wrote called The Tale of Two Cities. And the opening line of the book is, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." And I think we've actually gotten to that point here where some people in the UK, it's the best of times. If you, in your situation, you're booming, you're a globally successful business. I've got a globally successful business. And then there are a lot of people who completely cannot relate to this. Energy prices are now the most expensive in the Western world. House prices are completely unaffordable. It used to take 3 years to save for a deposit. It's now 20 years if you theoretically 20 years if you can save for a deposit. Food prices are through the roof. So we're in a really difficult, for anyone who is not tapped into digital economy, fast growth and all of that sort of stuff, life is getting harder and worse and things are collapsing.
So this guy, I've done a little bit of research on. I wasn't aware of him before he did this. But this guy does basically sell... Does he sell courses? I know he sells books. Does he sell courses as well? He sells courses basically or books to people who want to be entrepreneurs, people who want to build businesses. Which is fine, but that means obviously that he is biased towards believing that, an entrepreneurial mindset will get you out of whatever situation you're in if you would just, find a gap in the market. And if you market it really well, then you'll get out of this system. And he's obviously because he is actively making money out of telling people that if they build their own businesses, then they will, get out of whatever slump that capitalism has got them into in the first place. Like he's biased towards giving that kind of like mindset, giving that sort of like insight into how the economy works. He is sort of biased in that way because honestly, he's actively making money out of it. To be fair, you could say that about Gary's economics as well. You could say that about Gary Stevenson. He's selling a book, but the thing is, it's like that's a lot like selling dreams to people who want to be entrepreneurs is extremely lucrative. It's extremely lucrative. It makes you a lot of money. Selling content to people that tells them how fucked they are and how fucked everything is and about how we need class consciousness to achieve everything is not lucrative at all in the slightest. But I mean, I guess you could say Gary Stevenson is also making money out of it, but he's not going down the route of the sort of the more lucrative route that you could go down. Like Gary's economics, he could make a lot more money selling courses on how to like trade stocks. I'm sure he could, but he's sort of chosen to go in the other direction.
If you would go with that, there is a predictable path countries go on, and there's this thing called the Economic Freedom Index, and the Economic Freedom Index basically says how economically free are you, how much access do you have to free markets.
Oh, so he's talking about indexes. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. So he's talking about data already. He's already talking about data. So I only did very, very quick research on this guy. So if you go on his Twitter, okay, Daniel Priestley. So where's his Twitter here? So basically he loves talking about what he believes is the data that backs up his points constantly. So what he will do, so this is what he's talking about right now, essentially. Supposedly economies that give more freedom, i.e. less regulation, supposedly they have less inequality. But if you really look into the data that he's using, you'll see that the source is Economic Freedom of the World, a 2023 annual report. Who did that report? Economic Freedom of the World. 2023 report. Who did this? Oh, right. So apparently it's the Fraser Institute. Okay, who are the Fraser Institute? Okay, Fraser Institute. Who are they? Oh, they have a Wikipedia page. What? So who are the Fraser Institute? The Fraser Institute is a libertarian, conservative Canadian public policy think tank and registered charity. This is where he's getting all of his information from. It's from right-wing, conservative, libertarian think tanks. This is why we're so fucked, guys. Because, like, when you're in a debate like this, and you can just reel off statistics that you've just fucking read somewhere from some outlet that, like, from some journalistic outlet that already backs up your views, who is using think tanks that already backs up their views, and then you come along with these little statistics and graphs and stuff in a debate. What you can't do within the confines of a debate is come back at that and say, well, actually, that statistic that you've just reeled off was by a conservative libertarian think tank, because you don't fucking know that without having Google in front of you. And also what you're not able to do is look into that study and look into all of the assumptions that were made statistically that were made to make that study, because I fucking guarantee you the assumptions that were made to create this graph were probably really frickingly wildly biased because it was by a libertarian conservative think tank. And it is so fucking easy. It is so fucking easy to manipulate statistics because they're always based on they're always on a bedrock of assumptions that you've made about the data that you've collected. Because the assumptions you make are based on your biases, and your biases are what you believe are the most important things from your experiences as a human with a brain. So even if the people who made this graph thought that they were being extremely fair, they weren't. Of course they weren't. They're in a fucking conservative libertarian think tank. All of their work was being checked by other conservative libertarian people and being refined by those people with the same mindset and the same biases. And that's where he's getting all of his information from. And this is why we're so fucked, because people like him can just they can just spit out this information during debates. And it's not like Gary's economics can come back at that and say, actually, the way that study was written, actually, it assumed this when it should have assumed this, because he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that on the spot. So this guy can sit there sounding all intelligent because he's memorized a fucking percentage, but it doesn't mean he's any more intelligent. He's just as dumb as the rest of us. He really is.
Can you start a business? Can you scale a business? Does anything inhibit your ability to run your own life? Countries that have high degrees of economic freedom have very low poverty. They have widespread affluence. And countries that have low economic freedoms have high poverty. And it can be the difference between less than 10% right up to 70% poverty rates.
Ooh.
And when countries
nice numbers.
go on a path towards economic freedom, poverty just drops. So India, for example, has been on that path, and they announced today that they've almost eradicated abject poverty or extreme poverty.
The thing is, though, in a debate like this, you're like, well, Gary Stevenson could be doing the same. He could have memorized some... He could have memorized some statistics as well. Cool, anybody can do that. But honestly, that saying, what's that saying? There are lies, damn lies. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. Is that what it is? There are lies, damned lies. Yeah, there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. I mean, that is truer than any statement ever made in the history of mankind. And Gary Stevenson, he could probably memorize some statistics as well. But I guess with considering the background of most of both of these guys, you've got this guy who's memorized a load of statistics from a right-wing think tank. And then you've got Gary Stevenson, who's actually worked and has actually he's actually worked within the economic system. He's actually studied the economic system. He's studied how to make money out of it. So I don't know, maybe that's my bias at play, but I'd be more inclined to believe what Gary says because he's actually sort of worked in the system and he literally knows it inside out. He's been in the guts of it all and he's seen how it's all been exploited at the expense of poor people. And he could explain literally down to the fucking cent how it's used to exploit poor people. Whereas this guy is making money out of telling entrepreneurs that if they just work hard enough, they can become millionaires. Because that's literally how he's making money. If you look up his name on YouTube, he's literally on other podcasts anybody can make between 10K and 1 million a month if you just follow these steps. He's literally the same as the rest of them. He's the same as the fucking rest of them. He's the same, he's making money out of telling people that they can work their way out of this system. As long as they do what he says. Whereas Gary Stevenson, he's literally been in the blood and guts of the economy. He knows how it works. He's written an entire book about how it works. I don't think you can really, yes, he has his own biases, but I don't think you can really say that this guy knows more than Gary. Just because he's got lucky and he's made a few companies and sold them.
The UK went on that path of low economic freedom to high economic freedom, and we saw poverty rates come right down. But in 2008, when the global financial crisis happened, one of the things that happened is the government said, we need to step in and we need to take...
Ooh, this beer is Fierce. It's by Fierce Beer Brewery, and it's a cinnamon bun flavour. And I just took a sip and whoa, it's like really fucking sweet. It tastes like a cinnamon bun. Anyway, oh wow, that's
charge, and everyone said please do. So they came in and they said, all right, we're going to ramp up debt, ramp up taxes to pay for the debt, and we're also going to put all regulations in. And unfortunately, that starts to reduce economic freedom. Then the pandemic happens, and they say, oh, we're going to spend more money again through debt. We're going to have more
5%.
Taxes, more regulations, less economic freedom. So the UK, we went from an 82 when I arrived in...
Where is this graph from, guys? Oh, I'm sure it's probably in the sources.
2006.
Put it on the fucking screen, though.
We went from 82 out of 100 down to 68 out of 100. So we're less economically free. And predictably, what we will always see happen, if you lower people's economic freedom, more poverty,
a few times before.
less
So I want
affluence, the millionaires and the wealth creators leave. The people who are
I'm going to find the sources off screen. Hang on.
stuck in dead-end jobs or no jobs get incredibly frustrated. Everyone starts looking for someone to blame. People are angry and they're like, who do we blame?
And who do they blame?
It's very different because in the US, US blames someone different to the UK. So we have a historical cultural memory. In the UK, we have a cultural memory that the people to blame are the rich. So we have landlords and aristocrats.
Guys, we actually have a whole PDF here. There's a 49-page PDF in the description of this video. Guys, what? So this is what we have to rifle through to get. There we go. There we fucking go. Source the Heritage Foundation. Oh, fuck you.
Aristocracy and the landed gentry, those guys are to blame, right? So blame the rich is what we say in the UK. They have a very different view. Their cultural memory is that they're anti-government. They want limited government. In 2023, there was this song that came out called "Rich Men North of Richmond."
I wonder if Gary's gonna get any of his own graphs. I'll be interested to see that. Does Gary get any graphs from left-wing think tanks?
And it was the #1 song in America. And the lyrics of the song basically says, people in Washington...
Wait, he's talking about a sorry, he's talking about a song?
There was this song that came out called "They Want Limited Government." In 2023, there was this song that came out called "Rich Men North of Richmond," and it was the #1 song in America.
Oh no, not that one. Oh god, what?
And the lyrics of the song basically says, people in Washington do not care about working people. They are taxing everything we touch. You can't earn money. They depreciate the dollar. They tax, and they want to control our lives. Those are the lyrics of the songs, controlling our lives and taxing us. So the American reaction to this is, who's to blame? Government. So we want smaller government. We want a Department of Government Efficiency to come in. We want someone as a wrecking ball who will come in and smash government. The British instinct is hate the rich. It must be the rich's fault. So when we look for, like, all of the Western countries...
I mean, I wouldn't say that's exactly true of us. I mean, we keep voting in the Tories. We voted for Brexit. That was famously, all of that was famously funded by rich people. The same thing is going on here, I would say. It's just more, it's in more of a British way. We hate immigrants in much of a similar way as to what Americans do, and we hate them because we're told to by rich people. Like, the same thing is happening here. I wouldn't say that we don't like rich people here. I think that it's a very different... I think we worship them in a different way, though, because we wouldn't worship a rich person off the TV like Americans do. But what we do worship is like the royal family. We worship people who inherit their wealth and buy castles with it. That's what we do worship.
Implemented lower economic freedoms, created more poverty, less affluence, and more disruption to their economies. So both US and UK, for example, and Australia as well, but both sides of the pond want someone to blame. It's just that the Americans blame government and we blame the rich.
Gary, I'm sure you have a lot to say there. I know you both use the word collapsing, so you agree that there's a problem here, but I think you, from studying both of your sort of perspectives, you think that the solution and the cause of the problem is different.
I mean, I put bets on. That's what I do. I put bets on. At the beginning of COVID, we knew the government was going to give an enormous amount of money out.
Hey, thank you for the 100 bits. Ellie Benelli 3?
Total amount of money now. UK government deficit since the beginning of COVID is £1 trillion. US number is $14 trillion. That's, £20,000 per UK adult. My background is I understand that when the distribution gets worse, when inequality gets worse, living standards fall. So when the UK government was going to give £1 trillion out, all I wanted to know was who's going to end up with that money. That's all I wanted to know. And the US number, 13 trillion, 14 trillion, it's just outlandish. But I think the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my whole life was that at the beginning of COVID, the very beginning of COVID, we knew governments across the world were going to be giving out tens of trillions of pounds, dollars, euros. Nobody even thought to ask who's going to get tens of trillions richer. Nobody in the Conservatives, nobody in Labour, nobody in the Republicans, nobody in Democrats, nobody in the media, nobody in academia.
No, they thought if we just give it to all of the rich people, it'll all trickle down, obviously. I mean, I know that the past few decades have told us that doesn't really work, but if we keep on trying, then clearly it'll work at some point.
The central banks, nobody asked this. It's almost beautiful. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So I sat down and I did the analysis at the beginning. Because lockdown is essentially banning the spending of the rich and replacing that spending of the rich with printed money from government. What happens is the government gives workers money, they use that money to pay their bills, to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage. It goes to the rich can't spend it because they're locked indoors. And what you get is essentially an enormous amount of money from the government to the poor, to the rich. And this massive, massive transfer of wealth. That was so obviously going to happen at the beginning of COVID. Nobody discussed it, which I think is itself amazing. Let me ask you a question, right? If we were now to pause the economy for 2 years, and during that pause, massively increase wealth inequality, what do you think would happen to broad living conditions when we unpaused?
Well, see, one of the things that I think happened during the pandemic is everything went digital. And entrepreneurs and investors did.
He's always going on about this. He's like, God, you just need to tap into the new economy, which is the digitized economy. And if you look at the sort of advice that he sells constantly as his job, he's always telling people oh, you need to digitize, you need to take advantage of the new tech. That's why most people are poor nowadays, because they don't know how to take advantage of the new tech now.
Did actually think about what would happen. The investors immediately boomed stocks like Zoom and Microsoft, and we ended up with the Magnificent Seven. I don't know if there's 7 big tech.
All right, we've got information on the lower third again. The 7 dominant tech companies in the US, known as the Magnificent Seven. Magnificent. I can't talk. Magnificent Seven are Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, Nvidia, and Tesla. They play an important role in driving market growth. That statement in itself sounds so fucking biased. They play an important role in driving market growth. No, they don't. No, they don't. What they do is they play an important role in getting as much investment as possible from already rich people. And all those companies try and do is try and give as much return as possible to those investors. And what they'll do in the process of doing that is exploit the government and the government's policies and exploit customers as much as possible to give as much return as possible to their investors. Do you call that market growth? Really? Like, is that what you call market growth? It kind of comes down to what you consider market growth to be, because if you consider market growth to be actual like value being returned to customers, that's not what it is.
Tech companies in the USA market, and those big 7 companies have gone from 5 trillion valuation to 17 trillion valuation in the time of the pandemic. And if you think about what did the pandemic do, everyone had to work from home, so we all had to have Microsoft subscriptions. Everyone went onto websites, so we all went to AWS, Amazon. We all started buying and learning how to buy from Amazon rather than buying from our local high streets. Every business in the world figured out how to run their business remotely. We had this massive transformation. It was like, it's actually a wholesale transformation of society that we all learned how to live and work differently. I saw a boom in entrepreneurship. So
By the way, if you have a Microsoft 365 subscription, you might have found that they put the price up and they're forcing you to use their like AI tools. But what they actually did was they renamed their subscription model. So like basically so they put the price up of every tier of their subscription, right? So that they were basically forcing people who had a certain subscription to go up a tier and also have their AI tools. But they still had the lower tier available, but they made that really hard for consumers to work out because they gave it a different name. So like the tier that they forced people to move up to was given the same name, but the tier below that without all of the AI shit on it was given a different name. So what people had to actively do is downgrade their subscription on Microsoft 365 to the lower one that didn't have all of the AI shit on it. Like all of these tech companies, they're like basically forcing you to use all of this AI shit, and none of it works very well yet. I'm not saying that it will never work well, but it's certainly not working well yet. And that's because it's not been trained very well yet. And what it needs is your data to actually work well. And what they're actually getting really good at doing is getting you to pay to train their AI models. They're getting you to pay because it's so expensive to train an AI model. They're figuring out ways to get you to pay them via subscription models to train their AI. But pro tip, if you have Microsoft 365, you can go down a tier and it gets rid of all the AI shit and you don't have to do that. And also you pay less money.
I saw as an entrepreneur accelerator, someone who runs an entrepreneur accelerator, is just there was this sudden boom in people launching businesses, setting up Shopify accounts, setting up YouTube businesses. So the money really has moved from the traditional economy, the 2019 high street economy, over to the digital economy. And what we see is that the investors know what's going on and they just invest in this Magnificent Seven company. I think 50% of the gains of the S&P 500 is tech companies. So all the money just goes flooding into the technology companies. My belief is that technology is really dividing people. That essentially if you take anyone from any background, if they work in technology, if they're in media, tech, finance, any of that stuff that operates online, they tend to actually do pretty well after the pandemic.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think the average Brit, American, Australian, wherever the person out there is watching, if they quit their job and go work in tech, do you think they'll be able to get financial security relatively easily?
Depends when you define financial security. The issue with house prices...
The ability to raise a family, have a home.
Yeah. So having a home is a big issue, right? So here's what I see with houses, because houses annoy me as well. My dad bought a house for $18,000, which is about £10,000 or less than £10,000, and it's probably worth over $1 million today. So something went on, and this, by the way, is not UK specific. The socialist countries had house prices go through the roof. If you go to Norway or Sweden, their house prices grew by 600%.
It's like I was talking to my dad recently about like when he and my mum bought a house, obviously many, many, many decades ago. I'm not sure which decade they bought a house, but like obviously, like I think they must have bought it for like 30 grand or something. Obviously very cheap compared to now. But he was also telling me that back in those days you'd get it on a mortgage, obviously, but he said back in those days his mortgage would cost him like a third of his income. I think he said a third. I don't know. It was like a massive, like way more of a percentage of his monthly income than what generally is your mortgage nowadays. But I guess that only sort of like, in a way, like that makes it sound like what we have now is better because it's generally less than a third of your income. Well, I guess it depends on your situation, doesn't it? But I guess it's generally less than a third of your monthly income that you pay towards your mortgage. This is also probably different in lots of different countries. But my point is that since then, not only have house prices increased, but also the amount that we can put on the mortgage has obviously increased a hell of a lot because like our monthly payments are being squeezed as much as possible. And therefore, that means that the banks can charge us a hell of a lot more interest as well because we can put a hell of a lot more on the mortgage than we used to be able to do.
It's happening everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's not specific to anywhere. It's happening everywhere.
But what happened? What has definitely happened in the UK is we actually have a housing traffic jam. So in this country, in the UK, we have 9.5 million homes that have 2 or more spare bedrooms. Big family homes have 2 or more spare bedrooms. And when you look into who owns those houses, 78% of housing wealth is baby boomers. And now, anecdotally, I take my kids trick-or-treating at Halloween, and we go down a street that is big family homes, and you go knock on the doors, and it's all people over 65, right? And they're living in a big family home with empty spare bedrooms.
You think the average American over 65 is living luxuriously?
The average American over 65, so more than...
We've got another information bar. In the first quarter of 2024, baby boomers held 51.8% of total United States wealth, while millennials owned approximately 9.4%, despite both generations comprising nearly equal portions of the US population.
And half of the US economy is in the hands of baby boomers, right? So they own all the houses. The houses got bought up cheap. Baby boomers still own those houses to this day. The big family homes with multiple spare...
Like that is true of my parents. They still own the house that I grew up in, and they've paid off the mortgage, and they don't see the point in moving out. They don't see any point in downsizing. They live in a four bedroom house. It's nothing special, but like, it's, to be fair, it's the kind of house that I think a lot of people would feel really privileged to have. And honestly, like, they're retired, they don't need a 4-bedroom house, but they don't see the point in selling it. There is no incentive for them to sell their house.
Their bedrooms are empty, and now that creates this traffic jam where people my age...
My grandparents,
yeah,
they all owned property. All of them. All 4 of them died with nothing. Because that wealth which they had in property was used in equity release schemes. It was used in paying through their retirement. It was used in end-of-life care.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Like, my parents are not at the age yet where they even have to think about end of life care, but they'll eventually get to that point. My grandparents are certainly at that point. And me and all of my cousins, like the people in my generation of the family, and even my mum and dad, they're like, you guys are so old now that you need to get into care. Like, but they're reluctant to sell their house because they're like, no, we want to be able to like pass some wealth on down to the grandkids after we pass away. So we don't want to sell the house and like spend it on end of life care. And I hate that has to be. You know, a thing that they consider. Like, they want to leave something to us, so they don't want to like actually get end of life care that they obviously actually need. And like we are honestly, like, we're all saying to them, grandma, granddad, go into care. Like, we don't want your money. Please get care. Like, we're fine, we're doing okay. But they don't want to, because they're like, no, we want to like leave you some inheritance. But yeah, it's shitty that like, yeah, when you get to that age, you even have to like consider that.
I think when those old people die, young people today will be rich.
There is half the economy held by baby boomers. It's either going to be passed down or passed into the aged care industry or passed into
there's also the idea of like when you get to like your 80s, you can also get very steadfast in the sort of mindset of like, I want to like retain my autonomy and I don't want somebody to like take me to the toilet. I think that's also a big part of it as well.
Issue of why we can't get homes. Two things. Government massively inflated the value of homes through debt. So they just injected like low interest rates that you're involved in.
Who is the debt to?
Well, the debt is to anyone who can take out a loan, because if 0% interest rates or 2% interest rates...
Do you think it's the debt to ordinary families? Do you think the ordinary families are the creditors?
When you say ordinary families, you mean bottom third?
So if your average British or American family now has £500,000 of debt,
it's anyone
who has the credit?
It's anyone who could get their, at that particular time, anyone who could get their hands on a loan to buy a house.
But who has the credit? Who is on the other side of the debt? So if the average British family has £500,000 in debt,
a banking license.
Does the average British family have £500,000 of credit?
Well, a lot of people have got a lot of equity in their home now.
You think the average British family is sitting on £500,000 cash?
I'd love to look at what the actual number is, but it's a couple of 100,000 worth of equity. 78.
But what about the credit on the loan? The credit on the loan. Who owns the credit on the loan?
But bear in mind, it's disproportionately older people. So 78%.
So you think the average British old person is sitting on millions of pounds of cash?
Not millions of cash, no, equity.
Well, someone is on the other side of those mortgages.
Just want to say, the difference is if you inflate the value of a house, you don't have cash, you have a house that's worth a lot of money. So 78% of home ownership wealth is in the hands of people over 65 now.
In 2021 to 22, 9.3 million homes in England were underoccupied, making up 39% of households. A report showed that homeowners aged 65 plus combined, with those aged 50 to 64 control 78% of the UK's privately held housing wealth.
Oh, it's baby boomer generation. And they got a great gift from the government, which is the government said, we're going to just give free loans away. If someone previously could have only afforded to take out a 200 grand loan, with low interest rates, they can afford a 300 grand loan.
Do you think it's okay that the average British or American young person will never own any wealth?
The issue is not whether it's okay or not. The issue is what do you do about it?
Do you own wealth?
I've got wealth, yeah.
Do you own wealth?
But it depends what you call wealth.
I do.
Yeah.
So
Stephen owns an ear beads company that he invested in on Dragon's Den. Did you know that? It's a company where you put little beads on your ear, right? And then magically, you're cured of ME.
So do we, three multimillionaires, do we think it's okay that the average Brit or American young person will never own any wealth?
To me, that's
because I don't think that's okay.
To me, that's not the debate.
But is it okay?
It's not. Well, it's not okay. No, we want widespread affluence.
What? I mean, that's some Stephen Bartlett law. Hang on. I'll tell you how ethical Stephen Bartlett is. I'll tell you how ethical Stephen Bartlett is right now. How Dragon's Den backed a scam. This morning, I can't with this morning because they will completely nuke the stream if I even click on that for 1 second. But basically, a woman. This is the woman. He invested in this woman's business. Just watch this.
Our needle-free form of acupuncture that you can apply at home on your own. We sell ear seed kits, which come with 20 ear seeds and instructions on how to apply them, as well as ear maps which show you where they need to go for a variety of different health concerns, including insomnia, anxiety, stress, pain, addiction, and more. Ear seeds are a needle-free form of acupuncture that you can apply at home on your own. We sell ear seeds.
And more, she means literally ME. Like, one of the worst afflictions people can get, like, oh.
Would you rather that the people who currently are multimillionaires, would you rather that all of the wealth was owned by their kids?
I think that the way you see the world as a trader is that the world is a zero-sum game, and that there's basically the pie is a fixed pie and it gets sliced up.
How fast is the pie growing now?
There's something like this.
What's UK GDP growth at the moment?
Yeah, it's not high, right?
1%. How much did your wealth grow in the last year?
Exponentially.
Okay, so if my wealth probably grew about 20% in the last year,
Yeah.
maybe 30. Okay, if our wealth is growing 30% and the economy is growing at 1%, where's it coming from if it's not coming from our viewers?
So I'll tell you where my wealth comes from. My wealth comes from building technology.
Oh!
And the way it works is pretty weird, which is that I invent something.
If only everybody was doing what I was doing, then the UK's GDP growth would also be exponential. Because that's how it fucking works, guys.
Out of my head. And I go to investors and I say to the investors, here's what we're going to create. And I give them a spreadsheet. And then they say, we'll give you a couple of $100,000 to get started, which is called seed capital. But that on paper makes me worth a couple of million, right?
Nice.
But there's nothing has been taken from anyone at this point. The investors have said, okay, we'll invest some money. Then as the business succeeds, some more investors come along and they say, we'll give you a little bit more money to keep growing it. And I'm innovating something new. And let's say investors come in and give me £1 million and for 10% of the company, and the rest of the company is worth £9 million or $9 million, right? So I'm not stealing something from the existing economy. I'm bringing something from outside of the economy into the economy. And my quote unquote net worth is growing exponentially because investors say, we'll give you a little bit of money that values the rest of the pie at a lot of money. But
so
there's
everyone's getting richer.
In the wealth there's wealth extraction, which is what traders do. They extract from the existing economy, and they bet on the economy. And then there's wealth creation, which what entrepreneurs do. They come up with new ideas, better ways of doing things, and they build wealth.
So do you think the reason our viewers, the average Brit or American, are getting poorer is because they don't know how to create wealth?
No, the reason people are getting poorer is because economic freedoms are being eroded.
Ah!
When we have high economic
And you associate
freedom,
that with taxes?
well, anything that it could be anything that impacts economic freedom. So taxes and regulations are big.
Was economic freedom higher in the 50s?
50s was okay. So 50s was a interesting time. We were in food rations in this country till 1956. So we had 10 years of food rations after the war. We had a labour shortage because only really men.
That's what I love about this guy. So he looks into the past with like a lot of his with a lot of the opinions he gives on things. He looks to the past and he goes, oh, look what happened before. Look what happened before when this happened. And like he'll use the Industrial Revolution as an example. And he'll be like, oh, loads of people got rich during the Industrial Revolution because they harnessed that new technology as soon as it came out. And they took advantage of it, and everybody else was left behind because they didn't want to take advantage of this new technology that came out. And the exact same thing is happening right now. And the people that don't want to harness AI and all of the tech that's coming out right now, they're just going to get left behind. But then, like, when Gary says something else about the past, that he's like, well, that doesn't track with what your theory is, he'll be like, oh, well, you can't look at the past in that way. Like, because that was like a really different time. So like you can't like take that as an example. That was a different past time. That's not one of the past times that I was talking about. That's a different kind of past time. You see? You see what I'm saying?
And worked, women hadn't entered the workforce in mass. There had been 300,000 or 400,000 men killed in war. So we actually had this big labour shortage. The whole country needed to rebuild because of the Blitz had bombed it. So we had this huge need for economic activity and not enough people to do it. We only had 2% unemployment. People who had had their legs blown off were put to work at that particular time. So we had this boom, this post-war boom, and we also had the post-war baby boom, which drove consumption. And then when we got to the 60s,
Everyone
we had
was
the roaring 60s or the swinging 60s, right? Pretty amazing time in Britain. And along comes high taxes.
And then we carried on fucking. But then the taxes were raised and nobody was horny anymore.
And they put up the taxes massively at the end of the 60s, and it pretty much crashed the economy. One of the things that happened...
So what were the tax rates in the 50s?
Well, they went up as high as 80 to 90% for the top,
In the 50s?
for the top earners.
In the 1950s and 1960s, the UK imposed exceptionally high marginal tax rates on top of earners. Not on top of earners. I'm still thinking in horny terms. Sorry, we're not on top of earners. On top earners. In 1957 to 58, the highest rate stood at 92.5%, peaking at 96.25% in 1965 to 66. Sounds pretty base to me.
I think it was in the 60s.
You sure about that?
Like, I think the 50s are unique.
What is the answer, Gary? I feel like you know.
They went up after the war.
They went up after the war.
Well, in the US, actually, tax rates started to go up before the war.
But also the size of government as a percentage of GDP was like 30%. It was a tiny, like we are now 45% of the UK economy is government spending. We have got a massive
And who funds that spending?
Debt. The Bank of England allows them to print endless amounts of debt, which
Just debt?
deflates.
No taxes?
Gary, I want to get your opinion here because you're asking a lot of questions, but I actually don't know your opinion.
I just want to know what Daniel thinks, and I want our viewers to be able to research Daniel's opinions.
Well, but how do you disagree with those opinions?
Listen, Daniel's a businessman. He's obviously a very successful businessman. You know, I've not been anywhere. I'm not a businessman. I'm not going to pretend to be a businessman. I'm an economist. I make money by being right in the economy. Daniel's a good businessman, and I'm right on the economy. You know, it's as simple as that, basically. You know, I'm not a good businessman, but I've got 15 years of being right on this, on the economy. And look, I know you're probably a wealthy man. You probably don't want to pay high taxes. You probably don't want your kids to pay high taxes. But we exist in an economy where wealth is being extracted out of the middle class, out of the working class, very, very rapidly. It's benefiting people like the three of us at this table. It will benefit our kids. You know, our kids will be rich, their kids will be poor. And I just think we should be honest with them. Capitalism's finished. We won. Well done, Stephen. Well done, Daniel. Well done, Gary. It's over now. Our kids will be rich. Their kids will be poor. They'll pay the taxes. We won't pay the taxes. We'll avoid it. I'll make money betting on it year after year. Why are we lying to them? Why are we lying to them?
Yeah, I think that's an overly simplified view of things.
It's an overly simplified view of things that has made me a multimillionaire.
Yeah, well, look, entrepreneurs take bets on the economy as well. We take bets differently. When we start a company, we're betting on how the economy
Do you think the average British and American worker at the 50th percentile, do you think their kids will be richer than they are?
It depends if we have economic freedom or not, right? We're going to have a split test on this.
Do you think we will?
Right. We're going to have a split test. We're going to have, the UK seems like we're going to have more taxes, more regulations. And it seems like the US is going to have less taxes and less regulations. Here's what I've noticed. I've noticed that places like Singapore that have small governments have got widespread affluence. There's not a lot of poverty in Singapore.
Yeah, except for the cleaners living in the closets, yeah.
You know, look...
But we don't count them in the statistics, just like we don't count our viewers.
That's not widespread in Singapore.
Well, there's a lot of people... Whoa.
Where did he get that from? The fucking Heritage Foundation or the fucking Fraser Institute, possibly?
I've seen him in the closets. I've seen him in the closets.
There are some...
But they're not Singaporeans.
Well, also...
We only count the rich ones.
Look, the issue is that they've come from even worse conditions in many cases. People move to Singapore for an increase in lifestyle, right? You could take Ireland or Switzerland, right? Economically free places. Ireland was economically in a disaster.
Do you think the average Irish person lives well?
Well, their economy
50th
almost
Irish person lives well.
Their economy almost collapsed in 2011, and they went down the road of lower taxes, lower regulations, and they attracted all sorts of businesses into the economy.
And do you think that works well for the average Irishman who doesn't own a home in Dublin?
Yeah, like my AdSense payments from Google, they come from Google Ireland now. They did attract a lot of corporational investment because they lowered corporation tax significantly. I can't remember how low they made it, but they lowered it significantly. But like, whether that really benefited the country of Ireland overall is very contested, because many Irish people will say that Ireland is fucked, and it's you know, it's not like they're a fucking Eden. It's not like they're living in a utopia in Ireland right now.
If you measure everything by home ownership,
I'm measuring people by the average. I want to know what the average man or woman in Dublin today lives like.
By the way, I'm also furious about the home ownership thing. Everyone is. I think it's utterly ridiculous the way, like the idea that homes are now worth 10 times the average wage, all of that. The difference is I blame government for that. I blame high taxes where because of high taxes, they can take out more debt. They can then inflate the economy.
So do you think if we shrink the government, if we start to slash government spending, do you think that would improve living conditions?
Well, the UK government is 45% of the economy. Like, that's a huge government. It's
so do you think
biggest
US
since World
living
War
conditions
II.
will increase in the next few years because we have a US government now that's planning to slash the US government?
Well, that's what the US voters have asked for.
Do you think it will improve living conditions?
Do I think it'll improve
for the average American?
If there's smaller government? Yeah, I trust markets.
So you think the average US American will be richer in 3 years than they are now?
Here's what I trust. I trust economic freedom. If people have freedom, they create better decisions for their own life. There's two ways to make decisions, right? There's two ways.
Do you have freedom?
I got less freedom than I did when I arrived. Just
because my sister can't pay.
I fucking hate the word freedom. It just means such a different thing to everybody who says it. Like, freedom to do fucking what? There are so many subcategories to the word freedom.
Pay the rent. Is that freedom?
If you're living in a country...
She can't afford to live in the city that she was born in.
I agree. You and I agree on the problem. You keep bringing back to the problem.
I keep bringing it back to people because the people who watch... We're millionaires, okay? The people who watch us are mostly not millionaires. Is life going to get better for them?
Life will get better if you are connected to the most productive parts of the economy. If you pretend that it's 1955 and you recreate the post-war era conditions, if you try to go back to 1955, I don't think that's going to work.
So let me ask on that then, the point about if you're connected to the most productive parts of the economy. I was quite surprised when I was doing some research on this to find that there's quite big differences between the UK and the US in terms of GDP growth. In Q4 2024, the US economy grew by 0.6%, while the UK growth was 0.1%. So they're doing significantly better in that regard. US GDP per head stands at $82,000 per head, whereas the UK stands at $49,000 per head. And stock market.
And wasn't it Biden that did most of that growth? Like, it was the Biden administration that actually sort of worked to get America out of the post-COVID growth.
Market performance, which is an indication of, I guess, whatever, rose by 300%
with regulations and stuff.
100% in the US, whereas the FTSE 100 declined by 20%, which is the UK stock market. Productivity growth since 2018, productivity increased by 30% in the United States, which has outpaced the UK. And lastly, income growth. Since 2007, American income per head has increased by 72%, while it has decreased by 2% in the UK in dollar terms. So they seem to be doing better if you just look at the economy. Why is that? Is that because they lean more into technology and to innovation and entrepreneurship? And is it because of the things you were saying earlier about their attitude towards the government, like reduce government spending versus tax the rich? Why? I'm keen to hear Gary's view on this because I understand yours because you've just said it.
Yeah, I think these are great statistics. And of course, the US has a strong reputation.
The US also has like literally all of the big tech companies. All of the big tech companies. And that doesn't mean that, you need to be an entrepreneur who harnesses the new technology now to get out of the to get out of this system. Because, like, obviously all of the tech companies that were already big have just got bigger. all of these ones that are based in the US, they've just massively got bigger because they've found a way to harness people's data. They've realized that data is far more important than anything. It's all about data. And Meta and Google, they've realized that all you need is people's fucking data. And then you can make loads of fucking money out of it. Like, people really underestimate the power of data and how important it is. And like the fact that all of the tech CEOs were like at the inauguration on the front row should really make that so obvious to you. The fact that Zuck was there, Bezos was there, like the people with your data are the richest people in the world, and that is no fucking coincidence. Data is king. The reason that you can watch YouTube videos, the reason that you can watch this fucking stream for free right now is because Google wants your data, baby. They just really love mining that data from you. They want to see what you're interested in so they can serve you ads. That's why you can watch this shit for free. That's why you can watch it on Twitch for free, because they want your data, baby. They just want your data.
Being very free markets and being very small states. In the last 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, we've had a UK government that has been aggressively slashing the state. And the US...
state's bigger than ever. It's 45% of the economy.
And the US, we had a government in the last 4 years which has been running a massive, massive deficit. So in that period of time, it appears the government which has been aggressively increasing its deficit has massively overperformed the government which has been aggressively slashing the state. That's what it looks to be from the last... I mean, Joe Biden enormously increased the deficit, enormously. And the Conservatives were austerity government for 14 years. Which one seems to have given the better numbers?
Well, I mean, they were austerity in name only. They went from 30%, the state was 30% of GDP
So do you
to
think,
45% of
government
GDP.
services are better funded now?
The government is terrible at doing most things. That's the problem. You don't want
You don't
government...
think that spending on government services has been slashed?
Let me zoom out a little.
Do you think the police spending's been slashed?
Oh, police spending is definitely...
Do you think education spending's been slashed?
Do you know where it ends up? It ends up with, like, big corporates, big consulting, who get paid $50 million to produce a report to tell government something. Right? All of these big... I won't name names, but all the big consulting firms, they're all bloodsuckers to government. They know that the money's in the government, and they set up business models to extract that money from government. And it also is in the financial trading side of things. One of the issues that we've got, right, and this is a big issue as well, because you care about wealth inequality. One of the biggest issues I see is that during the pandemic, we all learnt to work remotely, and remote work became the norm. And what I see at the moment is huge amounts of what would have been normal British jobs are going to the Philippines, going to India, going to Vietnam, people who work remotely now.
All right, I'm going to go for a wee. Hang on. BRB.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. right now. I'm making hits. I can't talk 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 right now. I'm making hits.
All right. Let's go.
We now have 1,000 millionaires a month leaving to go to Dubai. We have 120,000 British people living in Dubai.
Why would you choose to live in Dubai? Like, why? Why? Dubai seems like the worst place on earth for me. Like, unless you're literally the worst person on, unless you're literally one of those awful entrepreneur Lamborghini guys. Why would you ever choose to live in Dubai?
In that economy, the world's become incredibly mobile. And one of the things that's happening is that what would have previously been good British jobs are getting moved overseas to lower cost countries. And that's technology that drives that wedge. The US is very smart in that they've built a technology powerhouse, and the UK has completely lost our technology industry. Our tech industry is in decline, same across Europe.
It keeps on going on about like you need to harness technology. Everyone needs to harness technology. Like, technology has already been harvested by a few companies. The companies who already have your data. They are the ones who have harnessed it. And literally nobody else is going to be able to get their hands on the same amount of data as like Google or Meta have. Like, there is no way that as a new startup, you're going to get your hands on enough data. Like, all you'd ever really be able to do, like, all you'd ever hope to do at most is eventually get to the point where, like, Google or Meta offers to buy your company, so then they can actually make it profitable because they have the data. Like, we're in an absolute monopoly under these companies, and this guy's like, oh, you know what, it's okay. So, like, you just need to like take advantage of this new technological revolution that we've got. Like, that's already happened, and it's happened in the hands of a few companies, and there's basically nothing we can do about it.
China and the US know that the game is tech, and they're basically pulling all the tech company into their borders. And what's happening a lot is the erosion of good jobs and the erosion of just normal, well-paying jobs because they're going. And it's a bit of a self-fulfilling loop that the more we lose millionaires, the tax burden falls on everyone else, so they put the taxes up, and then the millionaires say, oh, the taxes are too high, so they leave. I've watched some of the most incredible entrepreneurs that you would want here that would employ your system.
That's a common argument of people who say don't tax the rich because they'll all leave the country. That's not proven at all. Like, for some reason, like as soon as they start quoting that as a supposed fact, as soon as you start taxing the rich in the UK, they'll all just leave and they'll go to other countries. They don't actually, like, they don't have any kind of statistic to back up that supposed fact that they always come out with all the time. Like, they've never gone and asked every millionaire in the UK, would you leave if you were taxed more? Like, they've got no statistic to back that up. Maybe there is somewhere, but I doubt that a lot of them will leave their home country, the country where they've got all of their business connections and they've got all of their family connections and all of their social connections. I doubt all of them would immediately leave the UK and be like, fuck this. I think a lot of them would swallow it, to be honest. Like, some of them would leave, sure, but I think a lot of them will swallow it, and they really sort of overemphasize that they just kind of make it seem like they'd all just fuck off immediately as soon as we started taxing them. Like, there's this political action group in the UK which is like, I've forgotten what they're called, but I've actually spoken to a couple of them. They're like UK millionaires, and they're part of this group which advocate for taxation. So they will like literally write letters to MPs, and they'll like campaign to be taxed more. They're like, there's like a group of millionaires in the UK that are like, hey guys, please tax me. I don't need all of this money. Please tax me. But you know, it doesn't work because politicians obviously just actually don't want to tax millionaires because those are their mates, and those are the ones that are funding them, I guess, at the end of the day.
At a high rate, and they've picked up and left because the taxes are too high.
So are you saying we should tax working people less?
Well, the overall government has to be smaller.
Okay.
You can't. Whoever's
so what do you want to cut in the government?
If you yeah.
Patriotic millionaires, aren't they the American ones? I think the UK ones have a different name, right?
Well, I mean, you'd have to
Child services.
We'd have to no
Police.
No. Well,
education.
No,
NHS.
All I know is this:
pensions.
You go to Switzerland, they spend
Welfare for single mothers.
25%.
Disabled benefits. What do you want to cut?
Hold up. All I know is in Switzerland.
I'll tell you what I want to do.
The government is 25%.
I want to cut the taxes on those entrepreneurs and raise the taxes on the billionaires.
Yeah.
Because I worked my tits off.
How many billionaires are in the UK?
There's a lot of billionaires in the UK.
It's 150.
Yeah, so tax them all. What do they pay?
Yeah.
Listen, I
That's
got my tits
far
off,
too many.
and I paid, it was 50% top rate tax.
Isn't that like equivalent to having 150,000 millionaires? Right? A billion is 1,000 million. So having 150 billionaires is like having 150,000 millionaires.
50% top rate tax plus national insurance. 60.
Is my maths correct there? I'm no Gary.
So a million a year.
To bring my family out of poverty. At the same time, the Duke of Westminster inherited £10 billion and paid nothing. Do you think that's fair?
That's not true.
Okay, why is it not true?
Because the Duke of Westminster is one of the highest taxpayers in the country.
What does he pay?
I would prefer to have 150,000 millionaires than 150 billionaires. For sure.
Well, on the trust, the growth...
Like, is he trying to make it sound like that's not a lot? Because 150 billionaires is an insane amount when there should be 0 billionaires. 0.
in their estate. Okay. They don't pay inheritance tax because trusts can't die. They pay something called periodic taxes.
Trusts are subject to inheritance tax, which, rather than a 40% tax upon death, involves a periodic charge of 6% every 10 years. Additionally, tax is applied when assets are added to or removed from a trust.
Which is how much?
Great.
6% every 10 years.
6%, so they pay 0.6% a year. So I paid 60% and this guy pays 0.6%.
Apples with apples. Inheritance tax is 40% across the course of your life. If a trust is, if a person lives who owns a trust for 70 years, then 6% times 7 would be 42. So they actually pay more.
So he pays 0.6% a year.
Pro-rated.
You're telling me 0.6%.
But that would be the same as...
What percent did I pay per year?
No. But that's...
60%.
Hold up.
So you're saying I pay, what's 60 over 0.6?
No.
100 times the tax rate.
You're not comparing apples with apples.
Wait, why is it not apples with apples? This guy pays 0.6% a year. I paid 60% a year.
That's inheritance tax.
I paid that 60% every year, Daniel. Every year I paid it.
You're paying income tax.
So why have I paid...
The Duke of Westminster
why do I pay more than him?
The Duke of Westminster pays income tax. He probably makes your bill blush.
Yeah? You think he pays income tax?
Yeah, well, if he's going to live, he has to withdraw money to have his income. He also... Let me give you a list of all the taxes he would pay. He'd pay income tax, corporate tax. He'd pay stamp duty when he buys a building. He pays any of the other taxes, VAT when he spends money. All the same taxes apply to a duke as they apply to anybody else.
So you think he pays income tax on the income on that?
Any income he draws.
Okay, well, our viewers can research whether he pays income tax on his income. Because I don't think he does.
I mean, how could he not?
It's in a trust. It's in a trust.
But the only difference with a trust versus income is that the trust pays periodic tax versus inheritance tax.
At 0.6%.
But we're only talking inheritance. That's just one type of tax.
So you think he's paying 60% on his income?
He's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. I'm not like his big fan club, but the truth is he's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. He's one of the biggest employers in the UK. He's one of the biggest
landowners in the UK.
Landowners in the UK, right? The issue is does he pay tax? All the same taxes that apply to you apply to him. And if you want to set up a trust, you can also pay periodic taxes as well, which would be on top of all the other taxes.
So what would you say?
But it's just not true that he doesn't pay tax.
No, what would you say? This guy, he's inherited £10 billion. So he's worth £10 billion. What would you say will be the total amount of tax he will pay in his lifetime?
Well, I know that just the smallest...
If I make £10 billion, I'm paying 60%.
Just one sec. You're talking about income versus the transfer of an estate.
So why is it that the Duke of Westminster can be worth £10 billion?
You're comparing your income versus the amount he inherited, which is not a fair thing. That's not income.
Because that's his income.
Inheritance is not income.
So wait. So if I get given £10 billion, I don't pay any tax. But if I work for £10 billion, I pay 60%.
If you inherit
If this is the tax system that you want, you will end up in a system where the kids of the rich will own everything.
I'm just saying
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That is like literally what British people believe, though. That's why like all the farmers are protesting, because like farmers buy loads of land because land is worth a fuck ton of money. And the reason that they buy a fuck ton of land is so that they can pass it on without inheritance tax to their kids. Because there's this sort of like belief that you should be able to just pass wealth down to your kids without your kids ever working for that wealth and without your kids ever having to pay tax on that wealth. There is just like general belief that you should be able to do that in the UK. Like if you're incredibly rich, like if there's a family history of like owning castles or something, then there is this sort of like belief that you should be able to pass it on to your kids without the government ever taking any of it. And there's this sort of like emotional there's a lot of like emotional sort of like family bound feelings behind it. Like you should be able to like pass all of your hard work onto your children without the government taking any of it. And it's, yeah, there is that belief, and it's seen as like a completely different thing as to like the money that you earn yourself. But it's not really, like, honestly, I think that you should be taxed on it. I think inheritance tax should be a thing. And also it's like, it about, isn't it like less than 3% of estates are subject to inheritance tax anyway? Like it's a very small amount of tax that gets paid through inheritance tax. Most people don't have to pay any inheritance tax at all because they never accumulate enough wealth in order to have to pay it.
And that's fine because that's our kids.
You're not telling the truth about his
Let's support it. Let's have a tax system where your kids and my kids and Stephen's kids are multimillionaires, and these guys out there can't afford to feed their kids and put the heat in.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you will get.
That's not what I'm saying.
That is what you will get. Listen, that's what I'm betting on. That's fine because I'll make money in the markets. It's fine. And you'll make money and you'll make money. It's our viewers who will be poor, and that's fine. That's fine. It's fine for us.
Let's explore the other alternative, right? So let's say tax the rich, right? Yeah. So let's play the game of tax the rich.
Tax the owners, not the workers.
Yeah. So
the owners.
So the issue that we have with the rich is that the number one most valuable assets in the economy now are intangible assets. So there's this chart called the S&P 500 of the 500 richest countries in the world, in the US. Sorry, in 1970s. 75% of the value of the S&P 500 was physical assets like property, and today it's less than 10%. It's closer to 5%.
So you think that housing is not particularly important?
This guy got a graph again. He got his own little graph on screen. Where are Gary's graphs? Where are Gary's graphs? I'm gonna try and see where that graph came from.
Just let's stick with what I'm saying.
Okay.
The powerhouse, the engine room of the economy is digital assets, and that's reflected in the S&P 500, for example, which is 95% intangible assets. One of the issues that we have is that the richest people are completely mobile now, so they can be absolutely anywhere in the world. So if you come up with this idea of let's tax richest people 1%, if a tiny proportion of them leave, we're all in trouble. So
these really rich guys, what do they own?
Companies.
And why are those companies worth money?
Because investors say they are.
And where do the revenues come from?
Globally.
Okay.
The issue is that these companies operate globally now.
So if
like,
I'm a billionaire...
take my company, for example.
Yeah.
My company has 8,000 customers in 150 countries.
Okay.
We could be anywhere. If you push a button...
What country is your biggest single revenue source?
Probably the US now.
Let's say you move to Cayman Islands and the US says, we're going to tax your revenue at point of sale. What can you do?
Well, that's different, right? Because that's not taxing billionaires, that's taxing companies. You see, when you say tax the rich on their wealth, that's different to saying tax companies a consumption tax.
Oh, but you just said the rich own companies. You said that's what they own.
Yeah, but you're saying, how do you tax them, right? So do you tax their wealth, which is what they own, or do you tax the companies where they trade? Typically, consumption taxes get passed on to consumers.
Oh, it's not a consumption tax, it's the tax on the ownership.
Yeah, but if you simply say, when you're doing revenues, then that's a consumption tax.
If we start to tax the profits of companies...
By the way, I'm not exactly against you on companies. I think it's disgusting that a British company can take out a Facebook ad to sell to a British consumer a British product, and Facebook pretends to be in Ireland on that transaction. And Amazon, you can buy something on Amazon in Britain from a British supplier, from a British warehouse, and Amazon pretends to be in Luxembourg in that situation. And that sucks, right? Like that does not seem fair. And it strikes me as very strange that the government is okay with that. Right now, the government is chasing down mums and dads who sell a few things on eBay and chasing them for taxes, but they don't talk to eBay. They're paranoid about someone doing a little bit of a side hustle on Facebook, but Facebook's fine to pretend to be in Ireland. So I don't agree with all of that, right? Like, I think we're missing some serious tricks here. But the idea with taxing billionaires at wealth, billionaires will just leave. They just get up and leave, and not just billionaires.
But what do billionaires own?
Again, that is an assumption. That's just an assumption. Like, they actually don't know that, because billionaires do actually have a lot of ties to the countries that they made their billions in. Like, so we just don't know that. Like, I can imagine it's much easier to be a billionaire in America than it is to be a billionaire in some like third world country. Like, I would imagine it would make it a lot harder to be a billionaire.
Billionaires own?
Companies.
And where do companies get their money from?
Revenues.
And where do the revenues come from?
Purchasing. People purchasing.
And where do those people live?
All over the world.
We can tax them at that point.
Well, that's consumption tax.
This is the thing.
That's a consumption tax.
No, it's not. It's a tax on
VAT is a tax on
you
revenues.
Can tax these guys on profits based on where the revenues come from.
So it's very easy to move profits internationally. See, Stephen had a Starbucks cup. When he buys that Starbucks, it's bought from a British company who licenses the Starbucks logo from Luxembourg or somewhere like that. So 15%. So here we are saying, oh, we're going to tax their profits. They say, oh, I wish we were profitable. Sorry. Unfortunately, we had to do that licensing deal with that international corporation.
I know how profit shifting works. Okay, so are you telling me a company is selling to the UK, the US, enormous amount of profit in the US, and they turn around and say, actually, our profit's not in the US. You think the US is incapable of going and looking if that's seeing where the profit is?
I'm not saying that you can't do this. I'm saying that the benefits of doing it, it's so hard to tax wealth, for example, or it's so hard to tax millionaires and billionaires that...
Tesla's not making Elon rich because of purchasing. Yeah, I mean, that proves my point. Like, with how rich Elon Musk is, and with how much people invest in stock in Tesla, you would expect people, like everyone, to be driving Tesla cars. Like, literally everyone. But they're not. Like, Tesla cars are not like, the people who drive Tesla cars is not proportionate to how rich Elon Musk is, or how much money Elon has in Tesla stocks. It's just not proportional. What he's managed to do is swindle the American government and their schemes on electric cars to pump up the value of his stock. And he's also paired that with sort of Ponzi scheming himself to the top a little bit by making endless promises that he never delivers on. So people keep on investing in his company, and it doesn't really matter whether he ever delivers on those promises or not, like tunnels under the ground or whatever the fuck, or robots. It doesn't fucking matter whether he delivers on it, because people will invest based on his promises for whatever reason. Like Elon Musk can promise whatever the fuck he wants, and people will, for some reason, believe him, and he will just get richer and richer and richer. And he's only done that because he's only been able to do that because he's in America, and he's been able to swindle the American government and a hell of a lot of American investors. So like, and that's true of like a lot of billionaires, like to a lesser extent, but it's true of a lot of other billionaires as well. Like they're swindling the governments of the companies, the governments of the countries that they're living in. So it's not like as soon as you taxed them a bit more, they'd all of a sudden leave, because the reason that they made all of that wealth in the first place is because of the country that they were living in, and all of the connections that they made, and all of the policies that they probably exploited to get to where they are. So it's very sort of like oversimplified assumption to say that billionaires would just leave because you tax them more. You probably could tax them more, but governments won't, because they're scared of them. They're just scared of them.
That you end up cutting off your nose to spite your face. For every, like, if we create Britain, for example, and we build a brand which is that we're anti-wealth, we don't want you to ever have more than 10 million. If you've got more than 10 million, we punish you. Every young entrepreneur who comes to me and says, Dan, do you think I should start a company here in this country? I'm going to say, well, if you do, they'll take it. As soon as you start to make it, they'll take it. If you're successful, if you get investment, they're going to tax you at your wealth. If you sell the company, they're going to take it off you. I'm going to basically say to that young entrepreneur, don't build your business in Britain. Go start it somewhere that they're more proactive and positive towards entrepreneurs.
Are we seeing that now with this, they call it the millionaire exodus, which is, for people that don't know, the UK is set to lose the greatest proportion of millionaires in the world this parliament. I'll put a graph on the screen, which is this one here, and that little red line here is us losing all of our millionaires at the moment. And in 2024, it's estimated that 10,800 high net worth individuals left the UK, which is a 157% increase from the previous year, which means that 1 millionaire is departing every 45 minutes. The UK millionaire exodus is equal to losing 530,000 average taxpayers. And another stat, the top 10% of earners in the US account for nearly half of all consumer spending. The top 1% of income taxpayers in the UK are projected to contribute about 30% of total income tax from 2024 to 2025. Why are all these millionaires running away?
Well, it's not because they're taxing their wealth, because we don't have any wealth taxes.
Why do you think they're leaving?
I think the reason they're leaving is because the UK economy is really, really weak. Because the UK consumer is really, really weak. Because we've absolutely crushed the spending power of your average British family.
And where are they
going? Your average
going?
British family can barely afford to feed the kids and turn the heating on. So why are you going to start a business here when the customers are absolutely impoverished?
Look, it corresponds with a new tax that we brought in, which was we ended the non-dom scheme. So the non-dom scheme basically said if you're living in the UK, but you've got businesses all over the world, then we only tax you on what you've got in the UK. And if you die in the UK, we'll only tax you on your UK assets for inheritance tax if you're a non-dom. But if you die in the UK and you've got wealth in India, once that non-dom scheme ended, they basically said, we will tax you on everything globally. If you're if you're a tax resident in the UK, everything you've got globally, we want 40% of it. So unfortunately, every wealth manager contacted their clients and said, you can't stay here. You're going to have to get out. It's gotten really bad. 1,000 people a month are leaving. And in the UK, 1% of people pay 30% of the taxes, 10% of people pay 60% of the taxes. And you imagine if we're sitting out at dinner and there's 10 of us out for dinner and one person says, hey, I've got this, I'll get 60% of the bill tonight. We say to them, no, it should be 70%, it should be 80%. And they say, you know what, I'll get up and leave. So they leave. Everyone else's bill just doubled. So what's going to happen is if we drive the millionaires out of this country, every ordinary normal person who pays 10 grand a year in tax will now have to pay 20 grand a year in tax.
So the reason they left is because we used to allow them to not pay tax. And now
on,
we
the,
ask
on
them to
their
pay tax.
global incomes, on their global.
So isn't it a bit
businesses.
more like if we were 10 of us at dinner and there was one guy who came to dinner on the condition he wouldn't pay, then leaves? Because these guys weren't paying tax anyway. If the reason they left is because they weren't paying tax.
It's like saying, hey, I'll pay 60% of this table, and they say at the table, hey, wait a second, we also want you to pay for everything that's happening at other restaurants as well.
Isn't it a bit more like these guys
And we're stretching
were
the
here
analogy.
on a condition? You yourself said
No, you're 100%
the
right.
reason why
Yeah.
they left is because we let them live
No,
here on the
taxes-
condition that they didn't have to pay taxes.
On their global, taxes matter, right? So why is everyone going to Dubai? Dubai, they're going there because there's no tax.
These guys, they live in Dubai, their money comes from the West. They are making money from the West, while your average Western, ordinary person watching this show now cannot afford to buy a house, cannot afford to have a family. We can tax those revenues at the point of sale. Why do we allow these guys?
It's called a consumption tax.
No, it's not. It's a tax on profits. It's not a tax on consumption.
You just said at point of sale, which means it's a consumption tax.
Based on the profits. You look at how much profit
Well,
they
that's
have,
not- that's
and
not a
then you work
consumption
out where the profits go. Exactly, it's not a consumption tax, like I'm saying.
So if you tax profits,
Yeah.
right, then those profits have to accumulate in that country. And because of the digital ecosystem that we now have, the world we now live in, I can lease the database off of my company in Luxembourg. I can license license my logo from a
I
company.
understand how profit shifting works.
Gone.
Okay,
Have you
so
noted-
listen, these guys are not Gandalf. You just say, we don't accept profit shifting. We don't need to accept profit shifting. China does not accept profit shifting. We did not accept profit shifting 50 years ago. We do not have to accept profit shifting. But you have a government class who are extremely wealthy and a media class who are extremely wealthy saying it's impossible to tax rich people.
by the
And I would
way-
like to say, I will agree 100%. It is difficult to tax rich people.
Yeah.
It is very, very, very difficult to tax rich
So
people.
the difference-
I don't come here saying I want to tax rich people because it's easy. I know it's hard. I know probably I'm going to lose. I know our viewers, kids, will live in desperate poverty. I know that. I do this because it is hard. If we are a country which says to ourselves, we don't try and do things which are necessary to keep our kids out of poverty because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty. I don't need to be here. I'm a multimillionaire, just like you. I could be in the Philippines drinking pina coladas. I come in here because I come from a poor background, and it's ordinary families like my family, like the kids I grew up with, whose kids are going to be in poverty. It's difficult, but it is necessary. Sometimes we have to do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. That is what makes a rich country rich, and that is what protects ordinary people. Listen, our grandparents...
Also, like, I feel like what he's saying, what he was saying about rich people leaving the UK, like what he's saying about millionaires leaving the UK, like that means that everything that they paid in tax in the UK would automatically get passed, like that would like somehow double what working class people have to pay in tax. Like he's talking about that in a very, very sort of like a very simplistic way, because for a start, millionaires and billionaires do not pay as much tax as they are supposed to because they have access to all of the loopholes. All of the loopholes that they could possibly get access to. All you have to do when you're a millionaire is pay for a good accountant, and they will just they'll bring up a list of all of the UK loopholes that you can use, and you can just be like, yeah, I'll have all of them, please, and you will pay less than 1% tax. Okay, that's the number one thing, and all of that tax that millionaire doesn't pay, because they're paying 1% tax, that gets passed on to the working class people who do actually have to pay as much tax as they're meant to pay, because they don't have access to all of the loopholes. Like, he's completely forgetting about that. But also, like, isn't another point that he's trying to make that is that, like, when you have millionaires in a company, when you have millionaires in a country and they're supposedly bringing wealth to the country because they're such clever entrepreneurs and they're hiring all of these people. So surely when we have them in the country, then they're employing loads of people in like high paid tech jobs. So like they're creating like loads of middle class people, and maybe like loads of like higher class people as well. So surely they're creating all of these other workers who are also able to pay like loads more tax, and then like the tax burden gets shared out between people. Like, and he's saying that when they leave, all of a sudden what they're gonna do is like not hire anyone in the UK anymore because they don't live in the UK. So in all of a sudden their entire company is like not gonna hire anyone in the UK anymore. It's like such a oversimplification of how things like actually really work.
Lived in poverty. Did they say, let's not change it because it's hard? No, they didn't. They fought and they demanded healthcare, education, housing, food, and they got it. They got it.
So you
That's
think
why
we're
my
not demanding
parents
enough?
could live a good quality life. They got those things. They got those things, and they were aware that in order to do that, you could not allow the super rich who have been living lives of luxury for hundreds and hundreds of years to eat everything while ordinary families couldn't afford to feed their kids. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult. And I know I'm probably going to lose. I know that. I know I'm probably going to lose, and that means our viewers will be poor. But I do it anyway because I do not want this country that I grew up in to fall into desperate poverty.
I agree with you on the passion, and I agree with you on the problem. I don't agree with you on the solution because in
That's fine,
2019,
because, we'll all be
just
rich
one
and our
sec.
kids will be
in,
rich.
in 2020, and that's not what I'm saying. In 2020, we made a decision globally to shut down the economy, and we taught everyone that they can live and work from anywhere. The biggest threat to everything you're saying is remote working. The fact that we can live and work from anywhere. Our grandparents, their boss, if their boss owned a company, that company had to physically be in the country, and the boss had to physically be in the country. If we look at today, there are plenty of fitness trainers who work for a gym, and the owner of that gym is somewhere overseas. Plenty of people work in a restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant lives overseas. You can run a business from anywhere in the world right now. So the problem that we face is that you're describing how, on one hand, you say we need to tax it at the point of sale, which is a consumption tax. And
It's
then,
not if
and
it's a
just
tax
one
on
second.
profits.
Okay, and then you say a tax on profit, and then you say, oh, but then we'll stop profit shifting. By the way, I'm also actually all for this idea of stopping profit. I've already said, I think it's utterly ridiculous the way that many of these global companies are treated. And if we don't stop that, then all the money just flows out to the tech companies. So I'm with you on that. But when you say tax the rich, the actual people who own the companies, those people can just be anywhere right now. So,
but their revenues can't. Their customers are where their customers are. Their customers are where their customers are. Listen, Amazon doesn't pay any UK tax, doesn't pay any US tax. Where are the customers? In the UK and the US.
US.
Do you really think it's impossible for us to tax that?
Well, you're talking about taxing people at 10 million plus, right? So this is a lot of startup entrepreneurs.
Jeff Bezos is a lot more than 10 million.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos is worth a lot more than 10
million. But
million.
you talk about anyone above 10 million is on your radar.
You
right?
don't want people worth £11 million to be paying more tax.
I'm not just talking. It's not that.
Dan, if you're worth more than £10 million, so if we tax people on, as Gary says, that have more than 10 million, what are your options to avoid? Say, if your objective was to avoid that, what options do you have?
Look, if my objective was to avoid it, I pass a board resolution that we're moving the head office somewhere else.
Yeah.
We move the intellectual property somewhere else. I pick up and move my family somewhere else. And within about a week or two, we've got a WeWork office somewhere else. I've got a new house on Airbnb somewhere else. And I cut ties with the UK, and I'm non-tax resident here. And
That's such a sad way to live your life, though. Like, oh yeah, you tax me more, I'm just gonna fucking pick up all of my shit and move my entire family somewhere else. Like, so you're gonna force your children to leave the school that they're in, where they've made friends. You're gonna force your wife to move out of where, like, you're gonna force your wife to move out of country, out of a, maybe out of a community in which she's made friends. You're gonna move away from your family, all because you wanted some more fucking money. Like, that's so fucking sad. I feel so fucking sorry for you if all you fucking care about is how much money you make, to the point where you literally are willing to pick up your entire life and fuck off because you were scared about making a little less money. That's extremely sad. Like, I understand if you might do that because you were struggling, but he is clearly not struggling. He's a millionaire. He's simply a millionaire who would like some more money. He would like some more millions, please. And he doesn't care about picking up his entire fucking life and moving somewhere else to get more millions. Like, I understand that if you're literally struggling to make ends meet in the place that you're living and you have to move somewhere else to, like, literally put food on the table. But as a millionaire, you're like, oh yeah, if you fucking tax me more, if you don't give me my loopholes, mate, I'm going to fuck off and I'm going to take my entire family with me. And you don't even think about what your family want in that situation. You already have everything you fucking need. Everything you need in life when you have £1 million. You have everything you need in life. You have a comfortable, nice home, a comfortable job. You have assets. You are set up for life. And you're saying, oh, I have to give a little bit of everything that I have to the government. Well, therefore, I'm going to ruin my entire family's fucking life and fuck off somewhere else. I feel sorry for you because you worship wealth that much in order to do that. That is just sad.
I have a digital business. I can literally make my head office anywhere in the world. If there was a particular country that turned hostile towards our operations, then I'd have to withdraw service from that thing. So that's possible, but it's unlikely that that would actually happen. But ultimately, if I choose to get up and leave, then I get up and leave. Now, the bigger issue is, would I have even come here in the first place? And then there's another issue. And here's the other issue, Gary, for you. You've just had 750,000 subscribers to your YouTube channel.
It's 820,
right?
Yeah.
It's 820, right? So it's going up fast. I could have one of my analysts at a consulting company do a valuation of your brand and do a valuation of your YouTube channel. We could say this is a fast growth media company and it's worth 11 million, right? So we could come up with a forecast and a projection and we say Gary's Economics is actually a new fast growth media brand. It's worth 11 million. Now, your channel, now you have to pay 100 grand a year in extra taxes because you're a millionaire.
Well, sorry, 1% on wealth above 10 million on 11 million is going to be 10 grand taxes.
Oh, you're saying only on the part above?
That's how taxes work.
So it's not on everything. It's okay. So it's a marginal tax.
That's how taxes work.
It's above. So but is it fair that
He wouldn't know how taxes work. His accountant does all of that for him.
like who gets to decide what wealth is wealth and what it's worth? Because wealth, let's just hear me out. Wealth is a technical term for unrealized gains, right? It's not real. Someone buys a house for 20 grand and it's worth 200 grand. They've still got the same house, but now they've got wealth. If someone starts a business and a tiny little seed investor puts in a little angel investment, now they've got wealth on paper.
Hey, Raiders! Hello, Raiders from No Justice.
But who gets to say what is wealth? For example, if you introduce wealth taxes, theoretically, that will actually reduce the value of wealth of things anyway, because the things inside that economy are now subject to a disadvantage. So therefore, investors will be unlikely to invest in them to a certain point. And also, people start cutting and dodging and weaving and ducking and weaving. So they say, oh, our UK operation's worth 10 million, so we're now going to start a second company.
Wait, was that 2 raids? How did I get 2 raids in a matter of seconds? 69 raiders. 69 raiders. Hey, nice. Nice. Wait, where's my horny bonk?
Over in some other country and make sure that's where the wealth accumulates. So it's incredibly difficult because it is just unrealized gains.
I know it's difficult.
Yeah.
I know these guys have the best accountants. I know it's difficult.
So what if there was an easier solution?
If there was an easier solution, I would support that. You know what I mean?
It's called economic freedom. The economic freedom index.
Just tell the viewers that. Give them more economic.
He fucking loves that economic freedom index. He is like, I bet he looks at that fucking graph every night and wanks his little pendick off at the freedom index by the Fraser Institute every night, looking at the fucking graphs. every single fucking night.
And then they'll be rich.
Yeah, so this diagram here basically says the most
Oh,
free countries
look at that.
have less than 10% poverty. In fact, less than 7% poverty. As soon as you reduce economic freedom, it jumps to 30% poverty. You reduce economic freedom again, and it jumps up to huge amounts of poverty. So these countries here are the least economically free, and these countries are the most economically free. The countries that get in the way of your economic freedom have more poverty, and the countries that let people make decisions for their own life.
So what you're saying is,
Like, how are you indexing freedom here? How did the I wonder how the conservative libertarian think tank really indexed the term freedom in terms of real data. I would fucking love to know that.
if the governments of our countries cut taxes on us, the three multimillionaires sitting at this table, that will improve the lives of the ordinary British and American worker.
I'll give you a real life
who can't
example.
afford to feed their kids.
I'll give you a real life example. I know of a company that was going to give pay rises to its employees, and then national insurance went up, and instead of
But
giving
national insurance is a tax on employment.
Yeah.
I'm saying to reduce that. I'm saying to reduce tax on. I want your viewers, the viewers here, to be paying less tax, whilst multimillionaires pay more tax.
It's good in theory, but if you could tax rich people 1% of their wealth above 10 million, I did a back of a napkin calculation. You might be able to get 20 billion.
Yeah.
Right? That's if they don't leave. That's if they don't respond to it. If they just happily pay it, you get 20 billion.
Okay.
That's less than a week worth of current government spending. So the government's out of control. 1.2 trillion a year of government spending is now what they spend.
Okay, so let's cut that, get that 20 billion and cut the taxes for the viewers. Cut their income
So
taxes.
that works out about 250 a year.
Okay, so let's do more. Let's make it 60 billion.
So then you tax 3% above wealth.
Yeah, do that.
Right, and then you also bring it down
Bear
to...
in mind,
This is what governments do.
we make 5 or 6%. Yeah, and then,
Well,
and that's what they
do
did.
you know what they do?
That's what they did in the Second World War, and that's why my dad could afford a house.
What they actually... That's not why you could afford a house.
Okay, all right, well, who's buying... If ordinary people are losing their houses and the wealth, which they are, and we're getting richer, who is it who is now owning the houses if it is not us?
The government used to own the houses, and then they sold
Government wealth is collapsing.
No,
Government wealth
I know,
is collapsing.
But what they did is they sold the houses to the people.
Okay, but
Maggie Thatcher did that. Thanks, Maggie. Woo! Thanks, Maggie. Woo!
ordinary
You
middle
can
class
only do
wealth
that.
is also
You
collapsing.
can only do that once, and they did it for the baby
So
boomers.
you think it's our viewers who have got more houses now? Where is the wealth
viewers
going, Daniel? Where is the wealth going? Who has the wealth now? Who is getting richer?
tell you
Who
who-
is getting the wealth that is lost by our viewers?
I'll tell you where the biggest amounts of money are going. The biggest amounts of money since the pandemic, 11 trillion went just to the value of 7 companies that own technology. So the biggest 7 companies in the USA, 11 trillion has
And
got...
you don't want their billionaire owners to pay more tax?
Well, would that help the UK?
Well, if you use that money
Yes.
to reduce tax on
Just
working
one second.
people, then it would help, yeah.
They own shares in the USA. They're US citizens. So that doesn't help us here. And
No, but
those-
it will help the American consumer, and then we can export the American consumer, and it will mean the American consumer has money, and then it will show British people how much you can achieve by taxing super rich.
You
Then
asked
we
where-
can raise tax on our super rich
You
here,
are-
and then what I want is these guys to be taxed so much that they start to sell assets, and then ordinary British people can buy assets again. Because what I want is our viewers to be able to own things, to be able to own their own homes.
When I hear this,
I also don't think that's the only answer, though. Like, I think we should tax the rich, but also I think what we should do is force companies who employ people to. I think employees should be entitled to a certain percentage of the stock of the company. I think that they should. I think companies should be forced in some way to I don't know, give stocks to employees. That might not be they wouldn't solve all of our problems, but I think that would be like a fucking solid start.
I admittedly don't know as much about these issues as you guys do, but when I hear that there's these 7 tech companies in the US, my brain goes, can't we have one here?
Yeah.
Can't we start? And then so my brain goes, what conditions do we have to
sold one of our
create?
ones that we had. Yeah.
What conditions do we have to create to have one of those 7 tech companies here, especially in this sort of AI world we're heading towards, where when I was reading through the stats, most of the investment in AI, which is going to be hugely destabilizing across every industry, from driving to any form of knowledge work, even podcasting. I can play you a podcast now.
Yeah.
Which sounds exactly like me, which has a 4.6 star rating on Apple, which was written by AI, in my voice, published by AI.
Wild.
And who's accruing the value there? Well, it's a company in America called 11 Labs, and it's bloody OpenAI. And I go, why can't we have those companies here?
We need them here. Because
China and the US are dominating this next revolution. And I worry, as a bystander, that if we don't create entrepreneurship-friendly environments here, we are gonna become India.
So if you want businesses to thrive, you don't need just a good environment for entrepreneurs. You also need people to have money that they can spend. And we are in a country where increasingly most of the people out there have almost...
Then unemployment will skyrocket as no business can afford its workers. I mean, if you can't afford your workers because you're allowing them to reap the benefits of the profits of the company, if your business can't stay afloat while you're doing that, then surely that means you're exploiting your workers in some way. Surely. So maybe the companies that can't afford to do that should be going under, and the ones that come out and don't have to exploit their workers will be the ones that succeed in the end.
Nothing left over at the end of the month. They can barely pay the bills.
Those companies are selling globally, right? So they don't need any particular company to do well. They sell to anywhere. So like OpenAI, ChatGPT, we're all using that bloody product and paying our $20, $30 a month.
Yeah, where do they actually get their money from, right? They get their money from selling data to the rich, right?
My point was making the environment more friendly for entrepreneurs. Because when I start a company, I can't explain the disadvantage I'm at the moment if I start that kind of company here.
In the UK.
There's no investors, and then all the talent seems to flock over to San Francisco. So the guys that built, the British guys that built an AI company called Fixer, which I was going to invest in, all British lads from London, they went over to San Francisco. They're like 25-year-olds. They've just raised at a 60 million valuation. They're in this room, this building in San Francisco full of entrepreneurs, and they're pumping knowledge and capital into this room.
Cool. With all due respect, Stephen, you're not a great example for the fact that it's impossible to start a successful online brand in the UK.
Facts. But I also realised that...
The problem of...
But he started when things were different.
But I also realised I don't like using personal examples because there's a huge amount of privilege and...
Okay, is there a ChatGPT in Germany?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in France?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in Australia?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in Japan?
It's China and...
One sec.
Yeah, exactly. No. What you have here is an extremely low labour, extremely high capital model, which employs extremely few people across the entire world, that is focused in basically 2 cities.
Yeah.
Good luck competing with that.
How do we create an environment where the UK can start to build some of these companies which are going to capitalise on this next technological revolution? If you were Prime Minister, what would you do?
I think you need to look realistically about what companies do we have a chance of growing. You know, I'm not an expert in AI, but I think trying to compete with San Francisco and London would probably not work.
Why?
Try and do it, you know, try and do it. And listen, I know that you can get a lot of likes saying, let's just invest in AI, let's just invest it. Only one city in the world outside of China has managed it. China has managed it by basically state capitalism. You know, this is very similar in a sense to what we had with microelectronics in Japan in the 80s, right? When you have a new industry, especially these industries which are very capital intense and don't employ many people, you get a first mover advantage. They tend to win. Eventually, often they get undercut by cheaper rivals. And that does happen. You know, that does happen. And you might start in AI. I don't think AI is going to become a massive, massive employer. Of course, you know, a lot of countries are going to be like, because basically it sounds good. We're going to invest in AI. We're going to invest in AI. Personally, I think we should be looking at what does the British person need? You know, we live in a country where the housing stock is falling apart.
If we say AI, when we talk about AI, I think we're actually talking about technology. Because even a podcast like this, you don't think of this as an AI company, but actually now the editing process, the scripting process, the transcription process, even YouTube itself is an AI company. So it's really technology we're speaking about here. And I'm wondering why we can't create a better environment in the UK to start launching and building some of these technology companies. We've even
No,
seen.
but I think we should, and I think we should be looking
How?
at reducing taxes on people who work and make money. This is what I've been saying for the whole time.
What
the
about
whole
people?
time.
What about people who start companies?
Yeah, we should reduce their taxes on the income that they make. But then if they start owning a
As soon
£50
as
million company,
Yeah.
are you telling me, if you come to me and I say, all right, you want to start a company, we tax you very, very little on a company that you start. If that company becomes worth
Yeah, the stream is AI. I am AI. Everything is AI now.
20, 30, 40 million quid, then we're going to start taxing you. You're going to come and say to me, oh, no, sorry, 50 million is not enough for me.
So can I ask a question on that? So my company was valued at X 50, whatever, 100 millions.
Congratulations.
And I still had, because I hadn't had an exit event,
Yeah.
I still had £10,000, £20,000 in my bank account. Are you saying at the point when I sell the company, or are you saying just because I have shares in the company?
I think you can structure it a number of ways. My preferred way is to stop people from hoarding enormous amounts of wealth for enormous amounts of time. That's basically my preferred method. There's also the wealth tax method.
Stephen Bartlett should not have enough stored wealth in order to invest in ear beads businesses. That's my stance.
There's also capital gains as a method. There's a lot of different ways here. But you have to deal with the problem of, if you do not tax very wealthy individuals and very wealthy families, their share of the pie will obviously grow over time, and they are, as we are watching, squeezing out ordinary families. You have to deal with that.
My friend sold his company in the UK.
No, but like I actually mean that though. I like people who are already rich, they have the power to invest in businesses that they already feel should make more of a splash in the economy. Like they have the power to do that. For example, Stephen Bartlett, he's already rich. He invested in a scam company on national TV. And like that's just an example of like how fucked the economy is. Like there are so many people who do not want those kind of pseudo-scientific bullshit companies to have investments so that they can invest in advertisements and push themselves out to as many people as possible and scam as many people as possible. But because Stephen Bartlett chose to invest in that company, that earbeads company can scam a hell of a lot more people who are desperate and looking for answers for their debilitating medical conditions. Whereas if we actually spread out the wealth a little bit, what we could have is a more democratic approach to what businesses get invested in. Because if people had more money, what they would do is they would invest more of it. Because when you accumulate wealth, like what you do is like at a certain point you stop spending it on shit that you want, because you realize at some point that you've got everything that you could ever possibly need. So what really rich people start doing is like they don't just spend money forever and ever and ever. Like they don't buy fucking hundreds of yachts because they don't need hundreds of yachts. So what they do is they invest it. And they invest it in companies. They invest it in the companies that they personally feel are important. But if we gave everybody the chance to actually invest in companies that they feel are important and could do good in the world, then we'd have a much more like democratic economic system. And also the working class would have a hell of a lot more political power as well, because they're the ones investing in the economy. When you're the one investing in an economy, that gives you political power as well, because then you have lobbyists lobbying the government on behalf of large companies, on behalf of all, like loads of companies. And when you have like people investing in companies, that allows those companies to get bigger and to afford lobbyists. Not that I'm like agreeing that lobbyists should be a thing, but I'm saying a good first step would be to allow the working class to actually invest in the economy, because then the economy would be more of a democratic thing and less of a thing that represents the views of, you know, the 1%.
Okay, it's a company everybody knows. And I remember him saying to me at the time, it was in the middle of the pandemic, he'd got this big exit event, I think he'd made 300 million, And he goes, I'm off. I go, where are you going? He goes, I'm going to go to Dubai and Monaco and live between the two. And I said to him, explain to me why. He goes, well, the amount of tax I'd have to pay in the UK is equivalent to me paying 20 million rent in the UK for the next 6 or 7 years, which he'd have to stay here for. So he went and he pops back in every now and then, but it meant that he could keep that 150 million whatever tax he would pay, never had to pay it to the UK, is living this high-flying life now in Dubai, drops into Monaco every now and then. And I remember him saying to me, well, Steve, I'd have to pay 20 million rent a year to live here. And he went on to say, the UK product just isn't worth it. He goes, crime, I'm going to get my Rolex robbed off me. He goes, the healthcare system isn't the best. The education system isn't necessarily the best. And the particular one was crime.
I don't give a fuck about your Rolex. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about you. It's a fucking watch. Like, that's part of the problem, man. Who gives a fuck about a watch? It's massively overpriced. Anyway, why the fuck do people buy Rolexes? It's a status symbol. And you buy it because you want it to go up in value. Rolexes go up in value. That's the only fucking reason people buy them. Is to look rich in front of other people and because the value goes up. I'm wearing a fucking 60 quid Casio watch right now because I think they look cool. It reminds me of I don't know, it reminds me of the calculators I used to have at school, and also it's gold. I fucking hate, like, people who wear Rolexes piss me the hell off because there's so many fucking fake Rolexes around as well. It's quite funny because whenever somebody has a Rolex, they always have to kind of try and slip it into conversation that it's actually a real Rolex. Like, when you're a woman and there's like a rich guy that's trying to like impress you and he's wearing a Rolex, he'll try and slip it into conversation like how much it cost. And he'll have to say, oh no, it's real. Like, you can tell it's real because of this. It's fucked. It's so fucked. It's just a stupid fucking watch. It tells the fucking time. Why did you spend 40 grand on it, you fucking twat?
Which is, I'll get mugged walking through London streets.
Stephen, if you allow British people who own £300 million of British assets to technically live in Monaco and not pay tax, then you will get crime. And you will have dirty streets, and you will have a bad healthcare system, and you will have education.
Yeah, 60
because
quid,
if you give all
bling
of the
in
wealth to a
Casio.
group of people who do not tax, there will be nothing left to provide things like healthcare and education for ordinary people. It's not unconnected.
These people are not technically living there. They're moving out. My friends have moved out of the country. They don't come back to the UK. They've left, and they leave with their companies.
So they built a company here.
No, they typically build globally
and pay no tax.
They typically build globally business.
Okay.
It's not that they
Yeah,
pay...
it was a global
and also,
business.
They don't pay no tax. They pay extortionate amounts of tax, right? Anyone who's here is paying extraordinary taxes, more than they've ever paid before. 1% pays 30%, 10% pays 60% of 1.2 trillion a year worth of government spending.
300 million, how much tax do you reckon he's paid in his life?
I have no idea. His business was global, though. His biggest customer was the US.
Because I pay 60%, and our viewers will pay 30, 40, 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's fair that your 300 million guy pays his 2 or 3?
I have no idea what he pays.
Well, it sounds like he didn't pay 50%. I'll tell
Well,
you
he
that.
dashed before he got the tax bill.
But why do we allow it? Why do we allow it? I'm not allowed to not pay my tax.
What could you have done to...
You are allowed to. When you were in Japan, you wouldn't have paid UK taxes.
Yeah, because I was working in Japan, and then I paid Japanese taxes.
Yeah, because you were living in Japan. This is the thing. People can live wherever they want now. So,
But we're talking about... This is... I think we should stop obfuscating tax on people's work from tax on the assets that they own.
So I'm talking about entrepreneurs' work generates wealth. So when
if I own £1 billion of British houses, and then I say I live in Dubai, and I'm getting the rent on £1 billion of houses, which would probably be something like, that's going to be something like £50 million a year. So I'm getting 60 million pounds a year of rent from British people.
Yeah.
And that gets paid to me from British people.
Yeah.
And I don't pay tax. I live in Dubai. Do you think that's fair?
No.
All right, so let's change that. Let's make people pay tax on their...
But that's the free economy, baby, that you keep on going on about.
on their wealth, regardless of where they live.
Yeah, the question would be, though, how would you tax people, right? And how would you actually structure it? Because regardless of what you feel like is fair, this is the thing. It's not about fairness. It's about what you can pragmatically and practically do in the modern economy.
Yeah.
You might say, oh, I actually, like, for example, if we said what's fair, a lot of people would say a flat tax is fair. You make £1, you pay 20%. You make £1 million, you pay 20%. You make £100 million, you pay 20%. So a lot of people would say the fairest tax system would just be a flat tax on everything, right? That would be a fair thing. It's pragmatically, can you do it? Is it actually good for society? Should people be excluded from that? So it's not about fairness. It's about pragmatically, what can you get away with?
All right, well, pragmatically, what we can get away with is desperate poverty for our viewers' kids.
If you want to have... Can we zoom out just a minute, right? I want to zoom out.
Let's zoom away from our viewers' kids.
Zoom out.
Forget about them. They're
No,
not important.
I'm a dad, right? I got 3 kids.
But you are a multi-millionaire dad.
My kid is my cat. Brooklyn, we're forgetting about you for a second. I'm not going to be able to afford your cat food. Can you hear him replying to me?
Do you know?
You probably don't have the same problems as our viewers.
Do you know that kids born into the top have a 60% chance of dropping out of the top, right? 60%. That's the number. It's called persistence. You can Google it. The persistence rates is actually only 40% for the richest, so which means 60% drop out in the second.
Do you think your kids have a 60% chance of living in poverty?
Not poverty.
Do you know what's interesting? Though? We're all trying to aim at the same goal, I think, here.
I'm not sure we are, boss.
Well, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe we're not.
I suspect some of us are maybe trying to protect our kids'
No, I
wealth
want
position.
I want widespread affluence through the technological revolution that's happening, and I don't want the people who create that to want to go somewhere else.
So you agree with me that we should cut tax on wealth creators and raise tax on wealth hoarders?
Well, broadly.
Okay, so let's do it.
But if
Let's
you-
cut
no,
tax
sorry,
on people
sorry.
who are making income. Let's cut tax on people who are working hard, creating a good product, making a good income, and let's raise tax on people who are sitting there on 20, 30, 40, 100, 200, 500 million pounds of assets that they're going to give to their kids and they're going to use to dominate society and squeeze out the middle class.
So who's an example of someone who's hoarding wealth?
Rishi Sunak.
So his family owns a tech company.
His wife's dad owns a tech company.
That's what I mean.
Which he will inherit and his kids will inherit.
But his net worth that is quoted is based upon his wife's...
Yeah, but that company already exists.
And he will definitely try and avoid inheritance tax on that, however he can.
Yeah.
It's created now.
Yeah.
It's worth billions.
But they have to reinvent that business every 2 years. Like it's a...
So you think that if Rishi Sunak's father-in-law stopped managing the company, it would be valueless?
No, I think it hires hundreds of thousands of people, and it's a big company. I don't know a lot about that particular company, but I know it's a tech company.
Steve Jobs died. Okay.
Yeah.
Is Apple valueless?
No.
Let's not pretend that these creators are the sole reason these companies are valuable.
Sure.
And what we're talking about in many cases, I was a trader, okay? And I'm worth millions of quid, and now that is just assets. I just own the assets. I own the assets, and that will grow, and it will grow, and it will grow, and it will grow. And that will squeeze out and squeeze out and squeeze out and squeeze out our viewers. And I'll give that to my kids. They don't even need to work. They wouldn't even have to work. They could just live on. I could live off the wealth. Is that what you want?
Do you think there are any opportunities for people today? Like, if you're born into a poor family, do you think it's possible that housing being shit, and we can both agree on that, but do you think there are new opportunities that didn't exist for our parents or grandparents, but they do exist for people today?
I think the reality is, for kids from poor backgrounds, it is almost impossible to realistically get even financial security, never mind wealth.
But why do you think you could do it, I could do it, he could do it, but you don't think other people could do it?
Well, the first thing is I'm 38 now, so I'm not a kid nowadays. Listen, I won every maths competition I've ever been in, you know what I mean, since I was a little kid. I didn't even have a desk in my house, I was one of the top students at LSE, and I still had to win my job.
I mean, he's implying that, like, because we all have access to technology, therefore automatically that means that everybody, it's been made automatically easier for anyone to be an entrepreneur now. Like, for instance, you could say I'm an entrepreneur who has harnessed technology to become self-employed myself, but like, Brooklyn. But like, I'm still beholden to a lot of tech companies in the way that I make my money. Like, I'm beholden to the YouTube algorithm. I'm all of the money I make is essentially down to Google and their algorithm. It's not like, you could say I technically own, I don't know, like, what do I own really? I guess I own my IP, kind of, maybe, but I'm still reliant on an algorithm by a tech company. Like, it's not like I own that algorithm that my content gets pushed out to. I don't own this software that I edit my videos on anymore. I pay a subscription to Adobe every month. It's not like I own the software that I even use to edit my videos anymore. It's a subscription that I have to constantly pay. Like, even to run my business, like, you could say that I'm an entrepreneur, which I am, but in many ways I'm still sort of like having to partake in the rent economy in order to do so. And it's like, surely that's the same for most other people. Like, there are so few tech companies that just have everybody in a chokehold in a way that it's just so impossible to get out of at this point. It's so impossible to get out of it, to like not be involved in any way with any of these magnificent 7 companies. Like, how is that giving people more opportunity? Really?
Cheating in the card game. That's the world that we live in. I don't think that's a very replicable strategy. And look, it's very easy for people like us who've made money to say, oh, we did it, aren't we great? Go out and, you've said that you think if young people go and work in tech business, they can get financial security. If it was that easy, they'd all be doing it. They're not idiots. Our viewers are not idiots. They're trying. They want to find the good opportunities, and they work. Listen, they're
I'm
working
not the one
so
saying
hard.
they're idiots. You're the one who says that they can't do it anymore. I see people do it all the time. Like, I'm working in entrepreneur.
People from poor backgrounds. But then why?
Like, even if you started up an entire new website, the only way that, like, an entire new fucking social media platform, even if you set up an entire new platform that harvested data yourself, like, you're probably going to have to set it up on Amazon's network, right? On the, what's it called? The Amazon cloud network that everybody uses to set up a website. Like, these tech companies, AWS, like, these tech companies, they fucking own everything. And no matter what the fuck you do, you end up giving money to these fuckers. It doesn't matter whatever the fuck you do. Like, if you set up an e-commerce brand and you're selling clothes online, like, even if you made all of the clothes yourself or whatever, like, you'd end up using Shopify to set up the store. And you pay a fuck ton of money to Shopify, who's probably owned by one of these big tech brands. You still end up giving so much of your money to these tech companies who are already established and who already own literally everything. That's not empowering people. That's not empowering entrepreneurs, surely. Surely that's disempowering them at the same time as thinking that they're more empowered. But what they're really doing is just making more money for the people at the top.
Why are our viewers? You think all of our... If it was that easy, why is everybody not doing it?
I'll tell you why people aren't doing it. We went through a schooling system that taught us how to get an office job.
Okay.
Right? We went through a schooling system to prepare us for a world that doesn't really exist anymore, which is the Industrial Revolution world. And you have to go through a process of figuring out how it really works. So what I see is most often the people who do really well financially who are young, they dropped out of school, they dropped out of university, they started learning how to do things by doing their own research. They start their own business or co-found a business. They take a very alternative path. None of that was taught to us at school. None of it's taught to us in normal society. We have a school system that manufactures people for a set of skills that are not particularly valuable anymore, and we also get them in debt for those skills. When people sidestep that and say, okay, I'm not going to get into university debt.
Universities need to teach dropshipping courses and Daniel Priestley entrepreneur courses. That's the answer, guys.
I'm just going to go off and actually figure out how the world works. There's actually loads of opportunities.
Okay, so I guess we've sorted it then. All of our viewers need to do is go and buy Dan's book, become an entrepreneur and become a millionaire. It's that easy. Why weren't you guys doing it to begin with? They're idiots. The viewers are idiots. They should be just being more entrepreneurial. It's as simple as that. More entrepreneurial, start a business. Listen, I come from East London, okay? My friends can't feed their kids, okay? And if it was as simple as going out and being an entrepreneur, I can bet you they would do it. I can bet you they would do it.
All they need to do, Gary, why have you not told them to set up a lemonade stand on their road? Huh? Gary, tell them to set up a lemonade stand on the road and they'll be able to feed their kids in no time.
I'm sick of multimillionaires telling...
Tell them to steal the family. Tell them to steal the flowers off their neighbour's front lawn and sell the flowers to that same family whose lawn you stole the flowers off. That's what you need to do. Deep cut back to the Gary Vee video.
Kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan, it's sick. But this gives people mental illness. It gives people mental illness. Tell them the truth, okay? We, your older generation, we took the opportunities and now it is almost impossible to get out of poverty. And don't just stand up there and wave, your millions of pounds in front of them and say, if you are...
They need to eat shit. They need to bleed from their eyeballs. Guys, you need to bleed from your eyeballs.
Entrepreneurial like me, you could do it. You could have it. Because it's sick because they can't. They can't feed their kids, Dan. They can't turn the heating on.
Shit.
Don't tell them to be more entrepreneurial. Fix the system that drives more and more and more of them into poverty every generation.
I find it very strange that you think it would be easier to fix the entire global economic system than to start a business and fix your own personal economics. The thing that I know that gives people mental health issues is feeling that they have no agency in their life, that they can't do anything. Your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. There's no such thing as meritocracy. You're never going to be successful. To me, if I had have come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed. I'm so glad that I came across people who said, Daniel, you weren't born into a rich family. You don't have any bank of mum and dad, but it's cheap and easier than ever to start a business. Start by working for someone who's got a...
On the flip side of that, your content, Mr. Daniel Priestley, is basically telling people if you're not rich right now, it's because it's your fault, because you don't have enough willpower. That's the flip side of that. You can't really say that either of these narratives is like without any fault. You can't say that.
Business, then figure out what's your opportunity, and there's a way. There is a way. I've actually worked with a lot of teenagers from poor backgrounds, and one of the things we do is we tell them if it's possible for someone else, it is possible for you. I also worked in rural Uganda with a charity that did work with the poorest of the poor. One of the most incredible things I ever saw was a woman who started out literally picking food out of a trash pile, and she was basically, they shared with her how to start a chicken business, which then ended up as a pig business, which then ended up as a cattle business, and she ended up hiring 15, 16 people in her local community. The power of entrepreneurship is that starting with nothing, you can actually make improvements. I'm not saying everyone ends up as a millionaire, and I'm not saying everyone ends up equal, but I'm saying you can make improvements in your life. And the thing that causes mental health issues is the feeling of having no agency or no control over your circumstances until the world changes the whole economic system.
Listen, I never told people don't work hard. I never once said that. Never once said that. Once said.
Nice anecdote, bro. Chicken business to pig business to what? What?
You said if your dad wasn't rich, you'll never be rich.
Which is true in 99.9% of cases. I've never told people don't work hard.
That's actually not true in 99% of cases.
I've never told people don't work hard, okay? And listen, if you think that Ugandans should be more entrepreneurial, I've never been to Uganda, maybe that's the problem out there, maybe that's the problem in Nigeria, maybe that's the problem in India. Listen, I've never said don't work hard, okay? When I brought my book out last year, the hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking London Bridge. And I come out late, it was like 1 a.m. And some guy come up to me when I was unlocking my bike. Some guy from Newcastle. which is the northeast of England. It's this quite poor town. There's a lot of working class people there. And he said, I've been watching you on YouTube, and I love your stuff.
Brooklyn's like, you can see his ear. He's like looking right up to the camera. Like, what's this?
And this guy started crying. This guy started crying on the street, right, in front of me. He's like, I work so hard, Gary. I work 2 jobs. My mum's sick, and I'm trying to help. I'm trying to support, and I don't understand why. And I'm sorry that I'm crying. But nobody ever told me that it wasn't my fault before. That's what he said to me.
I shall put subtitles on for you.
Okay? And listen.
I shall.
I believe 100% aspiration, ambition, entrepreneurial spirit. I would never see a kid that has that and say, turn it off, okay? But the flip side of if you just work hard enough, you can make it, is if you didn't make it, it's because you didn't work hard enough and it's your fault. And I would like you to sit and think very hard before you send that message to young men and young women in our society.
Meritocracy doesn't mean that everyone ends up with the same result. Here's what I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to achieve the people who have ambition, who can go for it, are incentivized to do it and incentivized to build jobs and build companies.
And
that
what
will
about the
employ
ones
other
that just
people.
want to work hard and have a good family and take care of them and have a home and be able to turn the heating on and be able to have financial security?
They need to work for a business, don't they?
They need to work for you?
Yeah. Pardon?
They need to work for
They
you?
would need to work for a business, some business, right? If someone doesn't create that business, then where do they work for? We now have, by the way, 11% of working age people are now declared too sick to work, right? We have a huge problem in the UK. We also have 25% of people who are working age don't work. It's 1 in 7 men don't work at all.
Do you think they're lazy, Dan?
This is an argument for UBI. This is another thing that I think would be, I'm quite convinced that it would be overall a good thing, but I will concede that we've never properly tested UBI. But I think that UBI could potentially create a lot more entrepreneurs if that's what we really want, because the main reason that people don't take the dive and start their own businesses is because there is a hell of a lot of risk involved. You have to invest a lot of your time if you want to start a business, and a lot of the time you have to do that at the same time as working a full-time job, because obviously you have to keep an income while you're trying to set up that business. So a lot of people, they don't have that much time in order to invest in trying to set up a business, and they don't want to leave their job and be like, oh well, I have so much belief in this business that I think I'll be okay even if I leave my job. You get a lot of people on Dragon's Den who say that they've done that. They're like, oh yeah, I've gone into loads of debt for this business. Which is crazy. I would never do that. But also, a lot of the time people are like, yeah, I just have they're like, oh yeah, friends and family have helped me out. And obviously they just have really rich parents that have invested millions into their business. But my point is, UBI would take the risk away from a lot of people who would like to start businesses, but feel like it would be too risky to do so. When I started making YouTube videos, I didn't want to take the risk of leaving my job because I didn't know if it would work. So I did it in my spare time. Thankfully, it didn't take a lot of capital investment in order to do so. It just took a hell of a lot of investment of my time outside of work, i.e. in the evenings and the weekends. So I just invested loads of my time, and thankfully I could do that. But a lot of people can't do that because they have kids, or maybe they're caring for people, maybe they're disabled, whatever. I was in a privileged position to be able to do that and to take that dip and have it work out. And yeah, I think UBI would probably take away that worry for a lot of people, and take away that risk. And if we taxed working people less, that would give them, in turn, it would give them like, even if we didn't want to go down the UBI route, if we just taxed working people less and taxed rich people more in order to make up for that, then maybe they would feel a little bit more safe when starting up their own businesses. They would feel a little bit more secure when, pumping more time into their entrepreneurial endeavors. But yeah, he doesn't really believe in that.
I think the system is collapsing.
Do you think
the system is
the
changing.
average British American
Here's
is
what
not
I
working
think.
is lazy?
What I think is happening is that the technology companies are totally transforming and disrupting everything. And what happened is...
But all the job creators would leave the country. Well, yeah, that's essentially what he's saying. Like, all the job creators in his mind are rich people who employ hundreds of people. Whereas what job creators could be, what we could see job creators as, is actually working class people who set up small businesses and could maybe work themselves up to being middle class. That's what the job creators in this country could be. But that's not what he's really seeing them as. What he sees job creators as is millionaires, essentially.
Around the post-war era, we had good jobs. We had, you could work in a local thing. What's happening now is that jobs are going to the Philippines. They're going to, technology does three things. It makes jobs more simple, which makes them replaceable. It makes jobs global, where you can move them to anywhere else. And then ultimately it automates the job altogether and gets rid of it through code and software. And what's really going on in the last, especially 5 years since the pandemic, is technology has decimated the existing systems.
All right, I'm going to go for a quick wee. And also, I think Brooklyn wants to go out downstairs and have a snack, so... He's fine. I just took my leg down. I had my foot like rested on a thing and I just put my one of my feet on the floor in order to get up, and Brooklyn was there and he was like, "Rawr!" He's fine. He's fine. All right, I'll be back in a sec. All right.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right right now. I'm making hits. I can't talk 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 right now. I'm making hits.
All right.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
Something else that I got for my birthday. I got one of those I got one of them Hotel Chocolat vegan boxes. So good. So tasty.
That we all relied upon when we grew up. And when I say the
My birthday was on Friday.
education system isn't really working, it's still pretending that there are office jobs available for people when they graduate. And it's still pretending that there's like 1950s scenarios available when actually my kids are going to be disrupted by AI. Everyone's kids are going to be disrupted by AI. You know, these sorts of things are the things that really we also need to be talking about.
Thank you.
To all the founders and small business owners listening, I think you need to hear this.
Ads?
It's an update from my
No.
sponsor, Fiverr. I want to take us back to a point you were talking about earlier, which is about personal agency, because
Yeah.
I would like you, Daniel, to give the counter to your own argument, because I want to make sure when we're talking about solutions to this problem, start a business, be entrepreneurial, you can also understand how that works for people with our brains and our mindset and whatever we had that made us do that, our risk appetite, our trauma, whatever it might be. But not everybody is wired in such a way. So that's not necessarily the best solution.
In Australia, you have a 45-minute rendition of Happy Birthday. I do not want to hear this.
And also we sit here with a bit of hindsight bias where we were lucky and it worked out for us. But when you look at the stats around businesses succeeding, the stats, it's like 90% of businesses fail.
Yeah.
So most of them are failing. The ones that emerge from that, people like me, then we have a bias where we go, well, it worked for us, so you can do it too. I don't come from money, so I have the same bias. Like I watched.
Well, I've built from scratch several times because I got disrupted several times. So I've had to start with nothing several times and build.
But you start.
But I'm
when
a
we
certain
start,
type of person, right?
And when we say start from nothing.
He started with nothing every time.
You actually started with a wealth of information, and the whole game in building a business.
And I'm sure a lot of wealth of money as well.
Capital.
Intellectual capital, having been through it before, being around that mentor that gave you
and
the
also
information.
also having access to a great market. Like having access to a free market is a big thing.
Like he literally says in his bio, like he sold all of the companies. Like multiple 7- and 8-figure ventures and exits. He said, what is he saying? He exited all of those companies with zero in his bank account? Because if so, he is the worst businessman ever.
I was born in Australia and I moved to London at the peak of London's economic freedom.
So this can't be broadly applicable advice, can it?
Well, I think personal agency is broadly applicable.
Yes, I agree.
Idea, I got this friend of mine who woke up one day, he went out clubbing, went out to a nightclub, felt sick, collapsed, woke up and they'd chopped off all 4 limbs, right? So he had quadruple amputee.
Holy, what? This conversation just took a weird turn. What the what?
Woke up and they'd chopped off all 4 limbs, right? So he had quadruple amputee. He was 19 years old. So he wakes up in bed and he basically says, I'm a quadruple amputee. I was fine 48 hours ago and now I'm a quadruple amputee. And he decides to make...
This is after he had a night out and just took some drugs. And he cut off all of his legs and arms. Bro, what?
This decision in the hospital room that this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to him. And he makes that decision. Right?
Even that is a consequence of him and his wiring. What I'm trying to understand is...
But he ended up starting a clinic, and it's a multi-million-dollar clinic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible
And he's
what
the
people
exception,
can do.
not the rule.
I have to look up this. Surely this guy's famous. What? Guy cuts off arms and legs after night out, Australia. Who is this guy? What's the name of this guy? I'm sorry, I have to rewind this. What?
Well, I've built from scratch several times because I got disrupted several times. So I've had to start with nothing several times and build.
But you started...
But I'm a certain type of person, right?
And when we say start from nothing, you actually started with a wealth of information. And the whole game in building
intellectual capital.
Intellectual capital, having been through it before, being around that mentor that gave you
I can't,
information.
I can't see this guy. If I Google this, I can't, I'm seeing Australian guy attacked by shark. Australian guy born without arms or legs, but no Australian guy who cut off his arms and legs. I'm getting the 127 hours guy.
Access to a great market. Like having access to a free market is a big thing. I was born in Australia and I moved to London at the peak of London's economic freedom.
So this can't be broadly applicable advice, can it?
Well, I think personal agency is broadly applicable.
Yes, I agree.
I got this friend of mine who woke up one day, he went out clubbing, went out to a nightclub, felt sick, collapsed, woke up and they'd chopped off all 4 limbs.
Oh,
right?
so he didn't do it himself? Somebody else, maybe spiked him and then chopped off all of his limbs.
He had quadruple amputee. He was 19 years old. So he wakes up in bed and he basically says, I'm a quadruple amputee. I was fine 48 hours ago and now I'm a quadruple amputee. And he decides to make this decision in the hospital room that this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to him. And he makes that decision. Right?
Even that is a consequence of him and his wiring. What I'm trying to understand is...
But he ended up starting a clinic, and it's a multi-million-dollar clinic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible
and he's
what
the
people
exception,
can do.
Not the rule.
It's incredible what people do. But you only need a few people to succeed and the whole economy starts to improve. We actually, in this UK, we only, at the peak of our entrepreneurial, blitzing it, where we're doing so well, there was only 40,000 scale-ups. 40,000 companies were creating jobs growth, higher wages, investment into the country. You know, it's only 1% of people who pay 30% of the taxes and 10% of people who pay 60% of the taxes. So you only need 1 in 100 to actually create something that's valuable, and you get an extra 30% of taxes.
But so that again is, we need this one. That's advice for the people that end up getting into that 1%.
Yeah. But who does everyone else work for? Like, all jobs growth comes from entrepreneurs.
So what are you saying to the 99% there? Are you saying go get a job?
Well, you need wealth creators in the economy who are building something. Like, you take Gymshark, people who work at Gymshark, they're super glad that...
I think this guy got sepsis. I think the way that he told that story was a bit misleading. I think he had sepsis. If it's Mick O'Dowd, he got sepsis. He told that story in a way that made it seem like somebody cut off, some random people cut off his arms and legs without his consent. I think doctors had to, because he had sepsis. Sepsis from the club. I think so. I believe this must be the guy. The way he told that story was he was on a night out. Somebody came up to him, spiked his drink, and then cut off his arms and legs. I think doctors did that because he got... Yeah, he had a necrotizing myostasis, giving him septic shock. Either that or he's just made up a guy. But this is an Australian guy who is a quadruple amputee. I don't know. Maybe it's a different guy. It seems like the same guy. He was 19. He wasn't on. Oh, maybe he wasn't 19. I don't know. Maybe he's just making shit up.
This guy started the company. They're really happy that there's a company. Otherwise, where would they go? What would they work? Where would they work? So if Ben decides that he doesn't want to start that company in the UK, or if he gets to 10 million and stops, then all of those additional jobs are toast. They're all gone.
So are you encouraging the entrepreneurial... You're not encouraging everyone to become an entrepreneur.
No.
You're saying those that have that bias or that...
I'm saying we need a system that encourages the people who can to do.
And what about everybody else?
Well, the flow-on effect is that creates jobs, that creates wealth in the economy,
Okay.
And free markets lift everybody up. Free markets just means that everyone's trading with everyone. You know, it starts to, like, the whole thing, I mean, it's just a tale as old as time. As soon as economies are free and there are entrepreneurs starting things and growing things, everyone's life improves. Everyone's life get better.
And what part of that do you disagree with, Gary?
I think it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The only period... Listen, the last 70 years are not normal, Stephen. The last 70 years are not normal. The last 70 years in Europe and the US, where ordinary people like my dad could work for the post office on less than average wage and buy a house and support a family, it's not normal. It's not normal in the world, and it's not normal in history. Most countries in the world are not like that. Most countries have a small super-rich elite and a very large group of extremely poor people. That's most of the country, and it's most of history in this country, and it's most of history in the US. You know, we talk about Charles Dickens. I read Hard Times. And this is written in the 19th century when Britain was like the industrial super...
Guys, I'm sorry. I think I've found the right guy now. It's a DJ called Tom Nash. I think this is the guy. He's an Australian guy. He had his arms and legs amputated at 19. It was due to, like, a sepsis thing, right? Lost both of his arms at the elbow, both of his legs below the knee, and the use of one kidney and half of his liver, as well as being left with serious scars across his face and the remaining parts of his body. Yeah, he got meningococcal septicemia, a form of blood poisoning where bacteria eats away the blood vessels. So yeah, it's like a sepsis thing. I think that's the guy.
of the whole world. And at the time, the government was talking about, should we tax these industrialists? And the industrialists were saying, if you tax us, we'll throw our factories into the sea. And it just reminds me, you know, the only time we've ever really been able to provide decent living conditions for ordinary working people was the period after the war where we massively redistributed wealth. And now we're losing that holding of wealth of the middle class.
Can you acknowledge, though, that that was a completely different time as it relates to being able to...
It was a different time, but, you know, I could, you know...
Because of technology.
Nigeria today, Brazil today, the UK 300 years ago, France 200 years ago. There is only one specific time that we have ever successfully provided broad living standards for ordinary people, and it was a period of time where we protected a broadly equal wealth distribution and taxed the rich at very high rates.
And you can acknowledge that that's extremely hard to do because the nature of the economy
100%,
is now different.
100%. That's the reason why all of our grandparents and our great-grandparents and our great-great-grandparents lived in poverty. And that's why I know I'm probably going to lose. And that's why I bet on the economy getting worse. And that's why I know poverty is going to increase. Because it was extremely difficult to get that unusually fair share for ordinary working people. And I know we're losing the argument. And I know that Farage will win, and I know that Trump will win, and I know that things will get worse. I don't think I'm going to win.
So if you know you're promoting a strategy that is not going to work, and it sounds like you think is incredibly, almost impossible, then why would you not be more practical in your solution?
Stephen, if it was impossible, I wouldn't be here.
So you think it's possible?
Of course it's possible. Of course it's possible.
But you believe you're not going to win?
I'm a betting man, Steve. I'm a betting man. I put my bets on. You know, I am... If I get... Okay, so my YouTube channel is growing really, really quickly. And you know, I'm obviously like starting a bit of a movement, and there's a lot of political support. And if it keeps growing, we'll get more political support. At the end of the day, I'm trying to tax the richest and most powerful people in the world. And most of these people will come out and attack me, and they'll try and stop me. And I do not have billions of pounds, hundreds of millions of pounds to use to support my YouTube channel. I'm counting on ordinary people like your viewers to support and share my message. Now listen, for most of history, that has not worked. And for most of history, ordinary families live in poverty. I don't think it's impossible that we, ordinary people, can win and get a fairer share, but I think it's worth fighting for, Steve, so I fight for it anyway.
He's right that for most of history, you've had the super elite and then everyone else is down here, and it's massive wealth inequality is almost the normal for the last 5,000 years. And almost everywhere, you've got kings, queens, dukes, and peasants and serfs down there. There have been economic situations that have been different. Dubai is a really strange situation. It's a desert. It's inhospitable to live in. It's the last place in the world most people would think or choose that they would want to be, and yet it's one of the most economically rich places in the world right now. They actually didn't start with oil wealth. They were able to borrow money to build Dubai, but the low-tax environment has now attracted some of the world's most talented people to go and build technology companies there. And I don't know, have you been there recently?
I've been to Dubai, a few years ago now, but I've been there.
So at the moment, it is the most thriving entrepreneurial community on earth outside of the US.
Oh, it sounds awful. It literally sounds like the worst place on earth.
But
on top of everything else.
Probably even rivaling the US, that there are investors, there's entrepreneurs, and the wealth is going through the roof. I've got two friends who are personal trainers, fitness trainers. One fitness trainer has decided to stop working more hours because he's hit 50 grand a year and he now gets taxed at 40%. So he's basically decided he's going to earn right up to 50,000 and then stop working. And then the other fitness trainer went to Dubai, launched an online fitness community, and has just bought a $350,000 Ferrari.
What the first guy should have done is just carried on working, earning more, and found a good accountant that could let him avoid tax like everybody else does.
And one entrepreneur is super pumped and super excited about building a business because he's not overtaxed. The other entrepreneur has literally said, I'm not willing to do this because of how much I have to pay.
Just want to be clear, I've always campaigned for lower taxes on working people.
On working people.
Always. So.
But here's the thing, right? If I was to ask you, you've just become one of the best-selling authors in the country. If your publisher came to you and said, because you're in the top 1% of our authors, we're going to halve your royalties if you sign a second book with us. You wouldn't sign a second book with them. You would go to another publisher who says, we'll pay you more royalties because you're so successful.
I would have written this book for free then. I would have written this book for free. In fact, the first time I got offered a deal, I said, don't pay me in advance.
They find it so hard to fathom that some people are not entirely motivated by money in every aspect of their life, because he's made enough money to be comfortable at this point, to the point where he doesn't have to care. And some people, when they get to that point, they're like, I have to make more money. I just have to make more money. And some people are like, I have enough things to live and I don't care anymore, and I can do what I want now, which is still a very privileged position to be in, but it's very different from the mindset of the people like him who are like, oh, I've made enough money to be comfortable and I must make more, even if it means moving out of the country where all of my family and friends are and where we've made a home and a house and everything, and where my children have made friends. I must carry on making more money. I must never stop.
Give your royalties away.
Keep hoarding it. Keep hoarding it.
Why?
Well, because what I'm saying...
All right, fine. I'll give my royalties away.
No, but
I'll shut my YouTube channel down.
No, but
I'll stop working.
I'm saying we respond to incentives that if your publisher, if Penguin came to you and said, book number 2, you get half royalties because you're in the top 1%, would you sign with Penguin or would you go with someone else?
I walked away from a £2 million job a year to run a YouTube channel. Do you think I do the work that I do for money?
I'm not talking about that you do it for money. I'm just saying if you had the option to sign between 2 publishing contracts, right, and all things being equal, one's going to penalise you for being in the top 1% and the other one's going to reward you for being in the top 1%, would you of course you would go with the normal, if all things being equal, you want to write a second book anyway. It's the same for entrepreneurs. When entrepreneurs start companies, we can either start them in high tax economies or with a stroke of a pen, start them in low tax economies.
I think the rich world is going to have to start rethinking the fact that it allows people, very, very wealthy people, to own enormous amounts of their physical wealth, go live overseas and not pay tax. I think that has to be revisited, for sure. Because what you're saying is, I want the benefit of being...
Hey, have I got some gifted subs? How many? I can't see how many it is. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous.
being able to sell to the US market and the UK market, but I don't want the obligation of having to pay US and UK taxes. And you are correct that at the moment, the US and UK governments allow that. And I think that's phenomenally
US
stupid.
taxes you on worldwide income.
Well, only a small amount, right? So I think that realistically, I think that the US and UK governments have to stop that. But the way I see it, the US and UK governments and increasingly a lot of global governments are kind of being brought up by the elites. And, you know, we have Elon Musk is basically the president, right? And we had Rishi Sunak, whose father-in-law was one of the richest men in the world. Like, if you're Rishi Sunak, who, for our American viewers, was our prime minister until very recently, his father-in-law was one of the richest men in the world. He's got £700 million personal wealth. He's going to be making 30, 40 million pounds passive income. And you're getting paid 130 grand a year to be prime minister. When you're making policy, do you think, maybe I'll ask my father-in-law at once?
Yeah.
You know, the fact is, what you're seeing here is, if you allow the rich, I'm never ever against entrepreneurship. Yeah. I'm not against people getting rich. If you allow the rich to get richer and richer and richer, they squeeze the middle class and they squeeze the poor class out of things like housing, of things like space in cities, of things like energy, and of things like owning a share in government and owning a share in the media.
And Rishi Sunak, what did he do to heat his pool? Rishi Sunak. That's the one. That's the one. Rishi Sunak has electricity grid upgraded to heat his private pool. That's what they do. PM will pick up cost of upgrade to work in North Yorkshire and no suggestion he received preferential treatment. Rishi Sunak's new private heated swimming pool uses so much energy that the local electricity network had to be upgraded to meet its power demand.
We acknowledge that countries that adopt a anti-rich, big government approach tend to collapse.
What, like this country in the 60s?
Well,
like
we,
the US in the 50s?
Needed a US bailout. We needed an IMF bailout.
That's what you need to do to have an outdoor heated pool in Yorkshire, though, to be fair. Because if you didn't heat it, it would be a block of ice constantly.
Like this country in the 60s?
Well,
like
we
the US in the 50s?
We needed a US bailout. We needed an IMF bailout in 1976.
But the US did the same thing. The US had even higher taxes than us.
We basically, like, you take all the countries where the government becomes big, they meddle with your life, they're involved in every decision, right? Half the economy. I mean, here's one of the things.
This period is known as the golden age of capitalism. It's the period of time when
Which period? This period
the 50 years after the Second World War.
Oh, it's the golden age of middle class, to be middle class.
You don't care about the middle class?
No, of course I do. But the 70 years after the World War II, where the government sold off all of its houses to middle class people, so we got housing wealth, but you can only do that trick once, right?
Uh-huh.
So you can only sell off all the houses to everyone once, which is why all the baby boomers own them.
Well, the living standards collapsed after the houses were sold. There was a long period where the houses weren't sold. Between the Second World War and the 80s,
when
the
do
houses
you
weren't being
pinpoint
sold.
living standards collapsing?
Well, I think there's a few, obviously, big moments. I think 2008 is a big moment. I think COVID is a big moment. I think it's the 80s where you start to see the wealth distribution go. What matters is actually the distribution itself.
Yeah.
So once you change the tax system, it takes a bit of time for the wealth distribution to change. But once you start, for me, the big thing is the loss of wealth holding. I want ordinary families to be able to hold wealth.
So
and once you lose
I
that,
agree with
you
you.
lose the middle class. And you will not find me a single country in the world now or the history of the world that has provided good broad living standards without allowing ordinary families to own assets.
Yeah, I agree. And take Singapore, for example, where everyone's encouraged to own properties. They've got an amazing system in Singapore. They've taken
Which is a massive government, by the way, enormous government.
25% of GDP.
But they own all that. They own the houses.
They have a wealth fund.
They own all the houses.
No, they don't own all the houses. They have a sovereign wealth fund that circulates houses through. They
own the houses.
They've solved property.
Singapore owns the house. They own it. The Singapore government owns an enormous share of the housing
the UK,
stock. So do you think we should own the housing
by
stock?
pension funds? People, they not force their citizens, but they direct their citizens into home ownership.
So you don't think the Singaporean government owns a large share of the
I just know
housing stock?
the Singaporean government's only 25% of the economy.
Around 80% of Singapore's residents live in public housing flats managed by the Housing and Development Board, and about 90% of those residents owning their homes.
But a big share of the housing stock.
So 75% of the economy is
I would like to
capitalist.
say, by the way, just to be really clear, I've never ever once advocated for big government. Never a single time.
But
never
more
a single
taxes is
time.
bigger government.
I want higher.
That's like, they're managed by the Housing and Development Board, the government. but 90% of them own them, but they're managed by the government, but they own them. Like, what that means, I don't know.
Advocate for big government. Never a single time.
But
Never
more
a single
taxes is
time.
bigger government.
I want higher taxes on the wealth hoarders so we can tax wealth creators and working people less. I don't want a bigger government. I want our viewers to have more money. I want our viewers to have more money. And also, I want to tax those super rich so that they stop squeezing ordinary families out of asset ownership.
Yeah, it seems like an obvious solution. It seems like
it's a good solution.
It seems like hey, who's got the money? Rich people.
Not the money, the assets.
Right? Who's got the assets? Rich people. Then let's just take them off them and.
No. I don't want to redistribute. I am the only person in this table anti-redistribution because the redistribution is happening in front of our eyes. The middle class is losing its assets. Government is losing its assets. Those assets are being accumulated by the rich. I want to stop the redistribution, please. Please, I am the most anti-redistribution person in this game. We need to stop the redistribution of wealth away from ordinary British and American families.
So the difference is, for me, it's very simple, which is I really truly believe that free markets and low governments and less taxes creates more wealth in the middle.
Dan, freedom for the heron is death for the fishes. If we have complete freedom, multimillionaires like you and me will get richer and richer and richer every year, and we will squeeze out and we will eat the middle class.
Can I ask you, though, if wealth inequality could be solved,
We need regulation for the fishies.
but everyone does worse, is that a good solution?
Obviously not. The whole reason I do this is because I don't want ordinary people to collapse into poverty. This is about people being able to feed their kids.
So wealth inequality is not the problem. It's collapsing living standards.
That's quite contorted. Yes, it's quite contorted logic. The problem is collapsing living standards. I am somebody who has made millions of pounds by understanding the simple fact that living standards are falling because of growing wealth inequality.
So living standards, if they were to increase, but there were super rich, is that a problem?
I think you do need to be worried about extremely wealthy elites. Yeah, I think what's interesting, you look at the founding of the United States. These guys, the founding of the United States conceptually is really based on these ideas of distribution of power. That's why you have the president and the House and the Senate and you have this independent judiciary. They're like, we cannot allow power to become concentrated because they came from a Europe which had extremely concentrated power and extremely wealthy elites and extremely broad poverty. So I think that allowing a small group of society to increasingly monopolize power and wealth over time is obviously something we should be worried about. But primarily, the reason that I worry about wealth inequality is because I see and I bet on and I make money on the fact that it causes living standards to fall.
By the way, I actually really agree with you. And the founding fathers of the US, they did, especially around the 1900s, they did want to break up monopolies. And breaking up monopolies was one of the big things that they did trust busting, where they broke up Standard Oil and all of those sorts of things. One thing I do really see happening at the moment is that we have a stupid, outdated definition of monopolies where we use monopolies the same way they used it when they had the oil companies that owned all the oil. In the technology world, a monopoly is formed through an ecosystem. So Amazon, for example, owning AWS and Audible and this and this and this and Whole Foods, it creates a fortress that's almost impossible to compete with. And Google owning YouTube and Gmail and all of this, they create these fortresses through ecosystems. And one of the things that I do think we need to look at is compulsory breakup of big tech once you hit a certain time, because it's very difficult. Because, do you know, billionaires have two big fears, right? Keep them up.
How's that ever going to happen, though, if we don't, restrict them from getting so rich in some way? How are we ever going to be able to properly enforce antitrust laws if we just don't tax them and we just carry on allowing them to get rich and rich and rich and rich as possible? Because they're forever just going to lobby themselves out of being beholden to antitrust laws. So is he not just contradicting himself?
Night, having nightmares. Number two is high taxes. Number one is that startup entrepreneur who disrupts their business, and they want to kill that early. You know, Steve Jobs at 24
Oh yeah, I'm just a confused lady. I forgot.
years old disrupted IBM.
I'm just confused.
And
being dishonest, and I'm confused.
Jeff Bezos disrupted Walmart. So they are terrified of entrepreneurs in the middle. And they want to create government regulations to say, hey, you know what? Let's cap entrepreneurs at 10 million. You can get to 10 million. It's okay for us. We're way past that point. But Gary's our guy because he's going to cap everyone at 10 million.
I never said cap anyone at 10 million, by the way.
Well, because what do you think will happen? People stop. As soon as you have wealth taxes, people just give up. They just don't
you're
want to do
telling me
it.
our viewers, if they knew they could build a 20, 30 million pound company,
sounds ridiculous.
But they knew they would have to pay 20. If you're worth 30 million, 1% above is 200 grand a year. So if I said if you can have a 30 million pound company,
do
but you have to
traders
pay-
stop?
Just bear in mind.
I think like overall, if we're worried about people making 10 million, and then thinking, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna not bother if I can't make more than 10 million. Like, surely they're like the wrong kind of people to have as like the most successful, like, most powerful people in our society. Like the people who are like, just all they care about is like making more money than they could ever possibly need to live a comfortable life. Are those the people that we want to like really incentivize to be in charge, essentially, of the economy? Because that's what you are when you get that rich. You're essentially in charge of the economy and what happens because you have enough money to invest in it. So you basically decide what companies make it big and what companies don't. And if you're the kind of person who like all you care about is making far more money than is comfortable to live on, is that really what we should be incentivizing as a society? I would say no. But how do we move out of like living in a society that has that mindset? Because we all just fucking worship money so much. That's why we're all fucking buying Rolexes. I mean, I'm not, but we're fucked, man. We're all fucked in the head.
Right? You make 5% a year on your wealth, right? So if you've got a 300 million pound company, you're going to be making 15 million pound a year. And I'm turning to you and I'm going to say, you know, you've got to pay 200 grand a year on your 50 million pound revenue. And they're going to say, you know what? I'm not going to start a business. I don't want to be worth 30 million quid. This is, you know, this is ridiculous. You know, nobody is going to say, oh my God, I don't want to be a multi-millionaire because in 20 years' time, I'll have to pay 1% taxes.
But most traders are earning what most people earn in a lifetime, traders can earn in a year. Most traders don't stop.
No,
right?
Talk about that a lot in my book.
Right?
Yeah.
So most traders just keep going. Entrepreneurs are the same, that they're motivated to keep going. But when you have wealth advisors and investors saying, do not build a company in the UK because they're anti-wealth.
Listen, I'm not trying to make the UK anti-wealth. I'm not trying to make the UK anti-wealth. I think the UK and the US need to be looking at a situation where you cannot allow people who own enormous businesses that sell to your country to live in Dubai, to live in the Cayman Islands and not pay tax. And I don't think that's a controversial position.
I've got a question for both of you, which is if you are a young person and you're 18 years old now and that you're listening to this, but your objective really is an individualistic one. You want to get rich and you have a great future for you and your family, like all of us have been able to do. What would your advice be to them, Gary, at this moment in time?
This is such a hard question. I know Dan's angry at me for what I put in my video, How to Get Rich. Somebody came around to my house and asked me this the other day. Obviously, I get asked it a lot because, stupidly, I'm very public about the fact that I'm rich. What I did is not replicable. It's not. I'm sorry, but it's not. People always say, why don't you teach me to trade? Like, it's hard. It's hard trading and it's dangerous. And I think a lot of young men are getting sort of sold into trading and becoming gambling addicts. You know, work hard. And I wouldn't even say don't become an entrepreneur. I've never, ever said these things. Work hard. You know, if you think that you have an opportunity in tech entrepreneurship, go for it. Understand it's risky. I think that sometimes this message, just become an entrepreneur and you'll make it, is a bit dangerous because I think most people who try to become entrepreneurs fail. And I think it's super, super dangerous. The reality is, and you know, maybe Dan won't like this, maybe you won't like this. I think it is very, very difficult for a young man or a young woman from a poor family to become rich. And I think it's increasingly hard even to just get those basics of financial security. So, listen, obviously, reduce your spending if you can. Don't buy into this, like, Balenciaga bullshit. Stay away from that. But work hard, study hard, try to get a good job. But also understand, we are shrinking the seats on the lifeboat. That's what we're doing. We used to allow 50% to be secure. Then it's 40%. Then it's 30%. Then it's 20%. You know, you've got family in Nigeria. If a young person from, like, Shantytown in Nigeria came to you and said, Stephen, what could I do to get rich? you would have to say to them realistically, listen, you are in a difficult situation here. You need to work really, really hard. But if you are able to make enough money to support a family, be proud of yourself.
What I would actually say to them, so yeah, I have got family in Nigeria. For people that don't know, I'm by blood half Nigerian. I would say to them that knowledge is really your life raft. So obviously there's a big tech boom happening in Nigeria, which is liberating a lot of people from that situation. So I would try and tell them to get on the life raft that is like knowledge of this new revolution. So from Nigeria, you can learn to code, and then the great thing now is that we literally have, actually, this is quite interesting, we're building a tech company in San Francisco called Flightcast. It's live, everyone can go look at it.
Oh, he gets a little plug-in. He even gets a little plug-in.
Flightcast.com. And the lead developer,
Plug it, baby. Peg me. Peg me.
Guess Radar. The lead developer of Guess Radar is a Nigerian guy.
But how many of those jobs in the Nigerian tech sector are going to kids that grew up in the shanty towns?
I have no idea.
Because I worked in... People ask me, tell me how to do what you did, all right? I worked in Canary Wharf. It's in East London. I could see the building from my house growing up. There was not a single other kid from East London the whole time I was there.
Do you know, to Dan's point about this remote work revolution, where like work now has, you can work from anywhere. And in our company Third Web, San Francisco, some of the staff that we now have are in the Philippines because they just have like great creatives there. It's obviously more cost effective. Isn't this a huge part of what's going on in our economy, this digitalization and this remotification of work?
It is. But I think for many people, you know, I'm sure you pay your workers in the Philippines very, very well. Most of these people, they used to have a half-decent wage in office, and now they're locked in their bedrooms, barely paying the bills.
Yeah.
In the Philippines?
Not in the Philippines. The Philippine guys are balling out of control.
No, I'm saying the Philippines is booming at the moment.
Yeah.
Like,
So you think the average person in the Philippines is living a luxurious life?
What's happening at the moment?
Do you think the average person in the Philippines is living a luxurious life?
There is this thing called remote foreign workers, and this is a huge boom. And the economic
So
boom...
the kids should move to the Philippines then? It's great. You get a great quality of life in the Philippines. You know what? When I looked at the slums of Manila, they should just get jobs. I don't know why they're not getting the laptops out. The poverty in the Philippines is horrific. Listen, Philippines is a beautiful country, an amazing country. I love the
Why aren't the millionaires moving to the Philippines?
Philippines.
But
I've been a
money's
number of
flowing
times.
in there at a rate that's
But
never
what
been.
is the life like for your average Filipino?
Well, would you agree, though, that their economy is just getting flooded with money at the moment? Like, money's flowing in there.
Money is flowing in, but it is not giving a good quality of life for your average Filipino.
That's not true. Remote foreign workers...
In 2023, the national poverty incidence among Filipino families was recorded at 10.9%, equating to approximately 2.99 million families who did not earn enough to meet basic food and food needs. I forgot. I turned the subtitles off. Sorry, I'll put them back on.
Well, we can
remote foreign
we can
workers
ask our Filipino viewers to tell us what's life's like for the average.
Can actually often support their
We can
entire
have a look.
family.
I don't know what the average wage is in the Philippines.
Just to bring it back to this point, though, so I wanted to know from Gary, he said work hard. If you're a young guy listening to this now, I was reading this really interesting article yesterday from I think it was from a major newspaper talking about the Lost Boys, and it goes to show that I think it's 1 in 7 young men that is at a working age now are out of work. So there's lots of talk around young men in particular and how they're struggling. You'd say work hard, Gary. You'd
work
say
hard, no Balenciaga. But the big thing is recognize the situation that you're in. And I would encourage them to support my work and follow my channel because the lifeboats are shrinking. And trust me, we're going to get our kids in the lifeboats. And we all know that, all right? And if those lifeboats are shrinking, if you don't stop the ship from going down, it is not you and me who are going to go down. We'll be fine. If you don't fight the political fight, I guarantee you, people like Daniel will.
So you're saying that they should also get involved in the political fight?
You have to. You have to. That's what our grandparents did.
And
That's what our grandparents
if they want to become millionaires like you and me and Dan...
Oh, it sounds like Dan's got better advice for that than I do.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask Dan as well, but I'm wondering how your advice ties into sort of like the young person who's trying to liberate themselves from where you came from or where I came from.
You know what? I don't think I'm the guy to say that, man, because, you know, I had this unusual gift from a young age. I was very, very, very good at maths, and I just followed that. And, my sister, she's a poet, and she wrote a really successful grime musical about Dizzy Rascal's first album, all right? She comes from, obviously, the same family as me, poor family. She works so hard. She works so hard. 2 degrees, she can barely pay the rent, all right? So I don't want to turn around to our young kids and say, well, I've got this talent, follow your talent.
He's right. I mean, like the current economy, it really benefits people who aren't like particularly artistic in a lot of ways. Like some artistic people, some creative people do get rich, but it's very sort of like 1% of them who get to the very top, like Beyonce, and like the rest of artists who are not like literally at the pinnacle are very much struggling. Whereas if you happen to be like good at business, good at entrepreneurship, or good at maths, good at trading like Gary was, you can find a way to like make it very rich in this economy. But like I don't think we should be living in any kind of economy that only really benefits certain types of talent in ways that are like far more lucrative than other talents, because I think creative talents are just as important, but they're paid far, far, far less. And when they're paid far, far, far less, that incentivizes people a lot less to get into them. And what we need as humans is art. We need creativity. That's what we need. It's like that's what the human condition is made up of, is creativity and art, as well as all of the science and maths and everything. It's like we need all of it, and we shouldn't be prioritizing a very small amount of talent when what we actually need to thrive as human beings is to incentivize all of it. We need to incentivize all of talent, and that's certainly not what we're doing. But like, you know, people like Daniel will come along and be like, yeah, anybody can make 10k to $1 million a month if you just follow my steps, and you can become an amazing entrepreneur. Like, not everybody's built to be an entrepreneur, and I'm certainly not. I fucking hate making decisions about my own personal, very small business that I suppose I have. Like, would I even call it a business? I don't know. I'm a sole trader. Does that mean I have a business? I guess, a small one. But like, I'm not a business person, and I fucking hate all of the like the businessy decisions that I have to make to do what I do. I hate it. Like, all I want to do is like sit here and stream and talk shit and like create stuff. I want to like write stupid shit. I want to write music, and I want to write stupid jokes, and I want to perform on camera. I'm a creative person, and whenever something comes into it that is even like slightly businessy, where I have to make like a businessy decision of like, oh, well, what will people like pay me for? I fucking hate all of that shit. I am not built for any of that. And like, to tell people that you have to be like that, like you have to be that way to make money, like, because that's the only way in which you will build value as a person, is like a really bad mindset to have. And it's a very capitalism pilled mindset to have as well. Like, you're so cooked by capitalism if you think that you need to be a good business person or entrepreneur to bring value to society. It's absolutely not the only way that you can bring value to society, but it's the only way that we really reward it under the system that we live in. And I think that we should change that.
Because it doesn't work, Stephen.
True.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Wait, my sister does great work, but
Yeah.
financially, for young people, following your passion, following your talent, unless you come from a rich family, realistically.
Hey, aw, thank you for the bits. Here's some redistribution of wealth. So happy belated birthday. Thank you.
It very, very rarely works. And I know it worked for the three of us at this table, but let's not pretend that everyone experiences the same things that we experienced.
What would you say to that, Dan, and what's your answer?
I think there's two economies going on at the moment. There's a dying economy, which is the Industrial Revolution economy, and that is all the office jobs and the factory jobs and all of that sort of stuff, which is very much being automated away and moved to globally. And at the same time, there's this new bubbling up digital economy, which I'd call the entrepreneur economy or the digital economy. Both of these economies are kind of coexisting. One's going like that, one's going like that. And if you want to be economically successful, you need to stand next to the biggest piles of money that you can. Unfortunately, being a poet doesn't pay a lot of money, and we all know that. That's not a surprise. If you came from a very rich family and you were a poet, you'd probably be one of the 60% who fell out of a rich family as well. If you want to be economically successful, you need to say, what is the thing that's economically booming right now? Gary saw the finance industry at that particular time, but if we actually look at the finance industry now, it's in decline, and trading is being replaced by AI robots. People who worked in your career are going to be replaced by IT systems that basically do similar jobs. It's going to be, these things happen. We're going through a massive technological change. But at the same time...
Is he implying that that's a good thing and it's inevitable? Because it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to have AI decide what thrives in the economy. Because what we should have doing that is humans. Humans should be deciding what the value is of things, not computers. Because if we let computers do that, they're being trained on models from the past and what we've previously valued things as. And what it doesn't know is what we're likely to value in the future as actual human beings, because they're all trained on what we've done in the past. So we're just like, if we let AI do all of that forever, we're just going to be stuck in some shitty economic loop where we just carry on pumping money into everything that we've pumped money into in the past.
It's never been easier to learn skills for free on YouTube. It's never been easier to join communities where you can get mentoring and get support. There are communities of angel investors who do invest in startups. It's never been cheaper or easier to start a company. There's never been more software and technology to scale and grow. In a short space of time. I would say do what Gary's done.
It's never been cheaper or easier to start a company than now. Like, he's literally talking about now when, like, literally poor people are at the behest of the debt that they're in. The working class, they have no disposable income with which to start a company. And he's like, oh yeah, it's easier than ever, guys, because you have Zoom now on your computer. So therefore it's easier.
Publishes online. He's built a personal brand. He's attached it to a recurring revenue model. He's got.
Yeah, I also worked for free for 4 years. So I'm not sure how replicable that is.
So build a personal brand, attach it to a business model that is where money's flowing. These are positive things you can do. We all have to play the cards we're dealt. You can always find someone who's done better with better cards, or someone who's been dealt better cards, and you can always find someone who's been dealt worse cards. No matter who you are on the planet, there's someone better, there's someone worse. You have to play the cards that you're dealt. You cannot sit around waiting for the economic system of the world to be changed. You have to say, you know what? These are the cards I was born at this particular time, in these circumstances. These are my strengths. These are my weaknesses. I'm going to play the cards that I've dealt. Personal.
Is he playing Uno?
Agency is what gets people.
Can I do am I playing Uno with a billionaire? Can I give a reverse card to a billionaire? Is that how it works?
To feel
Is it that easy? That's how it's making it sound.
Good about their life, to make progress. And as soon as you play the victim mindset, as soon as you say, oh, you know what? The answer to all my prayers is Gary's going to change the system. You're in serious trouble.
Could I just say one thing back on that? If we become a society of individuals who think only individually and never consider broader societal problems, we will become a society that becomes unable to fix societal problems. I'm somebody who has made millions of pounds betting on the collapse of society, the collapse of the middle class. I don't want to be giving stock tips on the Titanic, okay? I understand that we live in individualized societies and it's not popular to say, hey, you need to protect your society. If you don't protect your society is going to collapse. And the British public, the American public, have a choice to make here.
What would that
I'm here
look
to
like?
protect these viewers.
What do you want people to do?
I want them to get involved with, watch my channel, subscribe to my channel.
What's your content?
On YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Share it with your friends. Share it with your mum.
Okay, but
Understand.
then what?
And then push for change. Push for change like our grandparents did.
But what
push the politicians to tax working people less and tax extremely wealthy.
This guy will never understand the concept of class consciousness. There are so many question marks flying around his head right now. What? What? Social grassroots? What?
So vote for the Greens.
Vote for whoever gives you your share of the pie.
So basically,
listen, this is not football, okay?
Okay.
I'm not here,
No, but
Gary
I'm saying,
Stevenson, member of the Green Party.
But ultimately,
I'm here to protect the working class.
So that's their sort of, that would be their social and sort of political energy, would be to stand up and fight. But in their personal lives, are you telling them to start businesses, take big risks, work really hard, go for it because they can also
You know,
make it?
I would defer to you guys on that. You know, I'm not a businessman. I'm an economist. Yeah, that's what I am. You know, I made my money by being an economist. I'm a very, very good economist. My predictions will be right. People can go and watch my predictions. At the beginning of COVID, I predicted the entire COVID crisis exactly correctly in May 2020. You know, this is, you know, I'm good at this. And listen.
To be fair, he did do a Guardian column. Gary Stevenson. Guardian. Wow, damn. He did one in like 2020, where he was like basically, yeah, we're in the middle of a crisis and the rich are gonna get very rich. To be fair, he did say that, so.
I'm never going to come here and say I'm a better businessman than you, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not. I'm a very, very, very good economist. This will happen.
Is there something that I can do if I'm sat here listening at home? I understand everything you said. I believe everything you said. I believe that it's going to get worse for me. Yeah. Do you think I should still take responsibility of my situation and fight to make my life richer, better, more successful?
100%.
Okay.
100.
No! What we should all do is bed rot and cry and scroll through TikTok watching cat videos.
100%. Because you know, and I'm sure you know, if you're average British or American, if you don't do that, you're not going to be able to turn the heating on. You have to do it. You have to do it. And I've never once, you know, I think my opinions are often mischaracterised as being anti-ambition. You've read my book. Do you think I'm anti-ambition?
No.
I work my tits off to make money, and I want every single young person in this country to be able to make money if they want to, if that's what they want to work towards. But we've created a society where it's almost impossible for young... Listen, I've been there. I've been at LSE. I've been at Oxford. I've been in the city. I've been in the media. I've been in politics. All of the guys at the top are a bunch of rich idiots. We are not allowing these smart kids from ordinary backgrounds to get into those spaces. Why do we pretend we're not doing that? We know we're doing that.
I disagree with that. You're talking about two types of elite spaces. Elite space of elite universities.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the elite space of derivatives trading. There's the real economy, where entrepreneurs do their work. Then there's the first derivative, which is the banking system. And then there's the second derivative, which is rates traders like yourself, right? These are places that normal people don't want to end up. Most normal people who grow up in normal households don't wake up one day and say, I want to be a rates trader on a double derivative of the economy making bets. Most people want to start a business that employs people and they want to grow that business and be successful.
Do you think that starting a business is a realistic high success probability chance of ordinary poor people becoming rich?
I know that economies thrive when entrepreneurs are active, and it's not just the entrepreneurs, they create
Is that a thing that our viewers can do, and most of them will end up rich?
You only need 1% to improve the whole economy.
There's a really interesting stat that says globally around 65% of ultra-high net worth individuals are self-made. Approximately 19% primarily inherited their wealth, and about 16% inherited wealth but significantly grew it through their own ventures. So 65% of the ultra-high net worth individuals globally are self-made. Does that not mean that if I want to become an ultra-high net worth person, it's going to come down to...
Listen, we are just come off the...
What does self-made though really? Because didn't they call what's that woman, the Kardashian woman, Kylie Jenner? Didn't they say that she was a self-made billionaire at one point? What do you mean by that?
The back of the golden age of capitalism, when ordinary people like my dad, you know, I grew up in Ilford. It's in East London. It's a very immigrant area. Most of my friends I grew up with come from Pakistani, Indian immigrant backgrounds. They came over with nothing. They worked really hard. They made money. They had their own assets. We had a period where ordinary people could make money and could make wealth. So obviously we are now in a period where there are rich people who made money during that period. But it's over now.
I'm seeing ordinary people making money all the time.
Okay, so you're telling our viewers they're idiots. Why are they not making money?
I'm not telling anyone they're an idiot. I'm saying
if it's that easy, okay, all right, fine. Go and buy Dan's book, read it, and become a millionaire. Because Dan thinks it's easy to become a millionaire by being an entrepreneur. But I suspect, having not been an entrepreneur,
Do you know
that
what's
most
funny?
of the people who've read your book are not millionaires.
Everything you've touched has turned to gold. You turned yourself to academia, you got an amazing qualification. You turned yourself to banking, you became $2 million a year. You turned yourself to being a writer, you become Sunday Times bestseller. You turn yourself to content creating, you get 800,000 followers. And now you sit there after all of that evidence and
He's got over 1 million now, I think. He's fucking popped off.
say, oh no, it's all over, guys. It's all, I'm smart enough to do it, but you guys are not
all right,
smart
fine.
enough to do it.
In just a few days, his channel's popped up.
You think you can teach? You've got your book. If you think you
So
can
you
teach
say that
people to do it-
you're smart enough, but they're not smart enough.
I wonder if we do have a bit of an education problem.
I would say I've been subscribed to Gary for a couple of years. I fucking knew about Gary before any of you bitches. All right. He's only really like he's not actually uploaded much though. Before this year, but at the start of this year, he was like, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do like loads of shit now," and he's been doing loads of stuff, and it's been working pretty well for him.
At the heart of this, because I was thinking about your sister, and I was like, right, if I was the CEO of Gary's sister, what would I do?
Yeah.
There's two things I do right now. The first is, okay, what marketplace is really valuing an ability to write and write in an impactful way? I go, right, she needs to start an Instagram page, because I've seen what happened with Jay Shetty. This guy's pulling in tens of millions a year because he took like, nice words that were motivational, poetic, put them on there. And I go, also YouTube needs to get to YouTube, because if she can talk like you, then she's going to do exceptionally well on YouTube as well. But there's not going to be a great economy necessarily for someone who's doing poetry in many other places, other than what I'm saying is the internet. But in school, we don't teach this. There's no YouTube class for YouTube. And it's such a huge part of the economy. I mean, you have seen that. There's been this decentralization of media where the megaphone was owned.
It's growing at 20% a year.
The megaphone was
people
owned.
watching, start a YouTube, become an
But
entrepreneur.
it's the internet, isn't it?
It's
If you look
easy.
at-
It's
if-
easy.
I'm not
Do you
saying
think
it's
it
easy.
works for most people, Stephen?
For most people, no, it doesn't work. It
there's
doesn't
an
work.
education
Why are
gap.
we pretending it does?
But what I would say is, if in school we taught young kids a couple of new things, and we stopped teaching them about Pythagoras' theorem, which by the way ChatGPT is going to do for you with your eyes closed, and we taught them about the new economy of the internet, about the ability to start a shop, and it's crazy.
Teach the kids how to buy a Lambo cash, like Jake Paul said.
Crazy that the school system was designed in such a way where they put me in exclusion unit because I was so preoccupied with doing business deals at school. And my headmaster came on national TV on What I Lied to You and said, yeah, we unexpelled him eventually because he made the school so much money. But the system was punishing me for entrepreneurship, and it wasn't teaching me anything about the new economy, which is technology.
Steve, do you think it matters if the percentage of young people who are able to achieve financial freedom and have a family is shrinking?
So do I think it matters if the percentage of young people that are able to, are you saying attain wealth and have a family?
Yeah, achieve financial freedom and have a family.
I think that's a really big problem.
Listen,
I think that's a really big problem.
I agree. I know, listen, and I know you've got this podcast, and I know you inspire young people, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that you inspire young people to go out and work hard and try and achieve something. But I'm an economist, and what I see is the percentage of young people who make it shrinking. And I think if you combine those two things, you reach a really dangerous place, because we go and tell the young people, it's there for you to start a business. And at the same time, the number of people who make it is 10%, 5%, 2%, 1%. And there were
Also, like, the point of the school system is to, like, give you essentially a taste of everything that you could learn about. So then you, as an individual, can then say, oh, I find this interesting, or I find this interesting. And that might be a creative subject, or it might be a scientific subject, or it might be like mathematics. The point is you end up going into a role which interests you, and that might be as an entrepreneur, or it might be working for someone else. What we need in the economy is both entrepreneurs, business owners, like the people who want to take on the risk, because some people, like me included, like, we don't really like risk. I'd like, honestly, if I could be employed again and like not have to have the the risk of, like, you know, having my own business, I would bloody love that. In ways, I really like the freedom that I have. But, like, in ways, I just really fucking wish that I could just have a boss that would tell me what to do every day. I would fucking love that. That is a big part of me, just not wanting to have to, like, make decisions like that every day. But there are people in society like that. And that's great. And we should, you know, We should hone those skills. But also we should like recognize that there are people who don't want that. There are people who just want to like paint pictures or make music or just do maths, and they're quite happy working for someone else. And that is fucking great. We also really need those people. We really need those people who just want to put their heads down and work and don't want to take on the risk of being an entrepreneur. They're also so important to economies. So important. And it's like we don't appreciate them. Like even the people who are like really happy working at a supermarket checkout for fucking decades. It's like these guys will look down on them like, oh, you have no ambition. When realistically, like, they're actually like, they're grinding and they're fucking happy. They're on minimum wage, but like, honestly, some people are happy on minimum wage. They don't want to like bother themselves with trying to work up at a company and taking on new responsibilities. They're quite happy just scanning something through a checkout for years and years and years on end. And why should we judge that? You know, like they're happy doing that. That's fucking great. They're contributing to the economy, doing what they're doing, and we shouldn't make them feel bad for that, for feeling happy and for feeling comfortable doing that. What we should do is make sure that they're paid enough to live comfortably and they have rights as workers and they have benefits as workers to live comfortably doing what they're doing.
There'll always be that one person who makes it. There will always be that Stephen Bartlett in every country in the world who's making it through. You know what I'm saying? But the systematic issue matters, Stephen.
Can we not change the education system so that when I was 16 and they threw me in the exclusion unit, which could so easily have made me think that I was a failure, because my brothers Jason went to LSE and became very much like you and now works in my company, managing my investment.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the people who do work those jobs, what they need to do is unionize to ensure that they do get pay rises as and when they deserve them. What they need to do is unionize. That's what I mean when I say they should get the rights and everything that they need to live a comfortable life. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with wanting to work that kind of like low pressure job for years and years on end. Like if that's what you want to do, then that's great. And like not everybody is of that mindset of like, I must work up as high as possible in this company, otherwise I'm a failure.
He, in that education system, was rewarded. So I sat there as a kid thinking, rich and successful, my older brother Jason, because he can do maths. And I thought, I'm going to be a failure because I like this thing called entrepreneurship and I have ADHD, so I can't pay attention in lessons. What I'm saying is if the education system was designed in such a way where people like me, who were entrepreneurial, who were interested in the internet and couldn't stop playing video games, were clapped for and said, oh my God, double down on that. I think the net benefit, when you think about what the backbone of the economy is, which is entrepreneurs starting businesses, would be profound for this country here. But I believe there needs to be such a radical overhaul of our education system if we want to stand a chance of capitalizing on what the economy is today.
I think you could probably change the education system in a lot of ways that could improve it, but you're kind of changing the education system on the Titanic. What my perspective is, I can tell you with a very, very high rate of certainty, if you don't fix this problem of the wealth being sucked out of the middle class, 98% of people will be in poverty in this country in 70 years. You know
I agree with you. This is the thing. I agree that you can't have a group of people at the very top that own all the assets and all the money, or else, I mean, it's going to come from somewhere. And I remember the day that I printed off the job seekers allowance form when I was stealing Chicago Town pizzas 10 years ago in my room in Moss Side in Manchester. I remember what it feels like to not have my parents speaking to me, have all these CCJ letters and bailiff letters on my desk, and really have no answer how to get out of this situation, to the point that I was like shoplifting. I'd call the Just Eat driver and then try and persuade him just to give me the food. That was 10 years ago for me. So I've not forgotten those years of my life. So I understand what it is to be in that situation.
I'm sorry, that's a weird way to... If you're really poor to the point that you can't afford food, I don't know. It just seems like a weird solution to me to then order food from Just Eat, which is not the cheapest food that you can get hold of, and then try and convince the guy to give it to you for free. At first thought, why would he do that? Just shoplift a bag of rice, man. Why were you convincing Just Eat drivers who are themselves gig workers in this economy to give you food for free and risk their jobs? Just shoplift some rice from Sainsbury's, man. What the hell?
And on an individual level, I need some answers because I'm not going to wait for these people in fucking the parliament to fix my life for me. So I need some individual answers. And then I do also care about the bigger picture. So I'm not like here as someone that just wants to accrue loads of wealth myself. Of course, listen, let's be honest. There's not many human beings that wouldn't like more money. So I try and acknowledge that bias. But what the big issue I have is how. And from my personal experience, as someone that now employs hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people here in London, up in Manchester, in our offices, there are a set of things that would make me leave this country. If it became increasingly...
Yeah, don't you prepay on Just Eat? Like, since when did you pay the driver for the food when they got, like... That's not happened for a very long time. Hasn't Just Eat always required you to pay before the driver comes?
Less friendly to
There's so many loose ends on this story. Like,
yes, I reckon if we come back here in 5 years' time, I reckon I'll employ 500 more people in the UK. And actually, as you look around this room, you can see the age of them. These are young people.
Yeah.
There are things you could do to make me not do that.
I mean, it's probably worth pointing out that we're not taxing
you think you put it on Klarna?
wealth, and you're leaving the country anyway, Stephen.
No, I haven't left the country.
Okay, you're going to stay.
I'm a tax resident here. I pay my taxes here, and I have zero intent in changing that. I'm also on Dragon, so we're investing a lot of money in UK businesses.
Yeah. But listen, I want
You can get a burrito loan now.
I want to tax only high levels of wealth. Only high levels of wealth. And listen, don't get me wrong, I understand very rich people will complain, and very rich people will say, just like they did in Dickens, I'm going to throw my businesses, I'm going to throw my taxes, my businesses and my factories into the sea. Stephen, your viewers are here. Listen, Stephen, your viewers are here. You are a very wealthy person. They are paying 20, 30, 40, 50%. You should be paying your fair share, Stephen. You should.
I think that I should pay...
What are you paying, Stephen? What are you paying?
More tax, especially when... I don't think my kids should benefit from my wealth. And maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I actually don't. I don't think I should be able to pass down my assets to my children.
You can't. It's 40% tax.
I think it should be more.
It's 40, yeah.
Let's not pretend rich people don't successfully pass their assets to their children.
I'm just telling you now.
Yeah.
I think I'd be robbing my children of something from the background that I came from. If my child gets...
Stephen, all you need to do is buy a load of land and call yourself a farmer. And then you don't need to pass down any of it. There's also various other loopholes that you could use, Stephen. It's really quite easy.
It's fucking, if my child gets tens of millions, let's say, even when I die, I don't think that should happen.
Well, I agree. People say, when I talk about my sister, people are like, why don't you just give your sister a load of money? Listen, my sister works hard. She's a smart person. She works hard. She produces good work. I want to live in a society where people like my sister are able to support themselves with the work that they do, but we're destroying that society.
But who would pay her?
The customers. You know, this situation.
So you want her to start a business?
She is a business.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want people like her to be taxed less, so that what I want is ordinary working people to be taxed less so they have more money in their pocket. Listen, the reason we had the thriving art scene in the 60s is because we had a thriving middle class that could go and buy the new fashions and buy the new records, and then that created this thriving art scene. Now we have a middle class which is struggling to pay the bills, so they can't buy stuff. My sister makes theatre shows. The only people who go to the theatre are rich people now. But back in the day, theatre was something that was more accessible. You want the arts. I've got a mate who's a fashion designer, right? Nowadays, there's all of the business is super fast, super cheap, super disposable fashion, or unbelievably expensive high end, because that's the economy we've created. You go to Japan, which is a less unequal society. The restaurants are good quality.
A lot of the high end fashion is actually made for working class people, though, because the high end fashion brands have realized that what a lot of working class people really love is just to feel rich. Even though they can't really afford to buy their clothes, they just really like to feel rich. So they actually market, the high-end fashion brands actually market to working class people. Like Balenciaga, even though their clothes are massively overpriced, they'll market them to working class people because they know that what they'll do is they'll save up their pay packets for months and months on end to buy one high-end item because like they like to look rich. That's how fucked we are.
We've created. You go to Japan, which is a less unequal society. The restaurants are good quality restaurants for ordinary
Buy
people.
it on
because
Klarna.
a good capitalist society will produce things for the people with money.
In the case of theatre, where have the theatre consumers moved to? Where are they getting their entertainment now?
Well, what you have is a very rich group of people who will still go to theatre and they will pay a lot. But then you have a large group of people who are relatively cash scarce and they will try to get their entertainment in cheaper ways, of course, you know what I mean?
They're spending their time watching your YouTube channel.
Well, exactly, my YouTube channel, which is free, by the way.
Yeah, but you get paid from it. You get the YouTube
To be honest, it's
revenue.
only in the last couple of months that I've started to make any money because I don't do my own editing. So, and you know, I mean, you'll know, but in the first few years, you're paying yourself to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I think people sometimes massively overestimate the amount of money.
This is entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs go through 2, 3, 4, 5 years worth of struggle to get to the point where they're successful. And it feels pretty horrific that you say, oh, finally, when I make it, you take it. And then the advisors to entrepreneurs...
Just £10 million is quite a lot of money. So, you know, you can be worth £9 million and not be paying anything more.
But what if I just raise 1 million for investment into my company?
Yeah.
But that then, like I do, if I'm raising money all the way along and my investors are saying, I'm sorry, I don't invest in the UK economy because it's wealth taxes and all that sort of stuff, it's anti-wealth, and then I just have to move my company overseas.
Well, I want to create a situation where the UK consumer is so strong that you have to invest in the UK.
You don't have to be here to sell to them.
If you're looking to take the next step in your tech career, you'll want to hear about our sponsor, Intuit. I've always believed that if you want to do your...
All right, last bit.
I mean, of course, when we talk about slashing of the state, they're going to use these examples like, oh, there's this wasteful government building. Everybody wants to slash government waste. Of course, I'm not going to fight against slashing government waste. I'm from the UK, you know, I saw the austerity years. I've seen what's happened to local services. I've seen what's happened to things like the police, like education, you know, especially things like youth services. You slash the state, you fire a load of people, you know. What does the state... Okay, yeah, if you can get rid of state corruption, yes, 100%. If you can get rid of state waste, 100%, you know. This is how single mums feed their kids, Stephen. You want to stop that?
No one's saying that.
Slashing the state, I don't think it's going to work. To be honest, I think tariffs is not an uninteresting discussion. I think, yeah, of course, tax avoidance is something you need to get rid of. Really, I would like to take a step back, look at the country and say, what is the state of the country? What do people need? You know, we have a country here where the housing stock is falling apart and we're letting it fall apart because those houses are owned by ordinary people who don't have any money. If you want the country to work for ordinary people, you need ordinary people to have money. I'm always reminded of Mr. Beast. He goes to places in Africa and he spends 500 quid and he gives a kid eyesight who would have been blind for the rest of their life for 500 quid. Why are kids in Africa blind who could be given sight for 500 quid? Because they don't have any money. This is what happens when you drain your middle class. This will end up like that. You know, I've got a friend who went to India last week. He said there were people lying on the street outside with rotting limbs. You know, that is what happens when you disempower, when you take the money away from the middle class. You've got to...
But didn't Daniel's friend have rotting limbs? But he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, even though his limbs rotted away and were all cut off. So, I mean, why are they not doing that?
To protect the middle class. If the middle class had money, then there would be unbelievable business opportunities for selling goods and services like your business to the middle class.
So would you tax Daniel more?
I don't know if Daniel's worth more than £10 million. It sounds like he is.
He is.
I mean, I want to make it clear, right? You make 5% on your wealth. So if Daniel's worth 100 million, he's making £5 million. We're only trying to tax you 1%. I think if you are worth 100 million, you're making £5 million passive income, you can afford to pay £1 million tax a year. You're going to still keep getting rich. The truth is, even if we were to tax these billionaires 1% a year, they would still squeeze the rest out. This is not about morality. This is just cold, hard economic analysis that I have made a lot of money betting on.
So closing arguments then, chaps. I'll start with you, Gary. Yeah. Based on everything we've discussed today, I'm going to ask you to give me two perspectives, which is, if I'm a young individual in this country right now, what should I do to protect myself and my family and to feed my family? What kind of behaviours, what strategy should I adopt there? But also then from a government level, I know we have some politicians that listen because they message me. What should politicians be doing to fix the issue that we're all clearly identifying, which is the collapse of the middle class, the collapse of sort of working class people, and the increased wealth of the rich.
I think what I would like young people to understand is that this gets worse. This gets much, much worse. It will get much worse relatively quickly. Poverty will increase relatively quickly. It will become increasingly difficult, almost impossible to make any serious money. Prepare yourself for that. Prepare yourself when you consider your finances, when you consider your plans for having a family. This gets worse, and it's going to be really, really hard. It's going to be a big mental health problem for a lot of young people. So speak to people and understand that. My YouTube videos are there, Gary's Economics, for people to understand what's happening. After that, you've got to do all the right things. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. You've got to work hard. You've got to study the right things. I think it's a great shame we have made subjects like the arts a thing which you're not allowed. If you come from a poor background, you cannot work in the arts. I'm sorry, you can't pay the bills. You can't. So you have to go and study AI and computing and, you know, maybe social media, although we have to be honest, social media doesn't pay for most people. You have to realize the reality of your situation. It's very, 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 very bad. But that doesn't mean you don't work. That doesn't mean you don't aspire. You work damn hard because you have to. But if you manage to make enough money to even support a family, you should be proud of yourself. That's the number one thing. But recognize this can be changed. This can be changed. Our grandparents, our great-grandparents fought for a bigger share of the pie, and they got it. They got healthcare, they got education, they got housing, they got food. Our young people can have that as well, but they won't get it unless they fight for it. So I would encourage people to educate themselves, support my work, get involved politically, but also work hard, support your friends and family. Try and make money, because you'll have to. If you don't play politics, I guarantee you the other side will play politics. And that means your kids and your grandkids live in poverty. So you have to do both. With regards to politicians, I've got mixed feelings about a lot of politicians. The truth is, I think a lot of politicians are very rich and ultimately they don't care. They're protected. A crisis of inequality looks fantastic from the top. And I think that's why the three of us can sit here and say things will be fine. Because for us, they will be fine. And for our kids, they will be fine. But for our viewers' kids, they won't be fine. The politicians are not going to try and save you. I'm going to try and make sure they do it, but I don't think they will. Listen, my plan is not to get concessions from politicians. My plan is to get 5 million followers on the internet and bully the politicians so that they have to give us what we need. So I would support people to get behind me, get behind my campaign, but also understand what's happening, educate your friends and your family, and just crucially to understand this is going to be a long fight. So be strong, keep your people around you, but be ready for what's to come.
I see hints in some of the things you've said.
Didn't Bernie have like a really good rally recently? Bernie Sanders. And AOC, Bernie Sanders. Didn't loads of people turn up to that? Like this.
And is selling this country for parts to the richest people on the planet for a kickback. And in exchange, they will bankroll his campaigns and those of his allies. They scratch his back, he scratches theirs, and the rest of us are left behind.
I think there is a movement like sort of building up at the minute that seems quite hopeful. I hope it doesn't die down.
Said recently of you going into politics yourself at some point.
Stephen, I'm in politics.
But
I'm
I mean,
in politics.
actively.
Listen, I do not want to be an MP. I do not want to be Chancellor. I do not want to be Prime Minister. If we get to a point where I feel that that is something that is achievable and it is the best way to fix this problem, I will be open to it. This is not plan A. This is not, you know, would you like to be Prime Minister?
No,
I suspect probably not, right? Like this is, I'll be honest, I am quite uncomfortable with even the level of public profile that I have at the moment, which is, you know, it's much less than what you have, but it stresses me out. And it's weird, we spoke about it before we were shooting. I don't want to, can you imagine? I don't want to be Prime Minister. I don't want to be an MP. But I'm serious about this work that I do. And if we reach a point that I think that is the best way to do it, I will consider it. But I would much rather be able to influence the MPs from the sideline, to influence the politicians from the sidelines.
And for that person you just gave advice to, who should they be voting for?
Well, we don't have an election for... Listen, politics is not football. Politics is not football, okay? This is not about I'm Labour, I'm Conservative, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat. You're losing your houses here. You're losing your houses, your kids will be in poverty, and you're going to see both Trump and the Republicans and Keir Starmer and Labour, who are supposed to be on the opposite side of the political spectrum, they will both fail because they will not take action on growing wealth inequality. And I'll be right on that. You know, bring me back in a few years, I'll be right on that. And that shows you it's not about... I think this factionalism is unbelievably damaging to our societies, especially in the US, where there's so much hatred behind it, where suddenly I'm on this side, you're on that side. Look, we're going to shake hands after this. I've got nothing wrong. We will, you know. There's no hatred here. But if you allow yourself to be divided from half of your country, and you allow... We're seeing it, growing tensions, racial tensions, gender tensions. If you allow yourself to be divided, they will win. They will win. So you need to vote for whoever is going to protect your houses. And if you want to know who that is, come and check Gary's Economics before the election, and I will tell you who it's going to be.
Daniel.
Nice. Well,
closing arguments, personal and social.
A few things.
Sure.
I read Gary's book and it's brilliant. And regardless of whether you actually like economics, it's a brilliant story. It's a really good. I read it in about 2 or 3 days, and it'll eventually be a good movie as well. I agree with a lot of what Gary's saying. There is a collapse of the middle.
Is there going to be a Wolf of Wall Street? But there's a Gary of Citibank film coming up. I wonder if they would actually make it into a film.
Class, and it probably will get worse. And the traditional middle class jobs that came out of the back of the industrial age, mature industrial revolution.
Also, I can't like if I read a book that fast in 3 days, I can't can't fully absorb it, I don't think. Like, did he have it on an audiobook at 2 times speed? He just like basically skim read it, I'm sure.
Middle class jobs that came out of the back of the industrial age, mature industrial revolution system, those are collapsing, and it's globalizing. We're seeing technology move opportunities all over the world. And wealth inequality, it has a cause. Wealth inequality itself is a scoreboard, and there's a cause for what led up to wealth inequality. And the cause, in my mind, is technology. Technology is moving those opportunities around, and it's changing things. We already have big governments. We have huge amounts of taxes. We're at record levels of taxes. Wealth has never been more mobile. It's not about what's fair. It's about what you can practically get away with. It's about what you can actually implement. And it's going to be very, 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 as Gary said,
It's about what you can practically get away with. So it doesn't matter who you exploit, just fucking exploit them, man.
It's going to be very, very, very hard to tax people who have digital businesses, who can live and work from anywhere. I know that firsthand, that it's incredibly mobile. With that said, at a macro level, big picture, we do know that there is a correlation between economic freedom, where the government gets out of your way, and low poverty rate.
He's quoting that fucking Fraser Institute thing again. He fucking loves that graph, Matt. He looks at that graph every fucking night in bed. Wanks off to it.
And we know that as soon as governments become big, high taxes, high regulations, it actually drops down a category, and we see poverty goes up from 10% to 30%, so it triples.
Yeah, he turns around to his wife every night. Look at this graph.
Constricting economic freedom is never a good idea if you look at the data. At a micro level, there's never been a greater opportunity for anyone who's ambitious and entrepreneurial to go and start a company. It's cheaper than ever to start a company. You can do what Gary's done, which is publish content, build a following, figure out how to monetize it. You can create products and services and sell them to anywhere in the world. You're an example of someone who started with nothing and became a millionaire in your 20s and then again in your 30s with a completely different thing. He became a millionaire in his 20s and then again in his 30s. He's a best-selling author and a content creator. I did it in my 20s, my 30s, and now my 40s, starting from scratch. So it's not normal that 3 guys our age could have done that over and over.
Starting from scratch, bro. Starting from scratch, really, every time. Yeah.
Again, it's because we are living in a time where there is incredible opportunities, but you have to be tapped into those opportunities. You never heard about it at school. You never heard about it at university. You're going to have to learn the skills to get tapped into those opportunities. But there are definitely ways that you can succeed in the world that we're living in.
And on that macro point, who should we be voting for? Because some of your thinking and policy suggestions through this conversation align more with Trump, Elon, the American mission now, where they're welcoming millionaires. They're trying to create a really entrepreneurship-friendly environment. They're doing the Doge dismantling of sort of government waste.
I agree with Gary. It's not football. You don't have a team. You swing. You should be a swing voter. You should vote every single election. You should make them work hard for your vote. And
is Trump going to succeed, though?
You should see. It's too soon to tell.
But he made a prediction, so I'm inviting you to make a prediction. He said 5 years' time, we come back here, we're going to see that Trump...
I think a lot of very wealthy people are going to move to the USA. You're going to get a lot of people from all over the world. He's playing to win. And he wants rich people and entrepreneurs and investors to come into the US and be based there. He's creating golden visas and open visas.
And the success metric here is the middle class get richer and more affluent.
And what I actually think will happen as a result of all of that, you will see rising living standards in the USA, and you'll see a detriment to the places where those people live. It's not a good thing to have the people who pay the majority of the taxes, which is 1% of people paying 30% of taxes. If those people leave, the bills get spread across everybody else.
Well, we'll have to do a part 2, and we shall see. I want to thank you both for the work that you do, because I'm a big fan of both of you. I watch Gary's videos all the time, helps me to understand another perspective on what I'm typically hearing out on the internet, or that I hear on Twitter about what's going on in the world. And I think I really respect and admire people that can do what both of you have done today, which is to exchange and listen to ideas in the pursuit of answers. And that's why I'd highly recommend anybody, regardless of whether you agree with everything or some things or just a little bit, to go and follow Gary's channel on YouTube called Gary's Economics, because it's a great source of information from someone who has done it, understands the world from another perspective, but also someone who's providing a narrative, which I actually think there's, as we kind of talked about before you started, there's a big gap in the market for. There are a lot of people like me and Dan out on the internet that are talking about entrepreneurship and finance and how to make money, but there aren't enough people talking about wealth inequality from the perspective as Gary sees it, and that are providing more sort of collectivist and sort of society-wide solutions and answers and sort of explanations as to why that's ultimately happening. I do think, because I know you, Dan, and I hope I know myself, I do think that we all want the UK to survive. And I think we all believe that the way that the UK survives isn't necessarily a couple of ultra-rich people getting more money. It is sort of social mobility, and it's allowing people that are at the very bottom to create opportunities and to succeed. We all agree upon that, even if we disagree on the causes and the solutions to that. I'd also highly recommend everybody to go check out The Trading Game, because everybody's talking about this book, and I think it's 4 weeks at the moment on the Sunday Times bestseller list.
4 weeks, number one.
Number one. 4 weeks, number
yeah.
one, which is an incredible achievement, but it speaks to what's in this book, the way that the story is told, but also the timeliness of this message. So I'd highly recommend everybody go check it out. I'm going to put a link below so that everybody can go and do it. And if you just look at some of the testimonials for this book, it's profound. I hear people describe it as like unforgettable on one end and then sad on the other end, because that's the nature of the reality it speaks to. And I highly recommend everybody go check out Dan Priestley's Entrepreneur Revolution, but also your website has all of your resources and tools on it, so I'll link that on the screen. What's the...
At danielpriestley.com.
At danielpriestley.com. Thank you both for your generosity. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for bringing us together.
No matter where I am in the world, it seems like everyone...
Guys, we got through it. My God, 2 hours and 24 minutes. Bloody hell, I'm getting tired now. Oh, I subjected myself to 2 hours and 24 minutes of diarrhea of a CEO. Just for you. Anyway, I'm getting tired. I got up this morning, right? Earlier, I did a power yoga class earlier, right? And I thought it was like a normal 45-minute yoga class. Turned out it was an hour and 15-minute power yoga. Like, if you ever done, do you know what power yoga is? It's not like normal yoga. You're doing really hard positions, and then you're like, but it's only for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden you're in the next really difficult position, and it's like really fucking difficult yoga. And I didn't realize that I was going to be doing it for an hour and 15 minutes. Oh, honestly, It absolutely took it out of me. But yeah, I think I'm going to do another gaming stream soon, because I realized on 2 Point Museum there is actually a Twitch integration thing, where like I think you can use the points that you have built up on my channel or something, and what you can do is use channel points to like sabotage the game while I'm playing. So like you can, I don't know, make things happen in the game, like set things on fire or something. I don't know, but it sounds fun. So I think what I'm going to have to do is another 2 Point Museum stream, but have this Twitch integration thing set up, because that sounds fun, and you guys can sabotage the game. So yeah, I'll be back with one of them. I have 10.9k points. You fucked if that's true. Yeah, I think it is. Let me look it up. What was it? 2 Point Museum. Twitch integration. So like basically, let me just show you quickly.
We might need to balance the cooldown.
So see down here, crime spree, 2 Point Chris triggered a negative event. So this is what you could do on my stream. Crime spree, a new criminal guild is targeting the museum. Like, so you can trigger shit like that while I'm trying to build a museum. I'll get very annoyed. Severely confused triggered a negative event. Crime spree. So like you can do shit like that to me. Fire sale. Flammable items became inflammable. They're all on fire. So you can like set shit on fire while I'm trying to play. So I'm sure you'll love that. Anyway, I will raid and I will love you and leave you. Who's online right now? Who is online?
Family and the Israeli hostage family that came back, the world suddenly is stunned and empathetic. What has happened to us as humans?
We could do Maple Takes again. What we thinking? What we thinking, guys?
Beyond any
Maybe we'll do
kind of
Maple
cruelty,
again.
Israeli policy has got to stop, and the international community has got to step in and do something for once, without double standards.
Well, the International Court of Justice is still going through mounds and mounds of evidence. I think the Israeli government have until
We'll
June
do
to
prepare their defence
Maple.
to South Africa's claims of...
He's redditing. Right. I love you. Thanks for tuning in. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Love you. Bye-bye. Raid. Right now. Go, 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 go. Go.
Organizations. There are